Okay, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Gavel, gavel.
Oh.
Can you sign this and pass it back to me?
One, two. Good evening. Welcome to the March 28th, 2019 school board meeting. This meeting is now in session. I'm sorry we're starting a little bit late. One of the board members was caught in traffic. As I'm sure everyone knows, there was a big traffic problem on the Beltway that's affecting the whole area. So we're going to do something a little bit different in the beginning tonight. We have a special guest for the presentation of the colors and the pledge. So I'd like to invite Randolph Principal Carlos Ramirez to the front of the room. Mr. Ramirez recently became a U.S. citizen. And in honor of that accomplishment, we invited him to lead the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. So now, will you all please stand while the Career Center Air Force JROTC cadets present the colors.
Color good. Hold. Presents. Colors. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order. Colors. Center. Ace. Forward. March.
Thank you. You may all be seated. The board is going to get a picture with Mr. Ramirez. And of course, you're welcome to stay.
Not yet. I'm going to wait till you all exercise your discipline.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Mr. Ramirez, and congratulations from all of us. Tonight, we have 3 recognitions. First, our Supervisor of Health and Physical Education, Debbie DeFranco, will introduce students from our high schools who have been recognized for their achievements in athletics. And while Ms. DeFranco comes to the podium, I invite my board colleagues to join me in the front row.
Good evening. It gives me great pleasure tonight to recognize our students for their top performances at the state level this past season. These are our winter athletes. Before I call the student athletes up, I do want to recognize their Director of Student Activities and ask them to come forward as well. From Washington Lee, Carol Calloway. From Wakefield High School, Noelle Deskins. Yorktown's Activity Director, Mike Krufeld, is not able to be with us. He's running an event this evening at the school. Students, when I call your name, just come up and stand here, and we'll get a nice photo op at the end of our recognition. From Washington Lee, I'm going to acknowledge the cross-country team that finished as regional champions and 3rd in the state. Their coaches are Mr. Bill Drake, Mr. John Bacon. They come forward. Their athletes are Ellie Holmesman, Jenny Garrison, Eva Anadia, Zoe Cashin, Emily Cunningham, Caroline Emmanuel, and Eva Smith Perry. Washington Lee gymnastics team finished as regional champs, and their coaches are here as well, Ron Malakis and Joe DiMidio. And representing the gymnastics team is Charlotte Dennis and Bella Golden. From Yorktown High School, Victoria Husk finished, let me go backwards. In their swim team, finished 3rd in the state for Yorktown High School. They're represented tonight by Victoria Husk. She was 1st in the 100-meter free and first in the 50-meter free and then 1st in the 100-meter fly. She also set a national high school record in the 100 fly. Mary Kate Reicheter finished 5th in the 100-meter back. Mary Kate, is she here? Yeah. Here she comes, okay. From Wakefield High School and their dive team, Justin Clark finished 3rd in the state. From Wakefield High School's wrestling, Vincent Galan, he finished 2nd in the state in 152 weight class. And from Wakefield High School, 1st in the state in the high jump is Josh Sutton. Did I miss anyone that showed up and we didn't get you checked in?
Is Antonia here?
I don't think so. Board members, would you like to come up for a photo? We're going to have to ask you guys to scoot in, scoot in, scoot in. Watch your head. Why don't you come like over here? There you go.
Yeah, there we go. That way we get everybody in.
Stay on my tippy toes.
Don't you stand up.
I'm on my tippy toes. Don't worry about me. Still fighting.
Go athletes, hey, thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations to the students for your impressive achievements. Moving on to the next recognition, we will celebrate two of our elementary schools that are being recognized as healthy schools. I'd like to invite Mark Goldman from the Marine Corps Marathon Organization and Todd Geller of Sodexo to the podium to present the awards.
My name, right? Mark Goldman.
Okay. Is Todd here? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll invite Todd up in a moment.
Is he coming? Okay, good. Thank you.
Good evening. Every year in October, Arlington County hosts the Marine Corps Marathon, one of the largest marathons in the world. And as a part of the many events that happen here in Arlington and across the nation's capital, the Marines host an event called the MCM Kids Run. It is the mission not only to grow the next generation of runners, but to help runners and families make healthy choices for an active lifestyle. So we host the MCM Kids Run at the Pentagon North parking lot, where over 3,000 kids between the ages of 5 and 12 run 1 mile with the encouragement and the support alongside the United States Marines. It is a memorable moment that these children use to inspire them for future physical activities and maybe to run a marathon someday. While the United States Marine Corps is great in promoting this event and the Marine Corps Marathon is well known, we need the help of parents and educators and schools to inspire kids to run. And that's why we've started the Healthy School Initiative, where we work with the different schools to put together programs and incentives for their youngsters to not only run that day in the MCM Kids Run, but as a part of larger programs. And so tonight, we're happy to announce that among the top 5 schools that participated in the MCM Kids Run, 2 of them are from here in Arlington County, and we want to recognize them. And while they certainly are inspired to have their children come out and run 1 mile, it is also nice for these schools to know that the Marine Corps Marathon sponsor, Sodexo, will be providing a grant to the schools in support of their participation and physical education programs. So I'd like to recognize from Taylor Elementary, Liz Clavino, President Pellegrin, and from Claremont Immersion, Jason Cash, Renee C., and Principal Panfill. And here to make a special presentation on behalf of Sodexo is Todd Geller.
We are very proud and honored to support the Marine Corps Marathon Fun Run every year. And on behalf of us, which is which? Are you Claremont? Yes. On behalf of Sodexo, we'd like to present this check to Claremont Elementary School for $1,000. And also want to present a check for $1,000 to Taylor Elementary School.
Thank you. At the finish line of the event, Sodexo serves healthy snacks and recovery, replenishment, nourishment to each and every one of those kids. And I think the folks from Sodexo have as much fun, if not more, than the kids serving them. So we appreciate all that you do, and we want to recognize not only the students for their participation, but for these folks who work at the school to inspire our next generation of runners. We have special awards to be on display in the schools, as well as medals that we're going to present to each of these individuals. Here for Taylor. There you are. And allow me to place this medal. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Very important. All right, thank you. Let's hear it for these wonderful schools. And now, I will take this moment very briefly to just say this opportunity exists for any school with students between the age of 5 and 12 to participate in this program. And so we invite and encourage all of Arlington County to come out and run with the Marines. Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Really happy to be presenting.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goldman and Mr. Geller, and congratulations to Taylor and Claremont Elementary Schools. And our third and final recognition this evening is for Ms. Linda Urtis, our Assistant Superintendent of School and Community Relations, who is retiring at the end of this month. This evening, the school board is honoring a member of the Arlington Public Schools executive leadership team. Ms. Linda Urtis, Assistant Superintendent of School and Community Relations. Ms. Urtis is retiring on April 1st after 19 years of dedicated service to APS and more than 40 years of experience in the field of public relations. Retirement means that this is the last of more than hundreds of late-night school board meetings she has staffed during her career with APS. While that alone is worthy of recognition, Ms. Urtis's tremendous efforts during her time with APS include innumerable contributions to our schools, the community, and the world of public education. And I know I speak for the entire board when I say that we will miss her wisdom, her counsel, and camaraderie. She is a trusted advisor who cares deeply about the APS mission and values and has served this school board and those who preceded us with leadership and integrity. As I was thinking about Linda's retirement, I reflected on how much the communications landscape has changed in the past 2 decades. Arlington has always been a connected and engaged community, that values public education, and today there are more ways of receiving and sharing information than ever before. The rise of the rise of social media and online forums have transformed the way we engage with our community. Linda has adapted and strengthened the Department of School and Community Relations to keep pace with these changes every step of the way, always evolving how we engage the community to ensure all stakeholders receive timely information and have a voice at the table. When Linda joined APS in 2000, School and Community Relations was a team of about 4 staff, serving 34 schools and 18,800 students. Today, nearly 20 years later, the department serves a growing list of 39 schools and a student population approaching 28,000. To meet growing needs, Linda built the team over time, adding capabilities like AETV for broadcast TV production and creating a network of school-based liaisons to expand the reach of public relations, website, and volunteer and partnership efforts. The School and Community Relations team today includes seasoned experts in media, web, community and family engagement, printing, video, and design. She has built a team in her image that we can rely on, and for this we are grateful. In her time at APS, Linda has helped manage countless issues, big and small, from navigating September 11th to helping schools manage illnesses, H1N1 clinics, and a whole host of other emergencies that require immediate assistance. She is always calm and clear and focused, being open, being honest, and delivering information quickly and accurately. She has also maintained strong relationships with media, drawing on her experience managing public relations for the Washington Post for 12 years prior to joining APS. Those media relationships have endured and served APS well through the years. Linda's career has its roots in the field of education and theater. Before moving to Arlington and pursuing communications, she was an eighth grade language arts teacher in Norwalk, Ohio, and worked in regional theaters as a director, designer, and stage manager. We will miss Linda's voice, announcing a snow closure or delay in the early morning hours, her guidance and calmness in the face of any challenge. Although we say goodbye to her in a couple days, we know she will be happy to have more time to spend with her family down by the bay. We wish you the best of luck in your next chapter, but know that, as with all retirees, you can and probably will come back in some capacity. And of course, you can watch us, streaming, which I'm sure you'll be doing. So with that, we are honored to present you with a few tokens of our appreciation. Would you like to come up to the podium, please? We should really come over there.
That's okay.
There you go. So first, I would like to present this proclamation issued by the board. Whereas Linda Urtis has been a dedicated staff member and leader, serving Arlington Public Schools with a distinction since December of 2000, and whereas, as Assistant Superintendent of School and Community Relations, Ms. Urtis has managed public information, media relations, and general communications for the school division, and has supported communication for all APS schools, programs, and departments. And whereas, under her leadership, APS has expanded and enhanced community outreach and engagement efforts through the website, social media, and e-communications. And whereas Ms. Urtis has overseen the coordination of volunteer and business partnerships with the greater Arlington community and has facilitated countless special events and recognitions for the division. And whereas Ms. Urtis has managed emergency communications during times of distress, such as September 11th, 2001, the DC sniper scare, and community-wide health concerns. And whereas Ms. Urtis has been a valued member of the executive leadership team, working to ensure that APS functions smoothly and effectively, and has brought professionalism to all she does. And whereas, in addition to her work within APS, Ms. Erdis has been a member of national and local professional organizations, such as the National School Public Relations Association, as well as volunteering for Leadership Arlington and other charitable organizations. Therefore, be it known that the Arlington School Board does hereby recognize Ms. Erdis for her outstanding contributions to APS and to the children, families, and constituents of Arlington County, and expresses its deepest gratitude for her dedication and commitment to strong communication, to community engagement, and most importantly, to public education, issued by the Arlington School Board this 28th day of March, 2019.
Thank you. Thank you.
For you. Are you making remarks?
I have a few. Okay. Ah, thank you so much. You may. Good evening. My staff said they were so pleased to see so many people turn out for my retirement. And I want to thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein and members of the board. I've been so touched this week, especially by emails and calls and comments from so many people, including reporters, amazingly, parents and county staff, as I prepare to go. When I moved to Arlington in 1980, I actually applied, having left teaching in Ohio, for a job, but those were the good old days when there was a surplus, Aaron, of teachers. And I really didn't want to continue to teach. I wanted to find another pathway, and I moved into the field of communications. I was fortunate finding the right jobs that had the right mentors and really helped me grow in this area. But after 2 decades of working with nonprofits, I laughed because Joe DiMedio was here tonight, and he and I worked at the YMCA together. He had more hair, but my hair was still red. After 2 decades of the nonprofits plus the Post, I really wanted to take what I knew from communications and put it back into education. And I was thrilled when I saw a job came up here in Arlington. So I applied, and I attended my first school board meeting in November of 2000 to be appointed, not knowing how many more I would be sitting through over the years. But that board included Dave Foster, Elaine Furlow, Libby Garvey, Mary Hines, Frank Wilson, and Rob Smith was the superintendent, and I do want to thank them. A lot of people have changed through the years, but I can honestly say that the dedication and quality has not changed, it's only increased. I've encountered an array of talented instructional and non-instructional leaders who really care about kids. We've gone through crises like Reed mentioned, H1N1, MRSA, we had 9/11, the sniper. We've had a lot of rough things that have happened in the last 2 decades. We've even had lots of snow, Snowmageddon. We've had a couple of hurricanes come through and even a derecho. But there's also been a lot of good things that have happened. When we look at student achievement and student support and staff quality, it's an amazing school system. And having worked in a school system in another state where things were not as good, I think this is one of the best in the country. I've worked with an amazing group of people in my Department of School and Community Relations. I won't say that they work for me. I really will say they work with me. And they've worked hard to improve and strengthen our communications and to learn as it continues to change. We've all faced a lot of things together, and there are a lot of people that I want to thank as I come to the end of my career. I mentioned the board members that I've worked with, and the others include Sally Baird, Ed Fenley, Dr. Emma Villan-Sanchez, Abby Raphael, James Lander, Noah Simon, and of course the 5 of you. Thank you very much. I've learned a lot from all of you. I've also mentioned incredible staff And there are two last groups that I do want to mention. First, I want to thank my colleagues on the executive leadership team. I can't tell you how many times we email each other or text each other or call each other late at night or on weekends or whatever. And I've never worried if someone has my back, because they all do. Finally, I do want to thank Dr. Murphy. I didn't believe I'd do this. He came here 10 years ago, and he has championed excellence in education and excellence in instruction and continuous improvement. I can't tell you how many times a school or a department has had a problem, and his first question is, have you talked to school and community relations? He's helped everyone understand that communications won't fix things, but an open dialogue can keep us all working in the same direction. So it's been a great, great end of a career, and I want to thank you all. Do you have a picture? I'll leave these here.
I have a radical idea. How about a picture?
Do you know how many of these I've coordinated through the years? Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, my glasses and other things. Melanie? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Linda, thank you for all you've done. And you will be missed. But we know you'll be watching us
Absolutely.
at every board meeting, every work session. Wishing you were back in that chair. Yeah, till late at night. Thank you again. And we are now at the announcements phase of the meeting. On April 5th, we will hold a committee of the whole meeting at 8 a.m. in the board conference room. And board members, do you have items to announce? Monique.
I have an announcement. I just want to let the community know that later on this evening during new business, I will make a motion regarding where I am regarding the budget at this point in time. Okay, let me repeat then. At the end of the meeting tonight during new business, I will be making a motion regarding where I am currently regarding the budget. I've been doing my homework, and I have some concerns regarding some of the potential cuts that we might have to make as a school system. And I hope my colleagues will join me, and we'll see how that goes. But I am concerned regarding things like equity and our strategic plan and the goals and our mission and vision and values. And I hope that the community will listen and think about what we might be facing. I am looking at embracing cuts because we have to. And though I do hope that we can look at ways that we won't have to make cuts that involve things that could have an impact on equity and our strategic plan goals. So that'll be very late this evening. But I will be doing that because next week there will be 2 opportunities for the community to speak to the county board about the tax rate in the future, and that will happen next week. And I just want to take this moment to let you know some concerns that I have, and that will, again, I'll make the motion later on this evening, the very end of the meeting, if you guys want to tune in later or watch it online. Thank you.
Nancy?
Thank you all for being here. I just want to tag on with a specific on April 2nd at the County Board office from 7 to 11 p.m. There will be a hearing on the budget. On April 2nd, there will be a budget hearing. I think they're working on that. There'll be a budget hearing on April 2nd from 7 to 11 p.m. at the County Board. Again, I will be supporting Monique O'Grady's efforts, and I encourage people to encourage the County Board to fully fund our school system budget.
Hey, Barbara, do you have, no? You're going to piggyback, okay. Okay, I have a few announcements. So first, at our school board retreat on Saturday, this past Saturday, March 23rd, the board voted unanimously to join in the amicus brief of Fairfax County School Board and other Virginia school districts in support of the student in the GG versus Gloucester County School Board litigation. On Friday, March 22nd, the Ashlawn and Jamestown staff had a basketball game. It was a charity fundraiser, and both of the schools designated charities. I'm the liaison to Jamestown. Tanya's the liaison to Ashlawn. We were both there, and we made a friendly wager on the outcome. The grand total raised was nearly $3,000 for each charity. Each school was provided with 500 tickets, and both sold out. So overall, there were 1,000 people at the event. Jamestown's charity is the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and Ashlawn's charity, recipient of this, of the funds that were raised, is the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. The game was a nail-biter, with Ashlawn leading by 1 point at the final buzzer. So, per our wager, I am writing a check to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Congratulations to the players and the fans for a spirited and competitive game that was a model of civility and good sporting values. Tanya, you want to add something? Thank you.
Yes, I will say it was a nail biter. I was feeling very confident in the beginning, and they came back the fourth quarter, and I started getting very worried. But we won by 1 point. Go Ashlawn. The wager was fun. It was all in good fun, and I will also be donating to the Jamestown charity. But it was a great time, and in the midst of all the tough times that we're going through now with the budget and all the other concerns in our community, it was wonderful to be at a place Friday evening where kids were just showing school spirit, camaraderie, sportsmanship, and advocating for phenomenal staff. It wasn't just teachers, it was staff from both schools. And so it was a wonderful event, and I look forward to attending other schools who do that. So thank you, Mr. Goldstein. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you for your generous contribution, even though your liaison school won. And just because you mentioned the budget, I want to make clear these funds are not coming from the budget, they're coming from
Yes.
my own personal household budget.
As is my donation, all for good cause.
So another one of my liaison schools is Oak Ridge Elementary, and Oak Ridge will be hosting its first annual Poetry Day this Friday, tomorrow, Joseph Green is a local professional teaching artist and poet and has been working with Oak Ridge to design this event where students will participate in sessions with other professional teaching artists and poetry games with Wakefield and H.B. Woodlawn High Schools. Next Tuesday, students, parents, staff, and visiting poets will be part of an Oak Ridge PTA Poetry Slam, and is a great way to kick off National Poetry Month in April. At Kenmore Middle School, Kenmore's Inclusion Revolution Pep Rally, with ESPN and Special Olympics will be held Friday, April 12th at 1 p.m. This event celebrates the school's recognition as a unified champion banner school. This honor is in recognition of Kenmore's efforts to create an inclusive environment through unified team sports, whereby students with disabilities compete with their non-disabled peers. ESPN commentator Mike Golick Jr. will be on hand to present the school its national banner. The program also celebrates the vital role of law enforcement officers and first responders in making our community a safe place for all. At Wakefield High School, junior Eligoksigdem put together a great application idea proposal that has earned her a spot as a finalist in the Bezos Scholars Program. She is one of 25 finalists chosen out of an application pool of over 9,000. 13 of the finalists will be selected to participate in the program in Colorado this summer. Ella's idea is simple. Let's create a National Honor Society for students who are passionate about the environment. And also at Wakefield, students Jose Pomarino, 12th grader, Sydney Coldren, 11th grader, and 11th grader Nina Michael participated in the MathWorks Math Modeling Challenge 2019, which is a 14-hour challenge in which participants respond to 3 prompts on the use and dangers of vaping. The students worked for 14 hours straight, even coming in at 8 a.m. on a 2-hour snow-delayed day, and had to respond to the prompts without the assistance of a teacher or faculty member. Math teacher Mercedes Huffman prepared the students for this competition. Their response was one of the 178 solutions out of 877 teams who were selected to go to the next judging round. And no more announcements from the board. So now we will hear Dr. Murphy's announcements and updates. Dr. Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I have a few announcements this evening, and April is a very busy month for us. As you can see, we have a number of groups that we would like to recognize, and I'm going to start with Autism Awareness Month, also National Volunteers, support for our military children, as well as Arab American Heritage Month, and then finally celebrating our school libraries. So we recognize all of those groups for their contribution both to our community as well as to Arlington Public Schools, and we want to just thank them. So if you know folks who are involved with these different groups, I encourage you to also thank them. We've got a couple of important dates that are coming up here. This Saturday, we're having our annual Color of Leadership Conference at Kenmore Middle School, and that is comprised of close to, I believe, 300 middle school students who come out with the support of our staff for this event. We are also having a grade prep day and no school for students on Monday, April the 1st. We've also got the Dream Explore Create Your Own Path event, and this is an annual event on Saturday, April the 6th, and then we head into spring break the 15th through the 19th, and a well-deserved spring break for everyone. Tomorrow is the end of the grading period, and then you can see report cards come out April 10th for secondary and April 25th for elementary. My encouragement to families and to students is to have a conversation. We're 75% of the way through the school year. It's hard to believe, but having conversations about how you finish strong and preparation for the summer is an important part of how we kind of cap off the school year. We are also starting our extended day registration, which is April 1st, and that goes through May the 15th. and we're encouraging families. We've got some additional slots at some of our schools. We are also expanding some of the previous schools that have had wait lists on them, and we're also making the opportunity for summer extended day opportunities open. So you can visit the website there on extended day and find out more information about that. We're going to have a presentation a little bit later this evening on transportation. We've had several workshops that have occurred here during the month of March, but I just want to bring to the attention of folks, and you'll hear Ms. Kristen Haldeman talk a little bit about this. We've got an event coming up on April the 3rd, and we're really trying to work through some of our transportation issues and look at new ways that we can deliver that service, as well as on Saturday, April the 6th. So you'll hear more about that later this evening, but we want to make you aware of some of the possible changes, and you're providing some input in relationship to our transportation system. Talking about the summer, I'm going to be just identifying dates as we go get closer with our summer catalog. We've got deadlines coming up with Fun with Coding and also elementary and middle school outdoor lab programs. These dates will be progressive as we get closer to the end of the year. So you can go online and look at the catalog and also see what summer activities you'd like your family and your children to partake in. Ms. O'Grady made note of some of the upcoming budget meetings and dates, so I'll just highlight a few of those this evening. Obviously, we've got the public hearing that's going to occur here shortly. On April the 2nd, the school board has a work session number 5, and I think the focus of that work session is around the Department of Teaching and Learning. As she made mention, on April the 4th, there is the Arlington County public hearing on the tax rate. The school board then has another work session on April the 9th. And then at our next school board meeting, which is on April the 11th, the school board will present its proposed budget. The following day, it's not listed here, April the 12th, which is a Friday, the school board and the county board will meet, where the school board will be presenting their budget to the county board. And then we have another hearing on the school board's proposed budget. That is May 2nd, and then the school board is slated to adopt on May the 9th. So we've come a long way through the budget process to get to where we are this evening. You can see the previous activities. So my encouragement is to have everyone stay involved and take advantage of some of the public hearing opportunities that are going to be coming up here a little bit later in April. I'm going to just quickly touch on where we are with many of the school board action plans, going through policies, operational planning, new schools and programs, and capital initiatives. And we're going to be assisted here in just a minute by Dr. Tara Natras. And I'll just remind everyone with the policies that we have currently reviewed. There are some additional policies that are slated for this evening. And there are a number of policies that the school board has either revised or update over the course of the past school year. 3 areas that we are focused on with policy and PIP development revolve around equity, inclusion, and then for transgender students. So I'm going to ask Dr. Natras to just talk a little bit about that and then also key up on the pre-K through 12 instructional program pathways, which has to do with operational planning. So Dr. Natras.
So we have had an opportunity to have further conversation around the equity and inclusion policies. We are going to be moving forward with drafting some of that work. I would tweak the deadline for equity a little bit on this slide to say that it will probably be coming forward in June for information and action. We anticipate doing the drafting in April, taking it out for community input in May, and then moving it to the school board in June. Additionally, we are in the process of drafting a transgender youth PIP. This is a policy implementation procedure that aligns with our policy J2 around student equal education opportunities and non-discrimination. It is a policy implementation procedure, not a new policy, and it helps us support the procedures that we need to have in place to ensure that that policy is being implemented. As we move into operational planning, one of the key areas of focus for our work between now and June is the pre-K-12 instructional program pathways.
We did have a meeting on March 21st with school representatives. We had parent volunteers from 34 different schools. We also had representatives from the Advisory Council on Instruction and the Facilities Advisory Committee. At that meeting, we were able to go over some definitions for how we're defining options, schools, and programs, and then also consider what are the various options, programs, and schools that we may want to have as we move forward and look ahead at our plans for APS. I do want to also speak to, on March 26th of this week, we took the information from that school representative working meeting where we had parents from across the school division to a staff team where we also had 3 parents there because we were further refining the definition of options and our options programs and schools, and wanted to have some input from a small group of parents, mostly on the language. Is this clear from a parental perspective as we are further defining this definition? We will have a large staff meeting on April 4th to further work through that, and then we open things back up to the larger community for input again through a community questionnaire as well as a community meeting at Kenmore on April the 30th. I know there's a lot of interest in this topic, and we will continue to provide opportunities once staff have worked through the next iteration for the entire community to provide that input. And there is information on the Engage page, which Dr. Murphy will reference in a moment after talking a bit about capital initiatives.
Thank you, Dr. Natras. Just a real quick update as far as where capital initiatives are in relationship to the Ed Center. By May, we look to complete the design development phase and bring that to the board, and then we'll be moving later in May to the county board for the use permit as that project continues to move forward. As always, you can go directly to our webpage, look under the Program Services tab, or use A to Z for design and construction, and see the various projects that are coming online for next year. Fleet, the Heights building, where we are with Dorothy Ham Middle School, and also with the 2 Drew, and also the Henry building where the Montessori program will be. And there are updates continuing to be available. All this information resides on our Engage page, which we update regularly, either with staff information or with questions that are asked, so you can refer to that there, and you can also ask us questions, which we will respond to and get information back to you with. So, Mr. Goldstein, that's all I have this evening. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murphy. Board members, do you have questions on what Dr. Murphy's presented? Barbara?
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Under your capital initiatives update, would you mind sharing anything that may have transpired with the Career Center project? I think 2 weeks ago when we discussed it last, we were in the midst of conversations about potential use of some of the library and also the status of the animal science program. Is there an update on those?
At this time, staff has been working very closely with county staff, looking at some of the space that may be available in the library. So those conversations are continuing. And then coupled with that, we are working very closely with Ms. Chung. I know Mr. Chadwick is working with her and staff. And as promised, we're going to bring back to the board proposals for how we move forward with your recommendation to make accommodations for the animals, the large animals there at the Career Center.
Okay. I kind of wonder, I see Mr. Chadwick looking like he might have a further comment. Oh, no. Oh, okay. You were just listening intently. Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Chadwick, you and I spoke recently about this. I think we're pretty much in sync.
You've done an outstanding job, Dr. Murphy. Thank you.
Again, thank you.
So I know that everybody's very tense this evening, but we rarely ever get anything in the school board office that's fun. And I have to say that these cookies of Snickers the pony and the chickens made my day, and they definitely would really appreciate staying at the Career Center. And we would like them to. So thank you.
Okay, you're not going to eat those, right?
I'll think about it.
I'm going to get a picture of you eating those. other questions or comments? No, thank you, Dr. Murphy. This microphone is... all right, and now we're at the public hearing section of the meeting. And this is a public hearing this evening on the superintendent's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2020. And before we call the speakers, I want to review the school board's adopted speaker guidelines and also just give a little kind of general factual review. So the superintendent proposes a budget, and he did that at the end of February. And then we set up a series of work sessions where we talked to different departments about the activities and the cuts and the impact of cuts or ads or things, because there are ads as well as cuts. And we also hear from the community. And we hear from the community through phone calls and emails and visits to our open office hours and in individual meetings over, lunch or coffee or something like that. So we start with the proposed budget, we listen, and then moving up towards April 11th, where we, the school board, has to propose our own budget. We will be thinking about what we've heard and discussing the ads and the potential reductions amongst ourselves, finally making some kind of decision and putting together a package for that we take to the county board and say, this is the way we propose to have a budget for next year. And that may involve a gap, and it may involve us going to the county board and saying, we need more money than the revenues that we expected, that we then built the budget on. But I just want to make clear that this is a proposed budget at this point, and the proposed budget has a gap, and there is a proposed set of cuts that the superintendent has articulated in the budget, that if we do not get extra money, these are cuts that he has proposed that we take. This is all up to the school board to do, and that's why we're listening to the community and reviewing with staff and kind of talking to each other and looking, within ourselves about what we think the impact of cuts and ads are. So it's a little confusing, I know, because people, see this word cut in the budget and they assume it's a done deal. It's not. It's a proposal. So I want to make sure everybody understands that. So let me go over the guidelines for speakers. School board welcomes public comment, allows comment at most regular board meetings. If you'd like to speak but have not signed up electronically, you must submit a speaker slip to the clerk before the agenda item you wish to speak on is called. So let me just clarify. If you're here to speak for the public hearing on the budget, that is this item now, and you need to get your speaker slip into the clerk if you have not already signed up online. Speakers are called in the order in which they sign up. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there's a timer to help you keep track of your time. The timer begins when the speaker starts speaking, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. Please take every effort to speak concisely and speak within the 2-minute limit. To ensure all speakers are understood, regardless of their native language, the board has made the following revision to current guidelines. If a speaker addresses the board in a language other than English and an interpreter is present, the speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the interpreter will have up to 2 additional minutes to translate the comments for the board. All comments should address matters related to Arlington Public Schools. Speakers should be courteous and address your comments to the entire school board. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments at meetings. If you have written comments, which we encourage, please give them to the clerk to distribute to the board. And we ask that the audience refrain from applauding, as that takes time away from our speakers, particularly tonight. I want to reemphasize that because we have such a full house that a set of applause after each speaker is just going to mean that we are here extra, extra late. I understand tonight we have a number of students who have signed up to speak during the public hearing. When we have student speakers, we invite them to speak first, so they do not have to stay out too late on a school night. Once all of the students have had a turn, we will call the remaining speakers up in the order that your speaker request was received. There has been no limit on the number of speakers that we're hearing during the public hearing, although the limit is for everyone 2 minutes. So I invite any students who have signed up to speak to line up at the yellow speaker sign, and we will take your comments first. And please be sure to state your name when you begin.
Waiting for everyone to settle in.
Alex Bennett.
All right.
All right, we're going to get started with the first speaker. I'd like to have everybody quiet down, please. Tanya, you have an addendum to my notes?
I do. In the spirit of American Sign Language, there's a way to clap. So I think if you do this, we're going to see that. And that will really help us move along. The board is very anxious to hear everyone this evening, to hear where your concerns are and your advocacies are. And when you clap, it takes away from what we hear. But we will see this, and we are teaching this to our kids in schools. So please clap in sign language.
Sir, the timer will start when you start.
My name is Alexander Bennett. I am a junior at Wakefield High School, and I am a member of the cohort program as well as STEM Club. I wanted to speak because I believe the positions of resource teacher for the gifted and equity and excellence counselor should continue to be a part of our schools. Personally, cohort and STEM Club have both provided me with a plethora of opportunities to realize my college and career options. Without the counseling of Ms. Malin, our research teacher for the gifted, I would not be able to take part in a multitude of activities and events to discover my now desired career as an engineer. It is also without her sponsorship of STEM Club and connection with experts in different fields that myself and other students would not be able to learn about the wide spectrum of career options out there. In regards to the position of Equity and Excellence Counselor, if it was not for the efforts of Mr. Beitler, the cohort program would not exist. In my own experience, cohort has provided me with both educational and emotional support. Every week, we minority males meet to discuss contemporary issues with our society. These meetings challenge us to think critically and speak openly about our own beliefs on these topics. In addition, with funding from our private sponsor, Mr. Ralph Johnson, our cohort classes are able to go on college tours and see the different opportunities for us available after high school. It is also Mr. Beitler's job to encourage us to challenge ourselves academically and support our ambitions in any way possible. Together, both of these positions greatly push students of color to reach their goals. This is especially true for the lower income students who otherwise would not be able to themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening and sharing your remarks with us. Timer will start when you start.
Hello, my name is Musa Yimmer. I'm one of the captains for the Wakefield crew team. I've been on the team for 4 years, and it has shaped me into the man that I am now. Throughout the years, I've learned confidence, leadership, and collaboration that will benefit me in the future. Unlike all the other sports that I've been involved in, this stood out to me the most. We are a co-ed team that accepts anyone that comes with an open mind to try new things. We all have a common goal and drive, and that's what bonds us. Additionally, rowing gives us Rowing gives us many additional opportunities in our community. One of the opportunities that stuck with me was Athletes Without Limits. Athletes Without Limits is a competitive adaptive rowing program for mentally and physically disabled athletes. Volunteering there has taught me to be more aware of my environment and be more selfless. This sport has bridged me to be mature about the way I perceive certain situations. Lastly, coming to this country only about 7 years ago, this sport has built me friendships and families that I will cherish for a long time. Like many of the rowers that I know, I have been blessed to get the option of getting recruited to be a college athlete. Never would I have thought I would get this amazing opportunity. This sport took an unfit, inexperienced freshman looking for a place to belong and found me the best people that I can have in my life. I'm so proud to call my teammates that came with me today my sisters and my brothers. I would do anything for them. Please continue the funding for the sport to give opportunities for the future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
I'm Colin. I'm with the Wakefield crew team. This morning I woke up at 4:40 in the morning to row on the Anacostia. I went to school, did all my classes, and came back to the river to practice again, and came straight here. I've been home in about 15 hours. I don't know of anything that would get me to do that besides crew. The sport has given me more drive or motivation than anything else probably ever will, and it's not just me. Currently, over 2,200 people have signed the petition to keep crew funded. All these people whose lives have been touched one way or another. For some students, this team has become their second home. This gives them a scholarship, gives them a reason to keep their grades up, a reason to even go to school. The effects of defunding crew will be felt much farther than APS foresees. Depriving upcoming rowers from this experience just isn't right. With these cuts, crew will be stigmatized once again as an elite sport, and kids who can't afford it simply won't be able to participate. To me, that doesn't seem like equity or inclusiveness. This is why I'm asking APS to reconsider.
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks this evening.
Hi, I'm Liz Kelly. I'm also with the Wakefield crew team. I'm a senior, and I've been on the crew team for 4 years. Over the past 4 years, crew has become such an important part of my life and the catalyst for a lot of personal growth. From rowing, I've learned so many valuable skills such as physical endurance, teamwork, responsibility, and time management. I have learned to work better with others and be more communicative and open, which has helped me in every aspect of my life. I've also created lasting friendships with pretty much everyone on the team that I know. For me personally, crew has also impacted where I go to college. In the fall, I will be rowing for a Division I women's crew team. Being on the Wakefield crew team has given me opportunities that I never thought would be possible for me, like being a scholarship athlete. In most high school sports, one has to start playing pretty early to develop the skills necessary to be successful by high school. But crew is so different in that you can pick it up later in life and have a good chance of success. Crew is unique in so many ways. The teamwork, the endurance demanded, the high-level academic success of our team as well, and the ability of all students to join. Like Mose mentioned, we have the adaptive rowing program. And so I ask you to continue the funding for the sports because it provides so many opportunities for growth to a many number of Arlington students, because by cutting the funding for our crew teams, it eliminates the amazing opportunities that the sport offers and makes it so that many can't afford to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Nance. I'm a senior at Wakefield High School and one of the captains of the crew team. As a young woman from a low-income, single-parented family, I'd pretty much accepted I wouldn't be going to college. However, crew changed all of that. I joined rowing because I was looking for a team sport. Instead, I found a family and a way to college. The support of the crew team goes to people like me who can't afford the full crew fees. Rowing is also a no-cut sport, making crew one of the most inclusive sports. I've seen people who join the crew team believing they are not an athlete, be built up by their teammates becoming what they thought was impossible. With the support of the crew team, I was able to receive a full ride to college, able to study whatever I want in return for doing what I love. I am excited and looking towards my future and will always return to see where it began right here with Wakefield Crew. Rowing gave me a future and I wouldn't have if financial aid was not available. It also gave me hope and a second family, and it continues to do so for every person who joins, no matter their race, background, or athletic ability. Crew quickly became my passion, and I have seen it become many of my teammates as well. Rowing is a lifelong sport that teaches you teamwork, leadership, and dedication. Just a couple of days ago, when I was in the hospital, my nurse told me stories of when he used to row and how he's still connected to his team. We rowers are everywhere, and we love our sport. It does not favor one person, rather it teaches discipline and a strong work ethic. It is not by luck that I am college-bound, but by hard work and the aid of the Crew team. Wakefield Crew gave me and others a future, and I hope it continues to do so for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Allison Lee, and I row at Yorktown High School. I'm currently a junior there also. I didn't start rowing until last year when my coach brought in a smaller boat into the gym one day because he was looking for new rowers. And I'm sure that most of you guys think Crew is like canoeing or kayaking, which everyone always compares it to. However, it's far from that. Crew is a high-intensity sport that draws upon the quiet strength that is within us all. For me, to row is to breathe. Before Crew, I was lost as a freshman at Yorktown. I didn't understand who I was or who I could become. But joining the Crew team gave me a confidence to pursue education at a top university. Each day, as I come off the river and tread towards the buses and ultimately to go home, I know I made something bigger than myself. Each rower on my team understands that, and I'm sure each rower everywhere understands that. We know that the hard work we put in is for something bigger than ourselves. Last year, our boat came second in the whole state of Virginia, with other Yorktown boats finishing in the top 3 in the races. I still carry around my medal sometimes because it's just so nice. We are one of the few sports at Yorktown that consistently goes to race at our national championships. Crew isn't a sport that you have to start at 6 years old to be any good at. And our best rowers didn't even start until 8th grade at the earliest. Crew teaches hard work, perseverance, and through the trials in the river and ultimately through the trials of life. I doubt that without the foundation Crew has built for me, I would have the courage to stand before you tonight. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much for addressing us with your comments this evening. Thanks for coming in.
Good evening, Dr. Murphy, school board members, and Arlington Public Schools faculty and staff. My name is Kristen Elaine. I am a junior at Washington Lee High School, and I am a Black female. The aforementioned fact may present as an obvious statement, but my racial identity is a factor that significantly affects my life. The former Minority Achievement Office, or the present Equity and Excellence Office, has become my safe space and my home away from home. I initially struggled with integration into the Washington Lee environment and found myself crying many afternoons in Mr. James' sample office after feeling disconnected as the only Black student in many of my IB, AP, and intensified courses. His knowledge of the school environment, amazing personality, and honesty has allowed me to become the student I am today. As humans, we encompass a variety of races, ethnicities, and experiences, and have specific needs. As minorities, our cultures and beliefs have already been cut from the American history, and it is important that we allow for knowledgeable and trusted adults to ensure that enculturation does not cause our minorities to disregard or cut their cultures from their identities in order to fit in. I surely hope that the presence of the many minority students sitting in the front rows here today is noticed by the APS School Board. It is truly powerful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your remarks this evening. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Febin Lema, and as a member of the United Minority Girls at Wakefield High School, I know firsthand the impacts the Office of Equity and Excellence has on students. A majority of my friends and I are the first in our family to attend college, even though our parents have little to no knowledge about the American style of education. For me specifically, my parents and I immigrated here in 2008 for the hopes of me getting a good education. Fortunately, in Arlington Public Schools, I have had the opportunity of obtaining a quality education for which I am more than grateful for. However, one of the things that have been a big help in getting to where I am here before you, with numerous college acceptances to top colleges and universities, is with the help of Mr. Beitler, the Equity and Excellence Coordinator at Wakefield High School, and Ms. Maitland, our gifted resource teacher. As a matter of fact, just at the beginning of the board meeting, I received my acceptance into Tufts University and waitlist at Harvard. But along with Mr. Beitler and Ms. Maitland, my sisters in United Minority Girls, and brothers in cohort, we were able to slowly figure out the long and strenuous process to reach the top of what seemed to be a never-ending mountain step by step. With that being said, I feel that the removal of the equity and excellence coordinators at all high schools will have a tremendous negative effect on hundreds of minorities students going forth. The impact that this office has had on my high school experience is one that I will never forget, even to the extent that it makes me scared to think that future minorities won't have the opportunity to have the same experience that I did. In light of all of this, I truly believe that the success and support of minorities in Arlington Public Schools is worth way more than the $330,000 that will be saved by removing such a significant, crucial, and beneficial position. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in this evening.
My name is Ruth Halasalasi, and I'm from Wakefield High School. And I'm a senior at Wakefield High School. There is a reason why you see so many people here today. The Office of Equity and Excellence has had a dramatic effect on many of our lives, including me and my friends. We've had some pretty rough times through high school, and through it all, it was our Equity and Excellence Coordinator that got us through it all. Something my friend Kayla said today sums it up pretty well. Diversity is not what makes Wakefield unique, it is what we have done with it. It's people like Alan Beitler, Wakefield's Equity and Excellence Coordinator, who make it their business to ensure that the minorities are represented and understood, who make sure that we feel safe and heard at all times, who make us aware of opportunities and scholarships we would otherwise not know about. I cannot imagine what my life would be like without the Office of Equity and Excellence, and frankly, I shouldn't have to. The people who are in this position have the power to influence the young minds of minority students unlike any other person in the school building. I know, for me, this person was the only person at my school building that I trusted and confided in. He was a person that understood what it meant to be the first in my family to attend a university and the pressures of being a Black immigrant young woman in America. He embraces our differences and tells us how beautiful they are, and although we might be a minority outside of those Wakefield walls, inside of his room, we are just us, kids, students, people. I urge you to reconsider the current budget proposal, as it would be doing a great disservice to the many of the families that you serve.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in this evening.
You can get into any college you want. It's just like fishing. You just gotta cast a vast net and wait for the fish. This is how Mr. Clisham, my college and scholarship advisor, told me I should reach for top schools in my college application process. Some of you may know my story. I was actually here 2 months ago. My name is Jose Palmerino Nima, and I attend Wakefield High School. I was also just mentioned today for our team's achievements in the MathWorks math modeling contest. 3 months ago, I was accepted to Columbia University with a full-ride scholarship. But it's not all my merit. Had it not been for Mr. Clisham's words of encouragement and his willingness to help me out with every small question I had, I, an immigrant, first-generation, Hispanic, low-income student, would not be standing here wearing this sweatshirt. Just like myself, many other minority students at Wakefield were given invaluable assistance in the college application process. Every day, whenever we have any worry or question about college or scholarships, both Mr. Beitler and Mr. Clisham help us out, ensuring that our future remains promising. That is why their jobs are valuable to our school and should be continued. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in this evening.
Hello, my name is Aiden Zerker, and I'm a freshman at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology. Thank you, members of the board, for giving me the opportunity to speak. It has come to my attention that you're considering either making students pay to use the bus to TJ or cutting Arlington's TJ program altogether. I would like to offer my opinion as an Arlingtonian and a TJ student. I believe that neither of these plans should be carried out. First, the TJ program is amazing. After years of being bored and unchallenged at school, my classmates and I have the opportunity to push ourselves and all the resources necessary. No school in Arlington or in most other place can offer as much as TJ can. This increases the appeal of Arlington as a school district. On top of that, TJ is one of the best gifted programs that allows students who are passionate about STEM to further their learning and creates an amazing community of students with similar interests. Lastly, it gives another option for students and is useful for all the same reasons as Arlington Tech and HB Woodlawn, if not more so. Second, students should not have to pay for buses. One only needs to look at how we handled the days when Arlington closed, but Fairfax didn't, to see that we are capable of getting to school without a bus. All that will happen if we must pay for buses is fewer people will ride the bus, which in turn causes the price to increase further, which make fewer people able to ride until no one is riding the bus. In the end, the bus drivers will be out of jobs, and we will miss a great opportunity to talk with our friends and be forced to either carpool with our parents or drive ourselves. In conclusion, while I understand Arlington needs the funds, cutting the TJ program or the bus is a bad idea. Thomas Jefferson is such a great opportunity for gifted students and increases Arlington Public Schools' appeal. If one must pay to use the buses, nobody will ride them, making it more difficult to get to school. I hope that you take all that in mind and keep the TJ program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening, sharing your remarks with us.
My name is Jason Klein, and I'm a freshman at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology as well. The last time I was here, last spring, I was with my robotics team from Williamsburg Middle School. Of all these friends, however, I'm the only one able to pursue their interest in STEM. My friends from last year are finding other interests, like marching band or drama, as our base school doesn't have a robotics team. When I heard that APS was thinking of not sending students to TJ, I instantly felt sad for all the students who are missing out on this amazing opportunity. Not only does TJ provide a vigorous, stimulating education, the clubs and groups that one can be a part of are unique and just not possible to have anywhere else. One of such clubs, called NanoSat, gets grants from large space companies such as NASA to build satellites and send them up into space. Is there any such program for students who would not be able to attend TJ? I truly love my school. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to attend a world-class science and technology-focused school like TJ. There is nothing truly like it in Arlington. APS does a great job getting kids interested in STEM. Please let us see our dreams through. TJ is available for all Arlingtonians, but many may not be able to attend if there's no busing to get us there. We don't have fancy busing. We have to change buses at least once to consolidate for the final leg of the journey. We don't have a late bus, but wow, do we really need the bus. When I miss the bus, it takes, just to get me there, it takes an hour out of my mom's day. And driving me there and back every day of the week is just too much. And I doubt other students' parents will be able to do that. So in sum, please continue to provide funding to send students to TJ.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming in, sharing your remarks.
My name is Anush Kemka, and I'm also a freshman at Thomas Jefferson High School. Through 6 months at Jefferson, I've experienced a challenging and stimulating environment, surrounded by 1,000 other like-minded students and opportunities found nowhere else. Although Arlington has excellent academic institutions in its own right, the opportunities that I find at TJ are completely unmatched. And to require parents to pay $3,000 annually for transportation would undoubtedly make it so that a large number of students would never get the chance to excel at Jefferson and utilize the opportunities it provides. I know for my family, both the cost and the possibility of not having a bus would be a nearly unbearable burden. Other counties have considered dropping funding for students to attend TJ, but in the end, they preserve the opportunity for students to attend TJ to receive the world-class education it provides. And today, I ask that we do the same. $140,000 is worth far more than denying me and 74 other students the opportunity to go to TJ and experience opportunities such as STEM programs and even other programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your remarks this evening.
Hello, my name is Ellie Walsh, and I'm a junior on the Washington Lee
I am a junior on the Washington League crew team. I am here to advocate for you to support crew and not cut its funding. I started crew in the 8th grade, which was unusual for me because I was never a sporty person. Even though crew is one of the most physically demanding sports, I immediately loved it the first time I got in a boat, and I decided to stick it out for the season. Learning to row is both physically and mentally challenging, as you are using muscles that you've never used before, and you have to learn to be exactly in sync with the person in front of you. I was on the Novice 4 in 8th grade, and I still remember the first time we rowed all 4. I never wanted to do anything else. We were actually synced and moving the boat for the first time. We rowed like that all the way to our final regatta, where we won the state championship. The hard work I did in 8th grade impacted me in ways that I didn't realize until after. I realized that my mood impacts the boat's success because my attitude affects how I row. In the boat, your teammates are also impacted by the way you row. If you're not trying your hardest, your boatmates aren't able to row well either. So when I'm at crew, I am always trying my hardest to row well and maintain a positive attitude, not just for myself, but also my teammates. I take this philosophy into my everyday life. When conflicts arise in group projects, I take a second to breathe and check my attitude before finding the solution for the issue. The commitment level that crew demands and the focus that it requires have taught me a countless number of other lessons that have made me a better rower and a better person. The lessons that I unknowingly learned my first year of crew built the foundation for the rest of my rowing successes. Every year since 8th grade, I've been on the medal dock at the state championships. Last year, we even rowed in Canada and won 3rd place in the junior 8 category. If you had told me on my first day of crew that these things would happen, I wouldn't believe you. But crew has opened a million doors for me, and I'm able to be my best self because of crew. Crew has been a huge impact on my life in all aspects, and cutting the budget would strip that opportunity for future kids. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening. Thank you for your remarks.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Daniel.
And I'm Bridget, and we are both 5th graders at Discovery Elementary School.
This year, we're supposed to go to the outdoor lab, and everyone in our grade is looking forward to this field trip. But after we go to the outdoor lab, the 4th graders are going to be asking us questions about it as they're doing now before we have even gone. But when they find out the news that they aren't going to the outdoor lab, they will not be happy. For instance, the 5th graders last year did not get to go to the outdoor lab because there was a big storm the day before and the outdoor lab got really messed up. Trees were down and some of them crashed onto the exhibits, and that caused a huge problem. About 10,000 students visit the 225-acre site in Fauquier County each year for lessons on biology, earth science, and astronomy. It is a very useful place for students to go, and I've been told and know myself it is a very fun experience. Also, please tell me what you're going to do with this space if you get rid of it, because it is a lot of ground. And not only are you taking away learning space, but you are taking away people's jobs. For all those reasons above, I believe you should keep the outdoor lab and all field trips for all kids.
I also believe that you should not take away the outdoor lab. My first reason is because 5th graders all around Arlington look forward to the outdoor lab and are so excited for it. Also, in science, my teacher always talks about what we are going to do and makes so many different references about how we are going to look at the stream to see if it's healthy or not, learn about the different types of snakes and the shedding process, etc. It's not just another museum or gallery, it's an adventure. This is why I believe you should keep the outdoor lab and take away something a little less important like our iPads, because we don't need those to learn. The outdoor lab is an amazing place, and every kid in Arlington deserves to go there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening, sharing your remarks with us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lucas Drogadas, and I'm a senior at Washington Lee High School. I moved to Arlington at the beginning of my junior year after living 9 years overseas, so I was completely unfamiliar with the area, the school, and the people. I got involved with sports to try and meet new people, so at first I tried ultimate frisbee, but even after a couple months, I couldn't get a connection or a sense of inclusivity from any of the players or the coaches. Even before moving here, I had explored the WNL crew program and found it intriguing and exciting. So when the coaches invited the students down to try the sport for the first time during Green Days, I jumped at the opportunity to give it a try. From then on, I participated in the conditioning program throughout the winter season and worked hard to catch up with the rest of the team. And instead of dismissing me and regarding the potential I showed early on in the conditioning season, the team members pushed me to get stronger and faster. I started on the novice boat, quickly moved up to the 2V, and eventually by the end of the season was rowing on the varsity boat, something that I would have never imagined could have happened on my first year rowing. Many of the most popular sports in the US are far more selective, non-inclusive, and elitist than crew will ever be. To be a part of any other top varsity team, whether it be soccer, football, or basketball, you must start playing by the time you're 5 or you won't stand a chance. That being said, crew teams are open to taking in kids, recognizing their potential, and putting them into situations where they can compete at the highest level they can. Crew has taught me teamwork, motivation, toughness, time management, leadership, humility, and discipline, and has been an essential part of my transition in moving to Arlington, and has given me lifelong friends and a chance to be a part of a program with legendary history. I hope the school board continues to support the crew program so other student athletes have the same opportunities I've had.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Kalia Riley. I attend Washington Lee High School, and I'm a senior. I was first introduced to Mr. Sample by my sister, who often spoke of a room at school where she felt accepted, loved, and comforted. Something I was really excited about going to high school was visiting this room and meeting Mr. Sample. What has Mr. Sample done for me? Well, what hasn't Mr. Sample done for me? I know that he has introduced and opened so many doors for me. He has helped me experience leaders. Should I keep going? He has helped me experience leadership in several different ways. Mr. Sample allowed me to strengthen my leadership skills for the past 2 years in our annual Black History Month Assembly. In our assemblies, I have been able to learn more about our culture and find comfort in being a minority in the school. Mr. Sample has welcomed students of all backgrounds, and his room is always open and full of students of different races and nationalities. His room is an open space to do homework, talk about current events, and an overall space of comfort. Mr. Sample has introduced me to some new friends that has been super beneficial to my growth. I am extremely thankful to Mr. Sample for all that he has endowed upon me, and I will forever cherish these lessons.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Hello, my name is Sion Mamo, and I'm currently a senior at Washington Lee High School. I would like to restate what has already been said and explain how damaging these cuts will be on future graduates. Without my Equity and Excellence Coordinator, Mr. James Sample, I would not be in the position I am today. Mr. Sample has organized many college trips for students like me who would not have otherwise been able to go on their own. He has given students the time and space to be able to express themselves, whether it is through listening or events like the Black History Month Assembly. In the budget on page 104, it states that the position was identified for reduction because coordinators do not teach a full course load and do not provide direct instruction to full classes throughout the day. Although Mr. Sample may not teach a full course load like my other teachers, he has taught many students to believe in themselves like he has taught me. He has taught me to be confident in my achievement and to not to undermine my abilities, which has led me to apply and get accepted into colleges I never thought would be possible for me. Although Mr. Sample may not provide direct instructions to full classes, he consistently has students in his office where he provides future growth opportunities and a safe space for us to come to. Mr. Sample, to me, is more than an Equity and Excellence Coordinator. He is a friend, a role model, and a mentor who I want other students to experience and get the support that I have received for the past 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your comments this evening. Excuse me, before you start, can I ask you if everything is okay in the back of the room? Sounds like it's okay. All right, please. Sorry to interrupt. Start whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Naomi Bergena, and I'm a senior at Washington Lee High School. On January 10th, 2019, I was recognized by the superintendent and the school board for receiving a Posse Scholarship to the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I can wholeheartedly stand before you and say that I would have never been in that position if it weren't for Mr. James Sample. Mr. James Sample is the Equity and Excellence Coordinator at Washington Lee High School. He has been a great mentor and friend to me throughout my 4 years at WNL. From the time that I walked through the doors as a freshman, Mr. Sample made it his mission to make sure that I not only achieve academically, but also find my place at WNL. I can honestly say that I would not be the confident and outspoken person that I am today if it weren't for him. Mr. Sample has changed the entire trajectory of me and my family's life, and I will forever be indebted to him for that. As a graduating senior, the 2020 fiscal year budget will not affect me. However, I urge you to reconsider your decision to eliminate the Office of Equity and Excellence for all of the students of color after me, who will inevitably suffer because of this. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Sample.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments this evening.
Hi, my name is Zaria Bartel. I just came back from the outdoor lab and had a very fun and educational time. My little sister's in 3rd grade, and I want her to have the same time and fun time that I had. Please keep funding the outdoor lab. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Hi, I'm obviously not a student. This is my daughter, Milana Bartel. She is Zaria's younger sister. She's in 3rd grade at Taylor Elementary. She kind of lost her nerve. So if I could just read her paragraph for her. They practice this on the drive here. You want to read it together? Hi, my name is Milana Bartel, and I go to Taylor Elementary. I'm in 3rd grade. Please don't close the outdoor lab. I'll be very sad if they do. My older sister in 5th grade came this year and had a very educational time. I would like to have the same experience as my sister. My friends and I are really looking forward to it. Love, Milana Bartel at Taylor Elementary.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Thank you all for coming in this evening. We appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Love, and I'm a co-captain of the women's varsity crew team at Yorktown High School. Throughout my 4 years on the team, I have found that crew not only benefits my physical well-being and provides a wonderful community, but also has given me a unique opportunity to spend time on the Potomac River during spring, summer, and fall seasons. I've seen blue herons, beavers, mallard ducks, and jumping fish. I've experienced the beauty of both the stillness and the roughness of the water. I've come to deeply appreciate this special natural resource that our community has. Unlike any other high school sport, being on the crew team has allowed me to be outdoors on the river over and over again and has played a role in my choice to study environmental science in college. Learning to row as a student is a gift. It allows one to be a lifelong rower and possibly a lifelong advocate for the local Potomac and Anacostia rivers. I've experienced firsthand how being a member of the Yorktown crew team can shape our minds as well as our bodies. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jackson Quinn. I'm captain of the men's varsity team, and I just wanted to share, like many others have before me, about my experiences with crew. I do believe that it is a life-changing experience for hundreds of students every year. Crew provides a program where students can learn skills like leadership, discipline, hard work, and I think that applies more than just on the crew, on the crew team and in the water. I think that goes into the classroom and into the future as we go to college and into our careers. Crew has personally changed me as a person. I used to be a very shy, young, small 9th grader. When I joined, I became a coxswain.
which is the little yelly guy in the front of the boat. And now I am clearly not as shy, or I could not see myself speaking to you guys when I was in 9th grade. And I have crew to thank for that, as well as the many friends that I have made throughout my years on the crew team that I have been with for 4 years now. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you for coming in this evening. Thank you for sharing your remarks with us.
Hi, my name is Faith Atugamanu, and I'm thankful for you guys listening to us. I know a lot of us were here, but I'm thankful that you guys are willing to listen to us. And I know this is a tough decision for you guys, and we're not saying we won't be willing to help. There's anything that you want us to do that will help fundraise, or anything you need us to do, we will do it. Because people like Mr. Beitler have inspired me. I grew up 12 years of my life in a place that said no. All the time said no, I could not do it. I was the only black in my classrooms. I was the only black in my SGA. I was the only black in my marching band before I moved to Arlington. And when I came to Arlington, I was like, I'm not doing it anymore. My voice will never be heard. And nobody listened to me. Mr. Beitler said what's wrong, and he listened. And he inspires me, he motivates me, and I'm first gen. My parents came from Nigeria, and I came from Nigeria too, so we can get an education so they can make opportunities. My parents are not living together so that I can have educational opportunities, and they want me to do well, but they just don't know how. They don't know how. They don't know anything about SATs, any opportunities, any scholarships. And I didn't know anything about like subject tests, like the simple stuff. How do you even sign up for an SAT? And when United Minorities Girls, they invited me, I was so happy because these girls, they want you to succeed. There's a support system. There's a support system that understands what you're going through and know how to help you. And my sister, who's a sophomore, she is excited to go into Minority Girls next year because she's worked so hard with her grades and her academics just so she can be in this group so she can get the help she needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your remarks this evening. Thanks for coming in. That's the end of the students. Okay, before we move on to the other non-student speakers, those of you who want to leave, why don't you take a couple of minutes to try and leave the room quietly. I do want to say, before the students leave, however, that I was very impressed with the way they brought their messages to the board. All of their remarks were concise, they were eloquent, they were heartfelt. And I was particularly impressed with the way the students stood to honor and respect other students' views, even though it wasn't their own topic and their own constituency that the students brought to the podium. So thank you very much. And we welcome you, we welcome students back to speak at future board meetings. And are we ready to hear the rest of the speakers?
I believe we are. I will call you up 3 at a time and ask you to line up again by the yellow sign that says speakers. I'm also displaying what I believe is the accurate list. I'm not sure I got all of the student names removed from it, though. So the first 3 speakers are Cynthia Hilton, William Gillen, and Thomas Sinkin.
Good evening. Concerned about a decades-long inequitable practice that exempted one county swimmer group from paying any fees to cover pool operating and maintenance or O&M costs, while the other group paid close to 100%, prompted the Aquatics Committee to develop a framework for recovering pool costs that is fair, simple, repeatable, transparent, and accountable. Had the framework been implemented this year, APS would have paid nothing to support the county's use of the pools, and fee rates would have been lowered 25% because all would have paid a fair share. Instead of using the framework, the county manager proposed an alternative cost recovery remedy that do not achieve these objectives and present a flawed approach that will perpetuate inequalities. First, the proposed O&M fee for its DPR user groups is based on the county's field use fee rather than pool costs. Second, the catch-up tax transfer is based on the CPI, which bears no relevance to O&M costs that have increased 61% in the past decade as APS opened 3 new pools, doubling capacity and usage. Consider that the manager's proposals continue reliance on APS as the main source of tax support for county usage and the use of 2 fee scales that charge one community user group more than another. The committee has engaged its stakeholders about this issue that overwhelmingly believe that all pool users should be charged fees that are based on the same scale and tax support discounts. A majority are also concerned that APS provides tax support for county pool use. It is imperative that the county put more funding on the table beginning this year. Please ask them for this. And if fees continue to be part of the revenue stream, all community swimmers must pay using the same fee scale. Parity cannot be achieved with 2 fee scales that condone or perpetuate differential treatment of one county user group over another.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Cynthia, for coming in this evening.
Mr. Gillen?
Good evening. I'm Bill Gillen, and that's kind of a hard act to follow with everybody that came out here today. I'm here in support and on behalf of the high school rowing teams, and you know we're asking that you don't take the superintendent's recommendation to defund crew. We see that there are a number of cuts proposed in the budget that will negatively affect students' well-being and opportunities, and we're sympathetic to all of them. I'm only calling out this one tonight, but there are many, and you see that there's sympathy here for these things. We have lobbied the county board. We're lobbying you. We hope that the county board that advertised the 2.75 will give a disproportionate amount to the schools. What we wanted to do tonight is make everybody understand the value that crew provides, and it's really about opportunities and student well-being. And I'd ask, as you guys look at these things, you tie it back to the strategic goals the school has set: student success, multiple pathways for that, student well-being, and even partnerships, the boosters and what they raise. For every dollar that you guys put in for crew, boosters raise 3 to 4 times that. And this is not about an elitist sport. You heard here, in Arlington, it's not elitist. The boosters, they take their money and they use part of that money to go ahead and subsidize and give kids who can't afford it the ability to do crew. So this is really about opportunities. D1 and D2 schools, there are more scholarships per school that does rowing than anything else in women's rowing. So, I mean, these are opportunities that we can't set aside. You heard all the things. The kids said it so much more eloquently than I can. We understand these are hard budget times. We just ask that the cost savings that we garner are commensurate with the value that we give up and the impact that students will get and all of us will get. And I guess the second ask we'd have is we understand that cuts may have to be made. And if they are made, then we'd ask if they have to be taken out of athletics, they would ask that they be done equitably. And we don't defund one program and not spread it around. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks for coming in this evening.
And as Mr. Simkin comes forward, the next 3 speakers are Joe Walsh, Levi Novi, and Blaine McLaughlin.
Good evening.
Hello. As William said, a very hard act to follow those kids. I think they were terrific. So I'm almost tempted not to say anything at all, but I did come all this way and I did wait. So I hope you'll allow me to make a few points that I think amplify what you heard from some of those students who spoke so eloquently about TJ. I'm an Arlington parent. I first moved to Arlington over 30 years ago. I'm now a PTA vice president at Williamsburg Middle School. And I, too, am very concerned about what seem to be draconian cuts in the proposed 2020 school budget. They'll have a negative impact on all Arlington kids, clearly, but they seem to have perhaps a disproportionate negative impact on Arlington's gifted and talented kids, who, as you know, make up over 30% of the Arlington student body. And I do agree that the cruelest cut of all is the proposal to slam the door on Arlington kids' dream of attending the Thomas Jefferson School for Science and Technology, which, as you know, is the single best STEM high school in the United States. I understand that head for head, it actually costs less for Arlington to send a kid to TJ in comparison to the average cost to Arlington to keep a kid in the Arlington school system. Moreover, since we're concerned about overcrowding in Arlington schools, any off-flow chance that we get makes sense, and TJ helps serve that purpose. One other point to make, the impact of cutting TJ will not only hurt Arlington kids, but think about all these Amazon parents who are going to be moving to the area. They're going to be strongly interested in the STEM education here, and particularly the opportunity that TJ offers. If we want them to stay here in Arlington, as opposed to Fairfax, pay their property taxes here, and support our schools, I think we have to make sure we keep that option for all Arlington kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks coming in this evening.
Good evening. My name is Joe Walsh, and I'm the president of the Washington Lee Crew Boosters Association. Thank you so much for the opportunity to stand here in support of the Crew program and the funding for it. But I don't stand alone. I'm here with members of the Wakefield, Yorktown, and Washington Lee Crew programs. We are galvanized in our fervent belief that defunding one of the largest varsity programs in Arlington is a mistake. The proposed budget cut will be detrimental and disproportionate to a varsity sport with over 270 athletes across the high schools, middle schools, and HB Woodlawn programs. The impact will be potential to make Crew out of reach for many students and cause hardship for parents who are already putting up 4 times the funding of Arlington to support their kids, and 10 to 20 times the funding of other sports like basketball or football. Tonight, you've heard many great things about Crew, and one of the things I'm passionate about is that it's a success in providing opportunities for kids with disabilities and all abilities. We are especially proud that we routinely have students with disabilities who are able to letter in a varsity sport in high school. That's a wonderful impact to have. The impact of the budget cuts will place an undue hardship on the Crew teams, including increasing the burden to parents who are already largely funding the Crew program. This may also carry over to our scholarship program for low-income families. You will force volunteer booster organizations to undertake responsibility that the school system excels at, like hiring and training coaches, providing transportation, and using economies of scale for insurance. Transportation was mandated by Arlington in the 70s after a van carrying rowers down to the boathouse overturned on the parkway. Mr. Superintendent, members of the board, support Crew. Please don't defund it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in this evening and sharing your remarks with us.
Good evening. My name is Levi Novi. I am a parent who has a daughter attending Gunston Middle School. I also serve as the chair of the Superintendent's Advisory Committee on Sustainability. Tonight I'm here to thank Dr. Murphy, the school board, and Arlington Public Schools for their support of sustainability as a vital aspect of teaching, learning, and operations for the school system. For the past 3 years, the APS budget has supported a small but high-impact sustainability liaison program. Here's how it works. Teachers at Arlington Public Schools with an interest in sustainability and conservation are given a small stipend in exchange for making an extra effort over the course of the year to engage students and staff in projects, activities, and clubs that help protect the environment. Current and past projects focus on efforts such as improving schoolyard landscapes, gardens and habitats, reducing waste and recycling, promoting walking and biking to school, energy conservation, and monitoring stream quality. We piloted the program in 2016 with 10 schools, and this school year have expanded to 18 schools. The impact is growing. We are pleased to see that support for the program and the superintendent's draft 2019-20 budget will ensure that it continues and grows stronger. In addition to providing a valuable dimension to APS's emphasis on supporting the whole child, the thousands of students who have been engaged by this program have also become stewards for their schools, their communities, and the earth. As they journey through their APS experience, many are also developing the environmental literacy and knowledge that will make them better fit to serve and thrive in the jobs of today and the future. In short, they will make Arlington proud. Along those lines, I would also like to lend my personal support and the committee's for continued funding of the outdoor lab. We believe that the lab provides students with a unique experience that will not be easy to replace. Thank you again for your support, and we look forward to continue helping making Arlington Public Schools more sustainable.
Thank you, Mr. Novi. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you to the school board for the opportunity to speak about equal treatment for after-school sports. My name is Blaine McLaughlin. I'm an Arlington parent of 3 children in the APS system and a women's crew team member at Yorktown. I applaud Superintendent Murphy and the APS staff for focusing on preserving instructional programs in a tight budget year and every year. But I'm deeply troubled by a budget that targets eliminating a single high school sport with roughly 270 student athletes that only cost $130,000 a year while spending millions of dollars to fully fund dozens of other school sports such as football, cheerleading, golf, theater, and forensics. Even more problematic is the budget actually has a proposal for a $90,000 increase in funding for golf and a handful of other sports while completely eliminating crew. We, the people of Arlington, have chosen to pay for school sports as part of our community investment, but we have not asked our county or school leaders to discriminate against a single sport, a sport with one of the highest levels of participation, most gender diversity, highest college scholarship rates, and lowest APS funded cost per participant. As parents already cover roughly 3/4 of the cost, as you heard from some of the other speakers. This is one of our most efficient expenditures in the budget. It's an excellent return on our investment dollars. I did request student participation metrics and operating capital from the budget office, but those were not available for this presentation today. In closing, shifting the remaining costs from APS to families is unfair and inappropriate unless we apply similar budget cuts to every after-school sport and activity. Furthermore, costs will be much higher for privately sourced coaching, bus, and insurance services, and we would lose a key strength of the APS crew program, that APS staff involvement ensures quality and consistency. Removing the stringent personnel reviews, buying power, and administration of APS will put our students' safety and compliance with APS policies at risk. It is imperative that APS continue as the provider of these services regardless of the funding sources, even if they're coming from places other than the APS budget. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your remarks with us this evening.
And our next 3 speakers are Joellen Klein, Mary McLean, and Ann Paris.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide input on this year's budget cycle. My name is Joellen Klein, and I am here today as the mom of an APS student who is a freshman at the Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology. I urge you to retain current levels of funding so our students continue to have the opportunity to attend TJ, which is a world-class institution. It's a STEM-focused school. It's what we train them for. I strongly oppose proposals to limit access to TJ, either directly or indirectly, by cutting the much-needed bus. It would literally be 2 hours round trip for a lot of families to get their kids to and from school each day, and that's just too much for many families, most of us with 2 parents working. As you know, TJ is a governor's school. It's located in Alexandria. It has a specialized and advanced, gifted and talented, STEM-driven curriculum that draws talented students from multiple counties all across Northern Virginia. Motivated and hardworking students go through a multi-step application process in hopes of being offered a seat at TJ. During their 8th grade year, applicants grind through multiple tests, write essays, submit grades. As 8th graders, they go find their teachers and they ask for evaluations and recommendations from them, all in the hopes of earning an opportunity to attend and work their tails off at this incredible institution. Arlington does a phenomenal job of getting our students interested in STEM. Let them try to take their dreams to the next level by attending a school like TJ. Those same kids who participate in our robotics teams, Odysseys of the Mind, math dice teams, science fairs, you name it, they deserve the opportunity to apply to and participate in the unique world-class opportunity that TJ presents, and they represent our county proudly and well. They are the Arlington kids. They are one. They come off that Arlington bus, and they are the Arlington kids. They sit in their classes together, and they really do us right. We should be proud of them and not be cutting their funding. There is no substitute for TJ and APS, and it really should retain all of its funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments this evening.
Ms. McLean?
I'm glad to have this opportunity to speak to the value of the outdoor lab. I have 3 children who've gone all the way through the Arlington County Public Schools. As a parent of 2 boys, 2 girls, does it really matter? Of 3 children, I took every opportunity to be a chaperone at the lab. I wouldn't let my husband go. I fell in love with the lab when my Claire went there as a kindergartner. I survived, okay. I had a lot of fun at the overnights. It should have been 3. I have one daughter who has still not gotten over not getting to go. I even got to go with the high school AP Envi science class to see the health of the stream at the lab. The lab gave my children what I love. I even gave my eldest to the lab. Many students who've already left, and maybe some of you parents know Claire McLean. She worked as one of the lab's teacher, naturalist, bushwhackers, and also the person who took care of the animals and rescued little Stumpy. I'm an environmental educator, and I always wear a hat that shows all the things that I'm proud of. Not enough time tonight. But I do work with all ages. The itty-bitties that I have to crouch to, and adults. At the lab, we all can experience the way that humans were evolved to learn. All of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Before Ms. Paris speaks, the next 3 are Finch Collins, Darren and Sarah Donahue, and Ralph Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Ann Paris, and I'm an APS parent. The school board's recently adopted strategic plan, you're no doubt familiar with, includes the core value of excellence. We should, and I quote, ensure all students receive an exemplary education that is academically challenging and meets their social and emotional needs. This goal applies to all students, including the highly gifted ones whose needs are seldom fully met, even in the best differentiated classroom. However, I have good news. It is Arlington's good fortune to be located in Northern Virginia. There is a governor's school for science and technology in Northern Virginia for Northern Virginian students. While it is administered by Fairfax County, Thomas Jefferson High School was founded as a regional magnet school and received support from the Virginia Department of Education for that purpose. Students with the interest, dedication, and ability to attend the school get one of the best STEM educations, if not the best, in the country. That would certainly meet the APS core value of excellence. Frankly, it defies reason that APS would consider not sending students to TJ. We should not only send students, but also promote this amazing opportunity and celebrate the successes of the Arlington students who attend. We should advertise this option to all families, starting in elementary school, and we should certainly provide transportation so that TJ isn't available only to affluent families who can drive or pay for bus service. There is a great deal of confusion and misinformation in our community about TJ. I implore board members and other decision makers to visit the school and see the high-tech labs and college-level research the students are doing. There's no way APS could replicate the exceptional education that TJ provides, and by sending qualified students there, we don't have to. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Finch Collins. You just heard from my mom. I'm currently a sophomore at Brown University, and I graduated from Thomas Jefferson as the class of 2017. Is that feedback? I'd like to speak briefly on my experience attending TJ as an Arlington student to address why Arlington's continued participation in TJ is the best option for ensuring Arlington students are able to pursue academically challenging and fulfilling high school experiences. My time in the Arlington school system was punctuated by occasional valiant but ultimately unfulfilling attempts to challenge gifted students. Differentiated classrooms and small pull-out groups were inconsistent. Specialists came and went and never added up to a coherent program. I'd like to make a quick note about these discussions of gifted education before I continue. Often, gifted education gets pitted against efforts to ensure that all students, regardless of background, circumstance, and ability, succeed in the classroom. I do not think the efforts need to be mutually exclusive in discussions of school system priorities. My experience with TJ might not be what you'd expect. TJ is first and foremost a STEM school and one of the best in the country, but that is not why I stayed. Like many other students, I considered leaving TJ and returning to Yorktown when times got tough. I stayed because TJ provides an environment where students are encouraged to be passionate about academics and committed to their extracurriculars. I stayed because of the excellent marching band and the humanities teachers who encouraged me to look beyond science, technology, engineering, and math. I am not going into a career in science, but that is not all that TJ prepared me for. TJ prepared me to work hard at what I wanted to learn and gave me the infrastructure to create my own path. The TJ program has a depth, breadth, and permanence that comes from its unique position as a governor's school for Northern Virginia. Arlington cannot hope to match the level of engagement TJ provides to students. It simply does not have the resources to invest in building such a program and continue ensuring that students from disadvantaged and underserved backgrounds are given the structures that they need. TJ is without equivalence, and Arlington students benefit from its continued accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Donahue, and this is my husband, Darren Donahue, and we're both here because Crew is truly a family endeavor. Any of the parents here know that you have to be all in to be a Crew parent. I really don't want to have to follow what the kids said because I think that they said it all tonight. I was very touched by their just very heartfelt words, but I wanted to fill in a little bit with some of the statistics, which I think might sort of resonate with members. So for Yorktown, you might not be aware that we have kids from Yorktown, but also HB, Arlington Tech, Williamsburg, and Swanson. There's other middle schools that are also represented, so we are truly welcoming kids from many, many different schools. As you've heard tonight, parents pay approximately 75 to 80% of the cost to participate, but the reduction in funding would have a devastating impact because your buying power is so much greater than our parent groups could ever be. Current APS funding for transportation only provides enough at Yorktown for the kids to get home from practice. The parents pay for the kids to get there safely on buses, and it costs $20,000 for us to do that. But Yorktown Crew can have 95 students participate at a regatta. That is not the same as other sports. Where there's a lot of kids on the bench. We have kids practice and compete. Just last year, there were 26 out of 27 varsity girls who received the VHSL Academic Excellence Award. And little brag, both my girls received that. But that is very impressive. These kids work very hard, but they also keep their academics in check. Yorktown consistently has boats that compete on a national level. How many of our teams are on a national level? And that's true for Wakefield and Yorktown. I'm getting out of time, but what I wanted to do is submit these sort of statistics for you to review later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please do submit the written material.
Before Mr. Johnson starts, the next three speakers are Patrick Kerwin, Emily Vincent, and Catherine Lee.
Hi, I'm Ralph Johnson. My wife and I sponsor a cohort in United Minority Girls at Wakefield High School. These two programs are led by the Equity and Excellence Coordinator, or used to be called the Minority Achievement Coordinator, whose main focus is to guide minority boys and girls through their high school years, challenging them to take the hardest courses, to study hard, and commit themselves to a path to college. The success of this program is unprecedented. Since cohort began in 2000, 358 cohort members have graduated, and 93% have gone to college. Many of these have never been a college person in their family. Over 500 girls have been members of the United Minority Girls, and 97% have gone on to college. Other public school systems have come to us asking us, how have we been so successful, as they wish to implement the same program in their school systems. But now the equity and excellence position is being proposed for elimination. When this position is eliminated, cohort and UMG are eliminated as well. This is a privately funded program, and it requires a counselor to lead it. No longer will there be weekly pizza for members to share as they discuss their futures. No longer will there be bus trips to visit colleges. No longer will there be payments made for tests and college fees. It will all end. In the APS mission statement, it says, the Office of Equity and Excellence advances high expectations, facilitates equitable access, and remedies opportunity gaps for Black and Latino students. By eliminating this position, ending cohort and UMG, what are we saying to the minority students in Arlington? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, thank you very much for your generous contributions to Arlington Public Schools.
Sorry, we missed one speaker, Mr. Hui, is it? Thank you. Yeah, we'll let him go ahead. His slip got mixed up and he was higher up on the list.
Hello, board members. My name is Jonathan Hui. My wife, Katie, and I are proud parents of Eliza and Harrison, aged 5 and 4. They're students at Drew Montessori. Next year, they will attend the Montessori Public School of Arlington. Last year, I brought Eliza's class picture to highlight diversity in her class. Today, I have numbers. In her class, 29% were African Americans, 22% Hispanics, 9% Asians, 13% multi-ethnic. That's a total of 73%. In addition, 48% of the students were economically disadvantaged. The proposed cuts will further eliminate Montessori assistance. This is on top of the painful cuts last year. My children's class will be impacted by the cuts as they advance further in Arlington Montessori. The quality of the education will suffer despite the teachers and assistants putting in their 120%. This is not sustainable. You can drive on a spare tire for only so long before you invite disaster. These cuts will disproportionately impact minorities. How is that equitable? My children will put in the same effort as others, but they will receive an education that will fall short of what a Montessori accreditation will require due to the absence of assistance. Parents of a 3-year-old must pay tuition on a sliding scale to attend Arlington Montessori. Minority families lack resources, but we're spending our hard-earned money because we believe in Montessori, and Arlington Montessori is our only affordable option. Isn't one of the goals as a society to eliminate the wealth gap? As the 5th richest county in America, what message would these cuts send to the world? Minorities and immigrants like myself have hopes that education is a great equalizer. Please keep our hopes alive. Support and fully fund Arlington Montessori. My children and their classmates deserve equity in the quality of their education. Close the gap, don't widen it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in this evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Kerwin, and I'm also speaking for the Montessori program at Drew. The Montessori School at Drew is a wonderful, fragile success story for Arlington Public Schools. This is despite having dedicated assistants cut out of the budget last year, despite not meeting accreditation standards, and despite having the Spanish language lessons cut as well, making the Montessori School the only Arlington Public School without Spanish. The success stories that my children, aged 5 and 8, actually surprised me with how they are advancing in their schoolwork with reading, phonics, spelling, other elementary curriculum, and in becoming self-sufficient as well as learning social skills in what has to be the most socioeconomic and racially diverse student body in the region. Please do not cut funding for the dedicated Montessori assistants. As the lead teacher works with a small group of children, the dedicated assistant is supporting the other children with their curriculum. The dedicated assistant is necessary to allow the lead teacher this time to focus. The lead teacher has to implement the curriculum for 2 to 3 grade levels every year and should not be overloaded beyond this by the lack of assistance or shuffling assistants around. Dedicated assistants facilitate the no-stress, smooth operation of the classroom. Without them, lead teachers could not follow a true Montessori pedagogy and would face burnout and destroy a fragile balance that is still working successfully. Everyone will suffer. I am an art teacher, and I sometimes have 4 assistants in my classroom, and it's still impossible to serve the children. So what these teachers, lead teachers, and 1 assistant is doing is a remarkable job. We now have a standalone Montessori school, and as a taxpayer and having paid into the early tuition of the Montessori program, I will not settle for a substandard Montessori program. I not only hope for Montessori accreditation, but expect it as well. According to the application data for the school year 2018 to 19, at Drew Model School only, there are 489 children on the wait list for 49 seats. There is a significant number of children on the wait list for the satellite Montessori schools as well. These figures show the immense interest Arlington residents and taxpayers have in the program. Arlington is growing, Amazon is coming. We need to focus on growing the program, not making cuts to a successful program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming in this evening and sharing your remarks with us. Good evening.
Good evening. The proposed cuts send a message about our priorities and about how we value the diversity we celebrate. When we raise up the outdoor lab as an example of the unique programs that make APS amazing on page 14, and then propose cutting that program entirely on page 99, we sound hypocritical. The same is true for our equity efforts. Please ensure accurate use of the words equality, everyone gets the same thing, and equity, everyone gets what they need. The word equity is used incorrectly many times in the budget document and on the APS website. 2 weeks ago, the diversity report was presented, and great enthusiasm was expressed for its framework to improve equity in Arlington schools. And now, proposed Tier 2 cuts eliminate all 5 equity and excellence positions in the Department of Teaching and Learning in the high schools. The proposed budget suggests PTAs as potential avenues for covering field trips and sports transportation. An assumption that parents can pick up the gap is ignorant of the significant funding disparities among PTAs in Arlington. PTA expenses in the 17-18 fiscal year ranged from $20,000 to $190,000, reflecting the economic segregation that exists in our schools. Expecting PTAs to absorb budget cuts will further exacerbate these disparities. I know that budgets are complex, but equity is not a convenience or a luxury program that we only pursue when we have extra funding available. It is a necessity for the well-being of our students and should happen no matter the depth of our budget. Please have your advisory groups and staff take an equity lens to the entire budget before determining which cuts to take. You have experts at your disposal who can advise you about the ways these cuts are likely to affect disadvantaged students more than others and how that might be mitigated. Parents and communities of color should be given priority as their students' lived experiences deserve greater weight when considering how budget cuts might affect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for coming in this evening.
Now, our next speaker on the list is Catherine Lee, but it looks like she's not here. So the next 3 are Nicole Gustafson, Casey Hoffman-Blaylock, and Robert Herring.
Hi, my name is Nicole Gustafson, and I am an elementary school librarian. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the proposal to eliminate library assistants. On Wednesday morning, I was in the library when I heard an incredible racket coming from the hallway. There were shouts of glee and groans of disappointment. Groups of kids were huddled around the bulletin board where the latest March Book Madness results had just been posted. The buzz in the air was electrifying. These kids were all talking about books, not video games, books. And they couldn't wait to see if their favorites had moved on in the tournament to the next round. At lunch, a group of 5th graders was in the library working with Sphero robots. They were putting the finishing touches on their code before the big chariot race, trying to improve their design to shave off a couple seconds of time. That afternoon, fourth graders were using the Padlet app to create awesome 8 pages on the Virginia regions as a review for the upcoming SOLs. The project was a tie-in to an author visit earlier that month. Libraries today are busy, engaging, and sometimes noisy spaces where kids love to be. It is a place where they have a chance to be creative, to problem solve, to escape, to feel nurtured, and to learn. Sorry. I'm exceedingly proud of the experiences that we offer students. However, programs like this we would not be able to continue without the full support of library assistants. Library assistants work alongside librarians in every aspect of the program. They provide direct support to students, parents, teachers, and their work is essential to a successful library. To say that the elimination of library assistants would have minimal impact on instruction is inaccurate. This cut would severely reduce access for students, and without a doubt, it would negatively impact instruction. It's also counter to the APS strategic goals of inclusion, excellence, and innovation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole, for coming in this evening.
Hi, my name is Casey Hoffman-Blaylock. I'm the librarian at the Stratford program. I actually don't have an assistant. I'm only half-time, but I can speak to what a library program looks like with and without an assistant. I guess you can kind of consider me the ghost of Christmas past. I've been in education for 15 years, 11 in the library. I have a dual master's in curriculum and librarianship. I always knew that I wanted to go directly into the school library because I knew no other place that could affect personal learning and the method in which students learn like a library program. But it hasn't been an easy program to work in. I've been through budget cuts in different states for different reasons several times, and we all did our best to push through. I was helping teachers to incorporate information literacy into their curriculum using project-based learning. I was collaborating with teachers and co-teaching beside them when they didn't feel comfortable in a unit. I was teaching efficiency and resource management and data use to school personnel. Library programs truly champion student success. But I would sit back in awe of my library assistants because they were doing the quiet and daily, and I often felt more meaningful work that I couldn't do when I was in a meeting or with a class, which was often. I would see them gently take a student's hand and lead them to a book that would be cherished forever. Know personal details of every student in the school. Console a student who felt bad when a book got damaged or lost. Be there at lunchtime when a student really didn't want to go to recess. Fix a student's hair before school started. They are not only the keepers of our books, but a big part of our educational family. I know you have hard decisions to make, but in my experience, these cuts would be made and then almost instantly regretted. The schools that could afford it would direct personnel back to the library, creating a hole and creating an equity issue across the district. This is not what we want for Arlington students. Assistant hours have already been cut for next year, amounting to over a month of working hours. Please look elsewhere for additional cuts.
Thank you, Casey. Thanks for coming in this evening.
All right, it looks like Mr. Herring may not be here, so the next 3 speakers are Nicole Merline, Mark Golden, and Karen Bentall.
Thank you. Chairman Goldstein, members of the board, thank you so much for allowing us to speak here today. My name is Nicole Merline, and I'm a current Arlington resident and alumni of the K-12 Arlington Public School System, and I'm here to speak in support of the Outdoor Lab. I was never your typical A student. I went through our hyper-competitive school system with severe ADHD. Many children learn in 3 different ways: audibly, visibly, or physically. For students with attention deficit or hyperactivity, which is increasingly common in this day and age, that physical learning and doing is extremely important. There are 2 or 3 things I remember from ATS. 2 are from specific teachers, which were not replicated across all of Arlington Public Schools. And then the one thing that I'll never forget, and neither will anyone else that's gone through Arlington Public School systems, is their experience at the Outdoor Lab. Whether it was learning about levers and pulleys and physically getting myself pulleyed up a flagpole on a tire, or the horror of missing the 5th grade overnight stay due to the sniper threat, or finding out water quality based on the types of critters we were able to find in local streams. The physical nature of the Outdoor Lab was able to teach us children in a way that cannot be replicated in any other setting. For those who need to touch and feel and experience in order to learn, this was the difference in being inspired as a student with ADHD in the sciences. As we increasingly rely on screens to teach us and more children suffer through attention deficit, the act of doing is vitally important in maintaining interest in STEAM education. I urge you to maintain funding for the outdoor lab. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for coming in this evening, sharing your remarks with us.
Good evening. My name is Mark Golden. I'm a proud Arlington resident and dad. My son Josh is a ninth grader at TJ High School, and I'm here to advocate the board fully to fund TJ on behalf of Josh, on behalf of his teammate and classmate, William McLaughlin, and on behalf of many future Arlington students that will have the privilege and the honor to go to TJ. So if Josh and William were here, and they couldn't be here, they're very sorry because they had a very late crew practice, TJ group practice. They would speak very passionately about how special TJ is, because as the students before me and some of the parents before me, they explain that TJ is one of the top STEM schools, and it's a community that is just not matched here in Arlington. And the fact that the boys can be part of that community and they can enrich their classroom experience by doing things like curricular band, which they both do. They couldn't do that at Arlington Tech and do curricular band. It just doesn't work, but they can do that at TJ, as well as do things like band, and Josh does wrestling. So it's just this overall fabric of a community that makes it so special. But they're not here, I'm here, and so I want to speak about dollars and cents. This is a budget meeting. I've got 40 seconds left. So Mr. Sinkin earlier made the point that TJ costs less per student. It costs the county, Arlington County, $5,000 by the fiscal year 2019 figures, $5,000 less for each student that Arlington sends to TJ. So if anything, we should be sending more students to TJ and save $5,000 for those students, and then with the money we save, we can fully fund crew for all the Arlington students. I got 5 seconds on the bus budget, the $140,000. That represents 2/100ths% of the overall budget. So why not fund that?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in this evening.
All right, before Ms. Benthall starts, the next three are Nicholas Gartner, Jackie Pippins, and Jerry Collins.
Good evening. My name is Karen Benthall, and I'm a student at the Faculty of Education at the University of Cambridge. I've taken a year's study leave from APS to study there full-time, and I'm back here on spring break. I had to come here this evening to let you know how proud I am to talk about Arlington Public Schools during discussions about some of the most difficult challenges facing educators worldwide. But before I reveal the ways in which APS has impressed my fellow scholars, I'd like to set the context with 2 points. First, it is a truth universally acknowledged that the more students read for pleasure, the more successful they are in academics and in life. Decades of research supports this. And 2, exciting research about the biliterate brain outlined in the book Reader Come Home reveals the importance of learning reading skills in both print and digital formats. Or as one student puts it, books slow me down and make me think, and the internet speeds me up. Each form, print and digital, has its place. And it is in this area that there is unanimous admiration among my fellow scholars at Cambridge when I talk about APS libraries. I am so proud to say that no student here is ever left without a book of their choice. I realize we are faced with difficult budgetary decisions, but we cannot afford to eliminate the elementary library assistants because they are the people who ensure that no child is left without a book in their backpack. If our neighbors in Prince William County schools can commit to library assistance while spending significantly less per student than Arlington does, then I think we can do so too. The elimination of elementary library... Thank you.
Thank
My
you
time
so
is
much.
up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you.
in this evening.
Thank you.
We appreciate your remarks.
Thank you. So it looks like Nick Gartner's not here. Is Jackie Pippins here?
Good evening, school board and colleagues. I'm Jackie Pippins. I'm the school library media specialist at Barcroft Elementary School. I've lived in Arlington my entire life, and I'm a parent of two boys at W&L. I'm here to urge you to remove the Tier 2 budget cut, eliminating elementary school library assistants. The elimination of this instructional support position will critically harm literacy programs for our youngest students, but particularly those students who are English language learners, our special needs students, and our at-risk students. The library assistant at my elementary and at most elementaries across the county sees each student one-on-one for a few minutes during checkout time, weekly, but often more frequently. And they support these children's reading goals. If this job is cut, you will lose that one person who sees those children every day or every week. But the library assistant support is crucial to children who may have learning differences, who have social or emotional growth issues, or just a language issue, or just may need more time to form the words to ask for that dog man book. Library assistants instruct during library lessons. They often help one-on-one, small or in small groups, navigating our wonderful APS technology resources. They guide students who have difficulty accessing the library lesson or who may just have difficulty sitting for a read aloud. They often make the difference a child needs to participate fully with their class.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening.
All right, before Mr. Collins, the next three speakers are Jen Atkin, Eva Fadell, and Michael Molesky. You ready? Yep.
Board members, Dr. Murphy, I'm Jerry Collins, past president of the Arlington Education Association, and I'm speaking here tonight on behalf of Josh Folb, the AEA Compensation Committee Chair, who's in Richmond attending the VEA convention. And by the way, it's nice to see you all again.
Nice to see you, Jerry.
So on behalf of Josh, I'd like to thank the superintendent for including the AEA COLA proposal in the compensation work session discussion last week, where a number of options were presented, but the prevailing theme for all of them was the need for additional money to adequately pay your staff. While it's an interesting academic exercise to discuss other ways to reallocate the money assigned to the step increase, it's important to remember that what we have is a compensation system based on a step progression, and that's where primary funding should go. It is admirable to discuss a pay plan where every employee gets more money every year, as was done with a step and COLA in almost every year prior to 2009. But this school system has not done that in over a decade. This lack of consistent steps and inflation adjustments has led to our being less competitive when compared to other school divisions in the region. We must continue to push the county to fund our needs at the same level that they fund theirs. County employees will all receive no less than a 3.25% increase next year, something many APS employees can only dream of. In concluding, we would note that by adding the AEA COLA recommendation to the full funding of the step increase, all APS employees will see some salary growth, and we will begin to address the competitivity gap with our nearest school division neighbors. We urge you to consider this model as a means of ensuring that increases in the costs of health benefits do not result in salary erosion for your employees. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much, Jerry, for coming in this evening.
Hi, my name is Jen Atkin. I'm the parent of a TJ graduate who's now a freshman in college, a TJ junior, and a freshman at HB. I wanted to talk to you about, obviously, the cuts to TJ. The biggest thing I want you to take away from everything that's been said today about TJ is it is unique. There are advanced courses in Arlington Public High Schools that students can take, and they do take. The difference is TJ has courses that are not available in Arlington, and frankly, courses that are not available at other high schools in the entire country. But it's beyond that. The facilities, the labs, the opportunities for clubs and after-school activities that are available at TJ are not replicated in Arlington, nor should they be. the purpose of a governor's school was to develop a program to address the needs of gifted students in the region, and that's exactly what it does, and we should be taking the opportunity to send students there. The other thing that I think people fail to realize about TJ is the intangible things. For the most part, kids that attend TJ have really, for the first time, been pushed to the point of failure. And a lot of times people think failure is a bad thing, but for students that are gifted, this is a fantastic opportunity because they are, for the very first time, realizing what their actual opportunities are and what their actual capabilities are. The other thing about TJ that you don't get at an Arlington Public High School is that it's the first time these students are surrounded by like-minded students that put education as the #1 priority. Do we have students like that in Arlington Public High Schools? Absolutely. But TJ is a school filled with them. Every student is like-minded. Can you replicate those things by sending a student to an Arlington Public High School? Sure, wealthy parents can by signing their students up for expensive summer programs and online classes, but the intangible things can't ever be replicated even with money. And what happens to the students in Arlington that are low and middle income who are just left without? I've got 9 seconds. As far as the buses, rich people can send their kids to TJ and pay for the buses. Low and middle income, they're just going to be left out. And I don't think that's what we want to do as Arlington
Thank you.
parents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in this evening and sharing your remarks with us.
I'm Eva Fidel. I'm an Arlington resident and library media assistant at Hoffman Boston, a Title I elementary school. I'm here tonight regarding the APS budget proposal to eliminate elementary library assistants in the Tier 2. Our school is open a half hour before instruction starts and a half hour after every day, and it continues to provide a safe, accessible space for students throughout the day. For many students, school library books are their only books. Their families may be unable to purchase books and unfamiliar with the public library. For the majority of the school day, while the librarian is planning literacy programming and teaching, the library assistant is the face of the library. We assist students in selecting level-appropriate reading and research materials, and we manage library logistics. Assistants fulfill staff material and equipment requests, freeing teachers to focus on their more critical responsibilities. The library assistant may present the librarian's lessons to a class if there are coinciding lessons. The library staff routinely monitor students whose faith, health, or behavior preclude them from the lunchroom, playground, or classroom. According to the proposed budget, a typical Arlington elementary school has 2 PE teachers, 1.4 music teachers, 1.4 art teachers, and 1 librarian. The librarian has weekly lessons with every student and manages an inventory of over 15,000 unique items with the assistant. Book circulation numbers are very high at the elementary school level because every student comes weekly and many come very more frequently. This school year, library assistant staffing was cut 4 days. In the proposed budget in Tier 1, we will be cut 4 additional days and an hour a day that totals over a month's staffing in a 10-month schedule. Let's continue to fully fund our school libraries that directly impact our student literacy. Let's make budget decisions that won't reduce our students, especially our most vulnerable students, instructional support.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in this evening.
And before Mr. Molesky starts, the next 3 speakers are Bruce Cameron, Dan Carroll, and Amy Kemka.
Hello, my name is Mike Molesky, and I am a parent of a 2nd grader and an 8th grader. I'm a former 8th grade teacher myself, but tonight I'm here to talk about the outdoor lab. I'm a board member, and I joined just a couple years ago after my daughter went through the 5th grade overnights. And honestly, I think for most parents, that's the first time they were aware that the outdoor lab actually exists. Once the kids come home, it's amazing how excited they are. And even tonight, as we had this whole hall filled with students of all ages, every time someone mentioned the outdoor lab, you could see on their face. They just had the smile that started to come up. And as a board member, I get the advantage of talking to people about that. Every time I say outdoor lab, there's the look, there's a hook, there's something in there that they think back to, whether it was their 5th grade overnight experience, the 3rd grade that came out just for the first time with the Simple Machines, or the 7th grade. When I went out with my daughter's class at Swanson, I was one of the parent chaperones getting to stand by the frozen squirrel in the snow to look at decomposition. It's hands-on, it's science, it's experiential. And as a former 8th grade teacher myself, You hoped every day that you corralled all the kids and had their attention most of the time, but there were those certain lessons or certain activities you did when they really got it. You really felt like they were looking at you. They were understanding the concepts that were going on. And as I've been out there with the teachers that are at the outdoor lab, both the staff that are there and the teachers and parents that come out from the schools, you can tell the kids are really engaged. It's a different place, some place they can't do just in an outside area of their schools, or even in one of the parks that's around the area. So I please hope that we can find a way to increase the partnership that is the outdoor lab and the board there, kind of the super PTA that is the AOEA, and make sure that all kids get to experience that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for coming in this evening.
Good evening. I'm Bruce Cameron. My son Roy Cameron is a freshman at Mary Washington University this year. He was a graduate of Wakefield High School this past spring. He rode on the crew team. I think it's fair to say he would have floated through school. He wasn't a standout. Nobody really noticed him all the way through school on the academic side. He tried different sports as a freshman and sophomore, didn't really click. He started defying crew as sophomore year. Each of the years he got better. The things the kids talked about, that became his family by the time he was a junior and senior. His senior year, they had something really special happen. The last two regattas of the year, Stotesbury and then Nationals, his boat, his four-man boat, came in fourth at Nationals. And there's a special twist to that because all the way through states last year, they rode in an 8-man boat because that's what was best for the team. And being part of that family that's been described tonight, he accepted that. He accepted that was what was best for the team until the very switch at the end. And who knows, had they been able to row as a 4-man boat, they might have been first, second, or third. They went up against the best boats in the country. And Coach Daniel, who's here tonight, was his mentor and just helped Roy grow so much. I don't think he would have made it into college. I'm not even sure he would have graduated high school without crew. And the one other thing, you've heard so many good things, and it's all true. And I even think about the camaraderie between the schools. Of course they compete. Of course the kids want to beat each other. But when you see these kids together at regattas, it's really amazing. And the other thing I was thinking about is all the Arlington sports. And, we have 3 kids. We did all that stuff. And I can think bad parent behavior, bad student behavior, things that get yelled at the sporting events. Guess what? You don't hear that at the regattas. The only thing you hear are parents cheering positive things for their kids and their teams. You don't hear any of the negative stuff like in the other sports. Please keep crew.
Thank you so much for coming in this evening. Thank you for your remarks.
Good evening. My name is Dan Carroll. I'm a physics teacher at Yorktown High School. I stand here as a 27-year teaching veteran of Arlington Public Schools. I am chair of the Teachers Council on Instruction, and I'm a tax-paying homeowner and active voter in Arlington County. I really don't know where to start talking to you about the budget. Actually, I do know where to start. Class size is antithetical to the APS professed values and contrary to the goals of the strategic plan to increase class size again. Class size matters. It matters a lot. We continue to run with a narrative that APS has small class sizes, but that narrative is false. High school core classes, English, history, math, and science, are regularly exceeding 28 students. And with a suggested increase, current schedules are being written. So they're already being put forward with class sizes exceeding 30 students in science classes that were designed for 24 with NFPA standards and OSHA standards. So the scheduling is already taking place with the idea that class sizes will increase. The fact that it's difficult to see what the class sizes really are is that the APS class size report is seriously flawed, and it contains some significant omissions. I brought that to the attention of one of the board members a few weeks ago. That being said, you really are in a pickle at the moment. To deal with what I think is the 9th consecutive annual budget with a budget shortfall, you've made a list of things that seem ill-advised. And I don't know why we did that. It's maybe to create an uproar and to pressure the county board to give more money. Because there was a reason you decided to increase the social workers at high schools. What was that reason? Is it suddenly gone? Do you think it's a good idea, seriously, to not send kids to the outdoor lab? That's wrong. Think again. But I'm here to talk about class size. The rest of these things, you also should think about the tiers. Ill-advised.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, Dan.
Thanks.
Now, I believe Ms. Kemper might have been one of the students, so we'll move on to the last four speakers, Greg Morris, Todd Parker, Joanne Zerker, and Dean Fleming.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Greg Morse. I'm the parent of two children at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology, one at TJ Middle School and one at Long Branch. I've heard a bunch of my peers come up and talk about how wonderful TJ is, and my two older ones would think it were if they weren't at home doing homework right now. But they are us. That's what's getting missed here. Almost all the kids at TJ that I know of came out of Arlington schools from elementary and middle. Some of them have siblings that have gone through high school at Washington Lee, at Yorktown, at HB. You're going to be paying for these kids anyway. The difficulty with saying TJ is out of sight, out of mind, and sometimes it's easy to say, okay, we could cut that. We wouldn't write a check to Fairfax for X million dollars. The problem is it'd be like saying, let's get rid of Spanish immersion at Wakefield. Sure, you can identify children and say, we're saving money. The problem is that those children are elsewhere in Arlington Public Schools. I don't think you have 80 extra high school seats this year. And I think that would be the effect of cutting funding for Jefferson. I don't necessarily think it's fundamentally different from Spanish immersion, from HB, from the IB program, from Arlington Tech. Kids are excited wherever they go. As far as busing goes, it's a difficult question. I think that you should have a plan that applies to all of the non-neighborhood schools in a somewhat equal fashion. I think the advantages of busing, that it's safer, takes cars off the road, probably reduces pollution, apply wherever you send the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Thanks for coming in this evening and sharing your remarks with us.
Good evening. My name is Todd Parker. I'm the president of the Arlington Outdoor Education Association. I can't believe I can't remember that this late at night. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your service to Arlington County. I grew up on Long Island, and I seem to remember that we had to vote on the school budget every year, and I seem to recall several years where we couldn't get the school budget passed. And the amount of money that it costs to have the election, if we had voted in first time, would have taken care of the shortfall. So I really appreciate the challenge that you all have. I have two children that went all the way through Arlington Public Schools. One went to Syracuse University, living in New York City, and my son went to VCU, graduated, and is living in Richmond. So we have excellent examples of the fruits of the effort of Arlington County, and I thank everyone for that. So that means I no longer have children in Arlington Public Schools. So now I'm on the other side of, well, why should I be paying for Arlington Public Schools? And again, I am still involved with the outdoor lab. I don't think I could say anything more than what the children that came that were looking forward to being in the lab, and the people that came and spoke tonight after, and what the outdoor lab meant to them. I was standing over there under the partnership sign. So we have been a partner with Arlington County for over 50 years, and we continue to look forward to having that same partnership into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you for coming in this evening.
I think I'm it, so you might get out of here tonight.
No, there's more business
Good
to do
evening.
after
Thank you
that.
so much for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Joanne Zerker, and I'm the extremely proud mom of a freshman at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology. The opportunity for my son to attend Thomas Jefferson after spending 8 years in Arlington Public Schools was a gift to my family. I watched this intelligent boy grow up and do his homework in the mile between his elementary school and our home. He was able to achieve that every single day and be bored. And that's not to say that there wasn't quality programs at the school, but that's to just tell you the type of student he was. He challenged himself every summer by attending UVA's Curry program at SEP since he's 10. We have the financial means to do that. Not every family does, but every family has the opportunity to apply for the merit-based program at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology. That is a gift that we are able to utilize. Every family is able to do that because you provide bus service, and we're able to get our kids to school. As a working mom, that would be a question for me, and whether or not I could keep my job and still get my son to school every day if you took that away from me, because I certainly couldn't put out the $3,000 that you're thinking I could. And I just want to say, and I know it's late, and you guys have been great listening to everybody, but I'd really say that do we really want to, and when every education policy across the country says STEM is #1, and we have the #1 school in the country at our fingertips, do we really want to say no? Thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments and for coming in this evening.
All right, our final speakers, Mr. Fleming.
Good evening. You guys know me. I'm Dean Fleming, the Washington Lee Alumni Association Vice President. I'm not sure what to say tonight after listening to potential cuts for all the programs, crew, sports, equity and inclusion, the library, transportation. It's mind-boggling to me that those are even on the table. And possibly some of this is to get the county board to give you more money. I don't know. I hope that's the case. But I remember middle school sports, that every middle school in Arlington had middle school sports, football, basketball, wrestling, tennis, track and field. And at some point in time, people said, we can't afford that. Those were good programs for kids that well-grounded them. We wouldn't eliminate the math club. We wouldn't eliminate some of the other programs. All these things are important in their own right. We're getting ready to build, you guys aren't going to want to hear this, you're getting ready to build a high school in South Arlington. And I call it the substandard high school, because you still don't have a pool in the game, and you still don't have a stadium. And you can't do that to the kids of South Arlington. So I don't know what you have to do to right your financial house. Maybe you're going to have to increase your bond ratio. I don't know. But I know one thing, you can't do this to your community. And I know there's 35,000 Washington Lee alumni that would stand strong on all these issues. There's not one issue that they wouldn't stand strong on. So I urge you to find a way to work with the board, get the county board, get the money you need, make these things happen. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening. Thank you for your comments. And thank you to all the speakers on this subject. I want to note that, again, that you were here speaking on the superintendent's proposed budget. School board will be continuing to listen, continuing to ask questions, continuing to gather input, discussing and debating, and finally pulling together the school board's proposed budget, and that'll be on Thursday, April 11th. We'll take it to the county board the next day and present to them what our budget package is. We're going to continue to work over the next few weeks, and we're going to, like I said, we'll adopt our proposed budget April 11th, and then we will hold another public hearing on our proposed budget, and that will be May 2nd. And we will adopt the final fiscal 2020 budget on May 9th. So again, thank you all for coming in this evening. We appreciate the time you took to deliver remarks and the heartfelt way that you did it, heartfelt and civil way. And please stay tuned. This is it's a long and trying budget season. We do appreciate all of the input that we've gotten from you. We're getting tons and tons of emails and, of course, personal communications, and we're reading all of them. So thank you again. Yes, thank you. And moving on. Okay, excuse me, a little technical agenda discussion here. So we are going to leapfrog the consent item and go to the citizen comment on non-agenda items where we have 3 speakers. We'll hear those 3 speakers, and then we're going to take a short break and come back and then hear the consent item. So you would call the speakers, please.
Our first speaker is Nadine Asaf Sargent.
Thank you. Bless you all. This coming Sunday is the International Transgender Day of Visibility, a day dedicated to celebrating the accomplishments and victories of transgender and gender nonconforming people while raising awareness of the work that is still needed to save trans lives. Despite increased national media visibility, 2019 is going on record as one of the most dangerous years for transgender and gender nonconforming people, with alarming rates of violence, homicides, and suicides, specifically impacting trans women of color and youth. I would like to thank the school board, Dr. Murphy, and his staff for their support of transgender students in Arlington Public Schools. While the rights of transgender students are protected under existing policy J2, Student Equal Educational Opportunities Non-Discrimination, APS's recent efforts, such as signing on to the amicus brief on behalf of Gavin Grimm and drafting a specific PIP to support transgender students, are important and clear signals affirming its commitment to the whole child. Transgender and gender nonconforming students are among the most vulnerable in a school's population, at daily risk of bullying and other visible and invisible actions that impact those children's ability to access their right to public education, that in fact impact their very lives. APS should be commended for its efforts and proud to be seen as a leader within the Commonwealth of Virginia in standing up for the civil rights of all students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadine, for coming in this evening, sharing your comments with us.
All right. The next speaker is Robert Rigby. So then I guess we go to Pablo Molden. Oh, no, he's Matthew Emery. Yeah. He's another speaker.
Title IX reads, "No person in the U.S. shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal finance assistance." 2 years ago, this school board defended this law, clearly because this body understands its duty to ensure that every child has equal access to an education. Greetings, Dr. Murphy, school board members, senior staff, and my fellow Arlingtonians. My name is Pablo Molden, and I'm here tonight as an advocate who has been living with HIV for 10 years, since the age of 17. With HIV prevention nonprofits like Novam and Nova Salud, I have reached 4,000 plus secondary and university students in Virginia and DC, speaking about sexual health and my life living with HIV. As an activist for comprehensive and inclusive sexual health and relationships education in Virginia, I believe it is not enough to only have our curricula be inclusive, but we must also be sure that our daily school environments are affirmative of our children's identities. This is because our children cannot learn under duress, which is what happens when their existence is excluded on a daily basis, not only in curricula, but in the hallways, bathrooms, and classrooms. As an activist, I know ensuring that our children have a fair chance at health and happiness means proactively defending their right to an education. As an HIV speaker and advocate, I know that engaging our students and leaving no child behind means affirming who they are regardless of sexuality, race, ethnicity, or gender identity. In light of this, I would like to thank the Arlington School Board for unanimously supporting the amicus brief for Gavin Grimm, a case that shows how our trans students are being left behind and that they need us to actively protect, respect, and ensure that their right to an education as well as a fair chance at health and happiness. I hope the school board will continue this mission of fighting for all of our children's futures. Thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pablo, for coming in this evening.
Now we have Matthew Emery.
Good evening, Dr. Murphy, and school board members. We have 201 students at Arlington Tech, including my son. We have an additional 150 students joining this fall. 450 students applied for 150 spots. Thank you for creating this opportunity for Arlington students. Thank you for revisiting the plan for the near-term expansion. 361 students and families explicitly chose to let go of parity for project-based learning, for learning anchored by student learning passions and career interests. Great teachers at Oak Ridge, Jefferson, Wakefield, and projects I got to do with science teachers, Jerry Collins, working on little computers, handheld computers with Dr. Stover, my calculus teacher, getting to work on science projects with my greatest teacher at Wakefield, Mr. Haygood, who came out of industry to teach. Inspired projects, and I went to UVA Engineering. The #1 best class in all 4 years, there were only 30 of us that got to take it as Rodman scholars. It was project-based learning. The rest of it was boring as poop, for the most part. Those projects and the great Arlington teachers inspired me to work in multiple startup companies. I helped to build 7 so far. Capital One Bank, before it was ever called that. Phoenix Bikes, which is my baby, and many great people built that with me, not personal. And an Internet of Things startup. I ask that you slow.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening, Mr. Emery. If you have written comments, please give them to the board.
I talk too much. I apologize.
Thank you.
Arlington
Thank you for
Tech
coming in this evening.
is Arlington's TJ.
Thank you, sir.
Don't shortchange.
And we are now going to take a short break. And do we have the time? And we'll reconvene at 10:20. 10-minute break. Yes. Okay, and we're back. And we are now at the consent portion of the agenda. And Nancy Van Doren has requested that item D2, personnel, be removed from consent, and we will act on this item immediately following our vote on the consent agenda. So may I now have a motion, please, to adopt the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And that motion passes 5-0. And so I'd like to announce that as part of, excuse me, as part of the consent agenda, the following actions were taken. The board approved a number of facility items. We approved funding for the refresh projects at Drew and Henry Elementary Schools. And we also acted to authorize furniture procurement for the 2019 school openings of Fleet Elementary, Ham Middle School, and the Heights Building. And by combining the furniture procurement for these three projects and buying in greater volume, staff was able to achieve significant price discounts for APS. Tanya's got a further announcement about the consent agenda.
We also accepted the briefing report for the School and Community Relations. It is Ms. Erdo's last briefing report. So I want to thank her for her work again. And also, for those of you who are like our briefing reports, I think these are fascinating. This one is really telling us a lot about what's going on in our communications. We're moving to digital first aid packets. There's some information in here about that. And finally, they have a wonderful graphics page that explains all of the different work that we're working on and getting information out to our community, our parents, and our staff. So if you have a moment, please take a look at it. Thank you, Ms. Goldstein.
Okay, thank you. And now we're going to take up the personnel actions. May I have a motion, please? A motion to approve the personnel actions
I move to
that we
approve.
removed from the consent agenda.
I move to approve the personnel actions that were removed from the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, board members, before we vote, do you have comments? No comments. Okay, so now we're ready to vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And the motion passes 4-1. Thank you. And now we had already done the non-agenda comments, so moving to monitoring item F1. We're at the first monitoring item, and that is the transportation update. Dr. Murphy, would you like to introduce that, please?
Yes, I'm going to turn to Mr. John Chadwick, Assistant Superintendent for Facilities and Operations, and I know he's got two members of his team here from the transportation.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. I would like to introduce Kristen Haldeman, Director of Multimodal Transportation Planning, and Kim Wilkes, who is Acting Director of Transportation Services, to provide the transportation update. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give you a very brief update on some of the transportation activities that have been going on really for the past year, and things that we've touched on over time, just to give you an idea of where we are with things. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we have on the staff side, which is really the TDM program update, and then we'll talk about the student side, which is all of our activities related to student transportation, bus, walking, biking, active transportation, and transit. And then lastly, we'd like to talk a little bit about some of the collaboration that we've been doing with our county counterparts. Just to hearken us back to, I don't know, about 5 years or so ago, the very first transportation committee that APS stood up, the Multimodal Transportation Student Safety Special Committee, put together this philosophy for transportation, and this sort of underpins where we are with transportation activities in school and kind of how we're trying to approach what we do very holistically. And with that, we'll talk about staff and students and transportation as a whole for our school system, because we have all of our staff and our families and our students are all approaching the same locations. And we're trying to make sure that our school environments are safe. So our staff TDM program is designed to reduce drive-alone rates for our staff at the school level. And you all were aware that we had to make some changes to the TDM program this year. We were able to resume it in February of 2019. It is now a 10-month program rather than a 12-month program. But very quickly, we had almost 600 enrollees. So the program will continue this year through 2019, through June of 2019, and then we'll resume again in September, and staff will re-enroll over the summer. I will say that we're a bit of a victim of our own success. We will need additional budget to grow the program. Under current calculations, if we were to maintain the 600 enrollees for 10 months out of the year, we exceed the current allocated budget by about $15,000. However, I will say that we do have fluctuations throughout the year in terms of enrollment. So you'll see how these are distributed. We have a great deal of staff, about 36% who take advantage of the transit program. And then, about equal numbers who walk and carpool, and then about 15% who bike. On our policy updates, we had a work session in January to talk more about the policy and the procedures that underpin our policies. We've identified 5 goals for our system that we would like to propose be included in the policy. Currently, we are doing some community outreach related to the policy updates, and are asking our community through a questionnaire, how they would rank these particular policy items, and ask them to offer any additional policy considerations that they see possibly being incorporated. In terms of related policies, we came to you in January and talked a bit about bell schedules, and that we could use a policy related to how we develop our bell schedules. So we've started conversations about how we might do that in the future, or what a policy would look like. What are the considerations for developing a bell schedule? And this was really born out of the need and the recognition that transportation is dramatically impacted by our bell schedules. In terms of our bus transportation, we're doing some system planning, and we talked again about that in January. But now we have ridership data, and we can do some route analysis. We're also getting stakeholder feedback on some of the capacity information and ridership routes that that our community has at each school. Sorry. Kim, I was going to ask you if you wanted to chime in a little bit about what we're doing to look at some of our routes over the course of the next year.
We're looking at our routes to see which ones we can combine together so we can eliminate some of the buses from the schools to shorten the times. We're also looking at the routes where we can combine the stops. So the students may have to walk a little bit longer, but the ride time will be shorter. We're also working with the schools to get the students to identify which students can come together to, what were we talking about? To have hub stops. We're working with students to also see that can ride the art buses. So we're doing a whole lot of different avenues to try to shorten the ride time for the students.
I think, we've talked about several, at least 3 major transportation projects in our time with you. We've talked about the hub stops. We've talked about integrating transit. And we've talked about improvements to the Specialized Transportation Services Program. So together, I think where we are heading is to create a long-term vision for what transportation looks like here at APS. I think against the backdrop of some of the conversations tonight about the budget and transportation items in the budget, And we recognize just how important transportation is to so many of our programs. And so what we're doing in this particular visioning exercise with our community is to understand what the needs are, what the difficulties are, and work together to find different ways to do things. Because I think we all want to be able to provide transportation. I think we recognize how important it is to access. We may not be able to do things quite the same way that we've been doing them, but we're looking to our community to help us kind of identify what some of those, more innovative types of options might be. On specialized transportation, we talked a little bit about this again in January, but in the fall we had a workshop with our special education community through a SEPTA and ASAC PTA meeting. We heard from them about the challenges that they face, and we also heard from them some ideas for how we might improve. So again, we will incorporate those findings and conversations into this long-term plan. Ooh. In terms of outreach, we've had big couple weeks where we're doing outreach on the policies and PIPs and using this also as an opportunity to get feedback on some of these ideas that we've talked about. We have, this is our outreach list of strategies. For the most part, we've hit most of these already, but we're going to be continuing to do a lot of these throughout the spring. And I'll be continuing to work with families over the summer and again in the fall to make sure that we have the smoothest transportation start to the school year as possible. We have to date, again, we had the specialized transportation workshop in the fall. We've met with the Montessori PTA. We've got our questionnaire underway. It will stay open until April 12th. So far, we've had 2 community workshops, and we have 2 more coming up. One is next Wednesday, and the following one is on a Saturday. I recognize that not everyone can come to an evening meeting, so we've got one on a Saturday in the hopes that folks can, pop in. And even if they can't stay for the whole thing, they can let us know, what their ideas are for transportation going forward. Internally, we've met with principals, activities and athletics coordinators, and our student advisory board. We're very interested in the whole idea of transit, integrating transit more with our system. We're talking to our drivers in attendance, and then just going to PTA meetings as requested. In April, I'll go to the CCPTA and talk to them a bit more about this. Briefly, on our Safe Routes to School program, we just submitted our grant to VDOT last week for the 2019-2020 school year. We should find out in late May whether or not we've received the grant. But we've been doing a lot of good work under that grant program beyond just sort of the encouragement aspect, which is the bike and walk to school days. We're working with the county on some very specific pedestrian safety projects, some of which are related to the boundary changes and students moving to new school locations, and also to our new school, because of our new school openings. Transit integration, I think we've touched on this a lot, and we're moving forward with the county on this. We do know that the county is going to be putting out an RFP for a new contractor. So they've got some things that are going to impact a pilot project, and so what we have discussed with them is maintaining yellow bus service in parallel with any ART pilot program, because they'll be undergoing some changes with contractors, and so we want to be sure that our students are making it to school on time, and any of the glitches that may come with a new contractor don't impact our ability to get students to school. On our county collaboration, we have 2 main committees that work together. One is our advisory committee, which is our citizen committee, made up of APS community members, but also county advisory committee members. And this group has served as sort of the technical advisory committee to us as we're doing this transportation review this spring. And then we have the staff committee, and we meet monthly. And we really work at the staff level to address school-related transportation challenges. Really, the Carlin Springs pedestrian safety study really kind of bubbled up out of community concern. The county had a project they were working on, and then they just, they worked with us to kind of open it up even further to address some of the things that our community had brought to light. And we've been chipping away at that implementation plan. And then the newest group that we have working together is the new school opening working group. And so we're getting together bi-weekly to talk about the outstanding aspects of transportation related to the new schools. The Wilson site in particular, or the Heights, has a number of challenges, and it will be a very different operating environment from the transportation perspective than HB currently has at their location in the Stratford buildings. So we're hoping to kind of get ahead of anything that might result from the new school opening, and ensuring that we're getting communication out to families ahead of time about what the protocols will be around those buildings. And that is our transportation update for this evening. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there speakers? No speakers. Board members, do you have questions, comments for the presenters?
I have questions.
Tanya?
I have a question for you. Thank you for the presentation. It was very helpful and informative. I was curious if the questionnaire has been translated into other languages like Spanish. Excellent.
It has been translated into Spanish.
Okay. Do you know if there's any other language? I know that we usually do Spanish. Sometimes we don't, but we try to remind. But I know we have other languages. Is it just Spanish at this time?
It is just Spanish this time because it is a longer questionnaire. What I'd like to do is work with the language coordinators at the schools and our school and community relations folks to maybe get in and do more targeted focus group meetings with some of the other language groups. And maybe not go through the entire questionnaire, but just hit some of the high notes and making sure that we're understanding any challenges.
Okay, thank you. And then the next question is, there has been some concern about the traffic impacts at Ham and Fleet once they open up, and I know you're addressing Heights. I was just curious if you're also looking at the openings of those two schools and the traffic concerns because of the narrow streets where they are located.
We are.
Okay, great.
And we're working with the community, and Kim
I
can
just
speak to the
wanted
bus
to-
side.
I had a feeling that that was the case, but just the community's aware that you are looking at all of our new openings and trying to get ahead of the traffic and transportation concerns. So, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Goldstein.
I just wanted to thank you for all of the engagement, because I know this is an important thing that the community will feel in the mornings and the afternoons. And I have heard from many groups that they are interested in being engaged and involved. And so I was happy to see the list of groups that you're engaging with. And I've seen you in action with our Student Advisory Board. And it's really important that you hear the feedback. And I appreciate you making yourself available and doing the great outreach. So thank you.
I'll be super quick. I want to thank Kim Wilkes and Kristen Holdman for just the amazing work you're doing. I sit in both the JCTC and ACTC meetings, and the degree of collaboration that we have with the county around transportation is really amazing. And it has to do with your professionalism and the way in which everybody integrates together between the two organizations. And that's such a great base to build from, because we have pilot projects that I feel like we keep teetering on the edge of it and not quite going. And I know it's complicated, but I hope we build on some efforts that are already underway. I keep reminding everybody that our Langston students already use public transportation, that after school, when students don't make buses, they do receive, I would say tokens, but cards to take the buses home. So we really do actually already do it, and I'd like to see us accelerate that. So for anybody who's up watching, just know that we gave the superintendent direction not to add new items to the budget, but I will be asking my colleagues to support a set aside for some kind of our pilots in this area. So I just want to make that clear that I think this is really, really important, and the pilots are going to require some funding. One way or the other, it's going to need to be done. So if we really want to go in this direction, we really want to make our buses more efficient, and we really want to give the kids the transit option. This isn't for you. I know you're converts, and we have a lot of parents, and the students are completely on board. We're going to have to put some grease in this to make it happen. So I just want everybody to know you're doing a great job. I'm really impressed, and we need to put some money on the table.
Thank you. I have just a couple of very brief comments. Can you go to slide, the pie chart? I think it's 4. Slide 4, maybe it's 5. Yeah, that was it. 4. So those slices of the pie are for employees who are using one of those 4 modes, right? And what is that number compared to? Is that up there?
600.
So that's 600. That's the distribution for those 600.
Correct.
Okay, and what are the other 3,000 doing? No, more than that.
There are driving, but, you know, we also may have employees who are using these modes who are either not necessarily eligible for the TDM program because they're not doing it quite as often. So it's a combination. Some people are, some people are carpooling with other employees who may not be APS employees. So, there are, a variety of transportation combinations, I think, that our employees are taking advantage of.
But it looks like from the relative equal sizes of the pieces of the pie that we've got 4 modes that are actually being employed, reasonably well.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Can you go to the next one? I think. No, the next one after that. Yeah, bell schedules. Now, you're asking about a change in bell schedules, but is that something that we're going to implement in the fall?
No.
Okay.
I think what
Good answer.
we're looking, what the statement here is that we know that the bell schedules have a significant impact on the transportation schedule and the ability for our buses to get between schools and get to school on time. But we don't have an actual policy that describes how we develop our bell schedules. What are the considerations? Transportation being only one of them. So we've started to talk about what are those considerations, and I think down the road we'll be coming back to discuss that with you all and how we move a policy like that forward.
Are you contemplating making shifts among the schools in the in the same level for bell times? Like within the elementary, there's a 9 o'clock start and an 8:25 start or something. And considering moving that around to
That is our
streamline?
consideration. We'd like to have elementary, if possible, to start later, because those students oftentimes, if they're not met, the younger ones, pre-K through first grade, if they're not met by adult, they have to be returned back to the school. And if they're at the last tier, they don't impact the other schools. So we're looking to get information and comments from our colleagues, the principals, athletics, parents, to see the best way to do that. We're going to we're looking to keep middle and high school at the same tier, but we'd like to adjust the times so we can still get everybody else to school, because when you look at the times, it's hard to be on time and get on-time performance when we only have 6 minutes or 10 minutes to go drop the kids off and go do a whole nother route. So
Okay,
right
so-
now, we're just exploring our options.
Okay, so more discussion and exploring the options, but we're not anticipating a change in bell times for schools this coming year.
Not this coming
Okay.
year, we're just
right.
trying to investigate.
Thank you. And my last question is, it's 3 quick questions on slide 7. And so which, excuse me, what route is that's pictured?
That is Drew Montessori, 614.
Oh, okay, okay, Drew Montessori. And how many students, and that's a single bus that we're looking at here?
It was.
Okay.
It was.
It was?
Yes,
Did
this
it
was
break down?
the route at the beginning of the school year that was exceedingly long. And we received word from the parents that it was, not only was the route more than an hour and 15 minutes long, but it was also getting to school late. The students were distressed, the parents were distressed, and even our drivers were distressed. So we came in and worked with the school, with the PTA, to essentially reorganize 4 of the Drew routes. And this Route 614 now looks a lot different. And the other 3 routes that were associated with it also look a bit different. This one had 13 stops. I think we got it down to 9. So we took that one down a few stops, and then we brought up the others by a few stops so that they were a little more even. But even that was a struggle. So the point of this slide is just to say we don't want to start here. We want to start out with routes that are efficient, that we know can get to school on time, and that will get our students there, ready to learn, so that, they're not distressed from having to be on the bus for so long.
Okay, thank you. And on that bus that doesn't exist anymore, how many students were on there?
We had about 25 or 6 students that were riding that bus.
Okay.
I think, more students had been assigned to it, but the route was so long. The pickups also were early, and the fact that it was getting to school late, some parents decided not to use the bus, which meant that they were driving to school, which is something that we would like to avoid.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
And where are we? And now we will hear an update on the one-to-one technology Phase 1 study. Dr. Murphy?
I'm going to turn directly to Dr. Tara Natras to introduce this. She's going to talk about the fact that this is in 2 phases, and this evening we're going to hear about Phase 1. Dr. Natras.
Yes, thank you. And what I will also say to this is there may be a work session slated for this later in May, and we can have some further conversation about questions and things that might come up. And so I do want to set the context for this. We have, we have 2 phases to this study, and the first one we're going to discuss this evening is Phase 1, which is focused primarily on device use, the barriers, and the impact of our use of devices for our students, elementary, middle, and high school. You will also see in the board docs for this evening a literature review. I want to clarify that the lit review was not actually completed by Dr. Kellogg. It was completed by Dr. Ross because it was a separate component of this project. This had actually started as a project specific to our work within APS. and what the impact was of our devices, the barriers and supports, and the overall device use. And so there was a request later for a literature review, so we did pull one together primarily focused on screen use and what the impact is of screen use on students. So you'll see that literature review, but we are not referencing the lit review in our presentation this evening. And I am going to introduce Dr. Kellogg, who is going to be walking us through the preliminary findings of the study. Again, this is phase 1. He'll talk a little bit about what we're hoping to do in stage 2 between now and the fall of 2019. So just to give you a little bit of background on Dr. Kellogg, he is the Senior Research Scholar for the Friday Institute for Educational Innovation out of NC State University. He leads the North Carolina Digital Learning Initiative. He was the lead evaluator on a one-to-one pilot program in Tennessee. He was the principal investigator on a MOOC research grant. He did spend 10 years as a K-12 educator, was a Peace Corps volunteer, and taught in Michigan and North Carolina, and has a bachelor's from the University of Michigan, a master's degree from Western Michigan University, and his PhD is from NC State. So he's going to walk us through the preliminary findings, as we are calling them, of phase 1. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tara. Good evening, Dr. Murphy, Arlington School Board members, senior school leadership, and members of the community. I'm embarrassed to admit that I'm actually pretty tired, and this is actually after my bedtime right now. I have a 7- and a 9-year-old, so I'm not used to staying up this late, but I'm going to do my best. So the purpose of this presentation is really just to share some preliminary findings from our study of the one-to-one initiative. The findings are based really only on, the findings that I'm showing you today are based on only a subset of the data that's been collected and analyzed to date. There's a lot of data we're still sitting on that needs to be processed. And there's likely going to be some more data that we need to collect to follow up on some of the data that we have collected and processed. So that's why this is called phase 1 and hence preliminary findings. Just to give you some quick background on the study, just for context that I think will be helpful. Sorry, I'm like navigating two things here. So APS reached out to the Friday Institute last fall to support their continuous improvement efforts around the one-to-one initiative. And we developed a scope of work that included working in collaboration with APS on the following things: defining a program logic model, developing a research plan, documenting some implementation processes, identifying potential challenges with going one-to-one, and also identifying some successful strategies that might merit scaling across the district. For example, if something's working really well at one of the elementary schools, it might work really well at another elementary school. And also, to the extent possible, and this is where it's a little difficult, assisting APS in assessing the impact on instructional practices and specifically student learning. And we'll get to that a little bit more at the end. Phase 1 study questions. So phase 1 of this work was really intended to provide APS and school board members with as comprehensive a picture of implementation and impact as possible in the shortest amount of time and given the available budget. So data collected for phase 1 focused on the following: device use, barriers and supports, and student impact. With respect to device use, how and to what extent devices are being used, what factors may be facilitating or impeding effective use of the devices, and then also what are the perceived impacts on students as a result of transitioning to one-to-one. Really quickly, just data sources for phase 1 include surveys, observations, and interviews. I'm not going to read through all of this, but it's pretty extensive, and we got pretty good response rates from the teachers and the students and the parents. APS supported the observations using a protocol, basically a checklist that I put together from previous evaluations of one-to-one. And then we did some group interviews, or I did some group interviews a couple weeks ago with principals, assistant principals, teachers, and students. And then we had a parent show up for one of them as well. Hoping to follow up with some more parents after this for phase 2. So in terms of device use, to what extent and how devices are being used to support teaching and learning. The amount of class time that teachers and students reported they were on the devices was pretty consistent with what was observed by APS staff. So teachers and students reported using devices roughly half of instructional time, with elementary teachers reporting a little bit less than half, and then high school teachers reporting a little bit more. So device use kind of phased, kind of gradually increased over the grade levels. And during classroom observations, When they went to the classroom, devices were in use roughly a little less than half the time that they went to the classroom. Let's see, so in terms of how they were typically being used, reports from teachers, students, staff, and parents were again pretty consistent. Common uses included taking quizzes and assessments, searching for information and using online reference materials like databases from the library, accessing multimedia content like videos or virtual labs. Heard about that in the middle school from some of the middle school students. Creating products to demonstrate learning like presentations, reports, stop motion videos, movies, et cetera, et cetera. 3 areas where responses were a little bit different from what teachers reported. Students reported progress monitoring as a common use, so that included things like going into Canvas, checking their grades, looking at the schedule, checking on assignments, et cetera, et cetera. In the middle school, Canvas, and then Google Classroom in the elementary school a little bit more. Let's see, using skill and practice software was reported by APS staff during observations. That includes things like Dreambox. And then the parents, the number one was an other category. That's because we asked them about home use as opposed to use in school. So what are they using their devices for when they come home? In the other category was homework. Also in the other category was watching videos, playing games, sometimes educational games, sometimes not educational games. Let's see. In the handouts, there's more concrete examples. So there's quotes from students and parents, et cetera. In terms of barriers and support, so things that are actually supporting or impeding the use of devices by teachers and students. Oops, not in coordination here. Try that again. So when we ask the extent to which the following, when we ask the extent to which the following factors presented a barrier to effectively leveraging the devices to support learning, top 3 barriers included lack of time, lack of a shared vision, and professional development. Specifically, the excessive amount of time needed to develop content for technology-based instruction. That's a very time-consuming thing for teachers to do. The lack of a shared vision among APS staff members for how the devices should be used. And then finally, inadequate opportunities to participate in professional development related to technology use. Note that about a quarter of the teachers cited student behavior as a barrier, and examples reported by teachers and students included things like being distracted by the devices, student misuse of the devices for things like games, and then also general care of the devices. Charging the devices, keeping them charged is something that came up quite a bit, and then also breakage of the devices, and then the time needed to repair the devices after they were broken. So related to professional development, teachers mentioned a pretty wide range of needs. Specifically, teachers indicated a need for PD on the use of technology for supporting student creativity and innovation. That was number 1. Addressing students' diverse learning styles, working strategies, and abilities, so personalization. And then also to support learner-centered strategies, again, personalization, differentiation. Notice that about 2/3 of teachers also indicated other. And when we dug into other, one of the things that came up a lot was a need for training on the learning management system Canvas, and I just included a quote there as an example. Finally, research question 3, perceived impact. As for outcomes like student engagement, personalized learning, performance on school activities, teachers and students were generally pretty positive about the benefits of using technology to support teaching and learning. Parents who completed the survey, however, were clearly a little bit more skeptical of the benefits. In fact, the results from the parents were kind of polarizing. We had about half the parents on the positive end for most of the survey items and about half the parents on the negative end for most of the survey items as well. I think it's worth pointing out, however, that, oops, there we go. Oh, it's not showing up in here. There's some animations there. I can just kind of point to it. I think it's worth pointing out there, though, that teachers, students, and parents are actually pretty consistent in what they're more or less positive about. So if you can see, there's kind of a trend going on for teachers, students, and parents. And it's pretty much similar across most of the items. So pretty positive about increasing engagement, increasing interest in learning, allowing students to pursue their own interests when they're learning, easing student collaboration, but much less so about creating opportunities for engaging in like real-life connections to the real world, authentic activities, and the getting organized was actually kind of interesting, and there's some pretty good feedback from students about that. So let's see, in terms of impact on student learning, Teachers and APS classroom observers were asked to choose between 1 to 3 general skill areas that they believed one-to-one device access was having the biggest impact. These are the top 5 for teachers, and then that APS staff had reported during classroom observations. And they only reported this when they saw the devices in actual use, which is a little less than half the time. So technology skills was the most frequently selected area by teachers. Mastery of core academic content was the most frequently selected by staff. I'm not sure why there's a discrepancy between teachers and APS staff on on mastery of core academic content. This is something I think I'd really like to dig into for phase 2. Let's see, the findings align pretty well, though, with the reported uses of the devices that I talked about a little bit earlier. So, for example, use of online reference materials and searching for information online supports the development of information literacy skills. This is something we really dug into for the Tennessee one-to-one pilot. Use of productivity tools and online collaboration tools for group projects supports technology and collaboration skills. And then use of adaptive skill and practice software like Dreambox can assist with self-directed learning and mastery of core academic content. So no real surprises there. And again, there's examples, I think, in the handouts with lots of quotations. So just in summary, some very tentative conclusions. Again, devices are likely being used about roughly half of class time, less in the lower grades, more in the upper grades, and primarily to access content supports, to search for information, to produce learning products like reports, presentations, etc. Colleagues, so peer supports, other teachers in the ITCs have been teachers, from what I can gather so far, teachers' primary supports for effectively using the devices. However, a lack of resources, like lack of time for teachers, lack of time for ITCs, lack of spare devices, and lack of shared understanding about how these things should be used, and direct supports are likely key barriers on using the devices effectively by teachers and students. And then finally, impact. There's clearly been some benefits to teachers and students that one-to-one's enabled. However, limited supports and critical barriers have likely prevented many students from fully benefiting from going one-to-one. Preliminary recommendations, I would recommend that some teams or some committees form together to maybe work together to complete the digital learning progress rubric that the Friday Institute's developed as part of the North Carolina Digital Learning Initiative. And it has a few key areas: leadership, infrastructure, content instruction, data and assessment, and then professional learning. And not so much to try to assess yourselves, but to just promote some conversations about where we think we are. And I'd recommend that teams be put together from different levels that include teachers, principals, central office staff, ITCs. And then finally, I think it's kind of likely premature to look into collective impacts on student achievement measures. And by these, I mean like standardized achievement measures like SOLs. Focusing instead, I think it might be a little bit more beneficial or a better use of resources to instead focus on some of the issues that have already been identified and likely are to be identified. Also focus on things that are worth scaling up that have been effective or shown to be effective in certain pockets of the district. And actually outcomes that maybe aren't measured by standardized assessments and might be a little bit more productive in the short term at least. So for example, we've mentioned some potential benefits for technology skills, information literacy skills. There's ways to kind of look into those to see if it's really, really what teachers are reporting, really what students are reporting. So those are some very preliminary recommendations. And then for next phase of the study, we still have some survey data cleaning to do, a lot of subgroup analysis. So for example, looking at school, grade level, student populations, subject areas taught for teachers, and breaking down the survey results by there, because right now it's just being reported in the aggregate, but we might see some dramatic differences across grade level, dramatic differences across schools in certain areas or geographic regions, et cetera, et cetera. And then also, to be perfectly honest, I haven't looked very deeply at the rich qualitative data from the surveys and interviews, and that's where really a lot of the good data is. Just reports from teachers and students and parents on what they think is going on, and then investigating those a little bit more deeply. And then, let's see, that along with some follow-up data collection, I think it's going to help pinpoint some specific issues, including potential quick fixes, some things that are pretty easy to quick that won't take much time and effort, as well as more systemic issues. I think it's also going to help identify some promising strategies that have not been captured by the kind of closed-ended survey items. And then finally, refining a program model so we can develop a long-term research agenda that does include measurable outcomes that are appropriate to what's been going on to the school and district. Whew.
Yeah.
So how fast did I get that done? I was aiming for like 10 minutes, but I think I went over.
Perfect.
Okay. I know there's probably questions.
Thank you,
Yes.
Dr. Kellogg, for the briefing. I have to note that this was the short version.
Yes.
And the complete version is posted on the website where everyone can examine it. But this was
The
just...
full slides, including a lot of quotes to kind of provide context for some of these findings. And there's a one-page summary as well. There's no full report at this point, but there should be a full report.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I meant, was that the fuller description of the study is in PowerPoint form, many more slides than this, and
Yeah.
it is available on the
Correct.
website for people to take a look at it. This was only the presentation version.
Yeah.
And we will be digging into this in more detail at the work session in May. Okay, and do we have speakers?
We have one speaker on this item.
Okay.
It's Jane Green, if she's still here. Oh, I guess not. I guess she... All right, never mind.
Okay, maybe she's stepped out. Board members, Monique, you have a question?
Thank you for the presentation. I just had one question. Is it common to find school districts like ours who have one-to-one device implementation in the same way that we do?
That's an interesting question. So we asked this on the digital learning media inventory that we conduct in North Carolina. That's required by all schools, all districts complete annually, actually. And we asked them the number of the ratio of student-issued devices to actual students. And according to those stats, about 40% of schools are officially one-to-one. But I would say realistically, in reality, maybe about 20% of schools in North Carolina have gone to one. I'd say it's primarily probably at the middle and high school level. And that's more for economic reasons than anything else. And when there is limited funding, they typically phase down from high school downward. Yeah. Yeah, good question.
I think that we have a lot of families who are really interested in this, and I really want to thank you. And I know you're really tired, so we don't have to answer this now, honestly. But I think in just simple kind of parent speak, parents want to know if what we have invested in is of benefit to their children. And is the time they're spending on those devices netting something, or would we be better off without them in some places and enriching our students or teaching our students and getting the same outcomes without the devices? That's the concern. And I know that it's very hard to do this given the fact that we didn't do sort of a trial that is comparable. So I guess to the extent, I understand the framework and everything, but I think that's what people are looking for. So to whatever extent any comments can be made on that, at some point it would be, that is what people want to know. And for us as a board, we need to know where to be putting our resources. So at some point, to the extent that those kind of comments could be made, it would be welcome.
Okay. Not to answer a question with a question, but when they think of student outcomes, do you think they're typically referring to or referencing, like I think in Virginia, you call them SOLs, standards of learning. We call them in the grade testing and the course testing down in North Carolina. Or do you think that's how they would measure the success of going one-to-one, or do you think they would?
For me personally, that's one, but another is just if you think of what you want in general for your students, let's just take elementary level. do we need these devices to achieve those goals? Have they enhanced where we're trying to go or not? That's a simple question.
Yeah.
Could we be doing it with or without them? And what is it, if it's with them, what are we getting with them that we wouldn't have were we not to have them? So that's
Yeah.
a very, anyway, that's, I think, what
That's a
people
good,
want to
fair,
know.
and appropriate question as well. I would say, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just I'm giving you a heads up.
All right.
Anybody else?
I have a quick.
Yeah.
I'm just going to follow up on Ms. Van Doren's comments. And you mentioned this, but I'm just going to reiterate it, that in Phase 2, we get a lot of feedback that at the high school level, it's highly supported. At the elementary school level, not so much, and it could be dependent on grade level. And there's also some feedback on the different types. We have iPads from 3rd to 8th, and then laptops. So I think as a board who's trying to make decisions, address community concerns, but also make sure that we are preparing our students for the world they're going to be living in, that if in your Phase 2, you mentioned differentiating grade levels, and you're going to dig deep into the data, but also looking at perhaps the type of tools that we're providing them to use for the teachers and the students. So that would be very helpful to us as we move forward to try to support this program in the most, with the most quality and integrity that we can.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And I will say it's definitely on the minds of the teachers and the students that I talked with as well.
Great. Okay, thank you. And thank you for the report. It was very interesting. I appreciate the feedback.
Good.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I want to follow up on a couple of comments that were made, and then I have a few very easy questions because they're going to be about you. So,
Oh, great.
I know we're all tired. We don't usually run this late ourselves, so we'll try to make this easy. I first want to mention we are going to have this work session. It sounds like at the end of May. I think that's a promise. Are you going to be coming to that?
We haven't talked about it.
Yeah, we
Okay.
haven't talked about that yet.
In addition, there's going to be an hour-long presentation at the ACI on this study, and I think, Dr. Natras, you're going to be doing that. So that's another place that this will be discussed and some feedback given. I kind of want to echo the comments I think my colleagues made. The original idea of this study really came out during budget season last year as we discussed the question of looking at a tough budget, whether we can rationalize continuing to have one-to-one. At the time, it was grades 2 through 12. Because we didn't hear a strong rationale for keeping one-to-one in early childhood, we went to grades 3 to 12. I think we still have the same question, though. Can we rationalize one-to-one devices in elementary? Are we providing the right types of devices? The next question is the model overall. We use iPads in middle school. I don't use an iPad anymore myself. I'm really interested in the question of whether that's the appropriate device for middle school. So I'm sort of, I think these are some of the questions the board has. So as whether you have answers now or in Phase 2, we really need to know if we can continue to rationalize this program. So to me, the how is it being used, and so this is one question. I see a lot of quantity and some generalizations about how devices are used. And I have to point out that in the uses you mentioned, I didn't see words like writing, creating, problem solving, entering data, analyzing, the stuff that is the real point of having devices. I saw internet use.
Like I said, the meat of this is going to come in the qualitative data. That's where a lot of the rich stuff is in terms of trying to identify precisely how these things are being used to support teaching and learning.
Okay, so you think you're going to come around to having some thoughts on
in terms
that
of
stuff, because I think we
device
all said
preferences, and again, I only heard from and I haven't dug into much of the qualitative data, but in terms of the focus groups and interviews, which need to be expanded a little bit to Phase 2, because we just did is what we could do given the time frame. But some issues did come up with respect to devices in middle school, both from teachers and students, and the lack of a keyboard was an obvious issue that came up. And I will say, I don't know what bearing this has on Arlington Public Schools, but budget-strapped schools that I've worked with in the past have switched over to Chromebooks for like middle school. That's actually been fairly, and I don't want to step on any toes or anything or anything
We
like
want to
that.
hear that.
But for example, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where we did the one-to-one pilot there, Chromebooks just became the kind of de facto option. There's pros and cons to those things, and primarily it was a couple of reasons. One's because they were very Google integrated with Google Drive and other apps, but two, it was just an affordable option at that time. They did run into a lot of issues in the very beginning, though, with device breakage, because those devices, at least when they were first coming out, you guys can speak to this better, were pretty cheap. And the repairs were just, it became problematic. But within like a couple years, 2 or 3 years, the devices became a little bit more sturdy. I would imagine that's probably not as big a problem that you have with the iPads and the Macs, because they're a much more sturdy product, but yeah.
Quality. Okay, just a few questions,
Yes.
and you can keep your responses very brief, but, you know, this is our chance to find out, you know, the research itself is going to be driven a lot by the mindset of the researcher. So you're from the Friday Institute of Educational Innovation, is that?
Yes.
It's right there.
We're
Friday
part of
Institute
the-
for Educational Innovation. What is educational innovation?
What is educational innovation?
Maybe that's a big question.
I would
for this
say,
time of
that's a
day.
good question. I
But
would
it's
say
important.
novel approaches to tackling persistent, sticky problems. So trying to figure out new ways to do things when the old ways have not been successful.
And do those new ways always involve technology?
No, they don't. Sometimes it's a new instructional strategy. Sometimes it might be, well, for example, in North Carolina, we've been toying with it, and this is unrelated to technology, but toying with the idea for different career pathways for teachers to keep them in the teaching profession, but serving other responsibilities and duties so they can increase their pay. So I would consider that something like an innovation. And like there's examples of models like that in other professions as well. So that's a good question. Because innovation has become a pretty generic term at this point.
Yeah. This is, I can't wait for the work session, really. This is going to be great. Are you planning, you're collecting a lot of data. You're a assistant professor, associate professor at NC State?
I'm faculty.
You're faculty. You have to publish. Are you
What's that?
planning to publish results from this study?
I am not, that's one of the unique things about the Friday Institute. I'm not pressured to publish. One of the difficult things about working at the Friday Institute, though, is that we are soft money funded almost entirely. So we are constantly seeking grants. A lot of them come from private foundations. Some of them come from schools, districts. Sometimes when we work in coordination with schools and districts, federal money through U.S. Department of Education, NSF. And then also we work a lot with just North Carolina Department of Public Instruction as well. So some of the money comes from the state as well.
So this is a study that's you're kind of doing for your day job.
Yes.
And so, but you don't have a plan to publish this study in an academic journal.
No, that's not my plan.
Okay.
And
He's like, "Actually, maybe good idea. Maybe I'll think about that.
there's pros and cons of that too. Pros for that are that we ran into an example of this where we actually became the evaluator for a program in North Carolina because of pressures from the previous evaluator to publish. And some of the things that they were finding were really meant for program improvement, as opposed to something that was meant to be disseminated more broadly. And how do I phrase this tactfully?
Just stop there.
I'll just stop there.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, one last thing I wanted to add to that. Because we are soft money funding and because of the nature of our work, we don't build into our budget the time it takes to prep things for publications. Sometimes we'll do a lot of presentations, like I shared my CV with Tara, so you can see some of the presentations and publications from there. That is almost like, it almost has to be a little bit of a hobby for us. Because if we were to build that into the budget, and because we often focus our work on schools and districts and actually supporting the needs of students and teachers, if we were to build that into our budget, it would take away from a lot of other things that we'd be collecting data and information on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I wasn't asking it because I want it to be.
But I
actually
feel
was curious
guilty
if
that
it
we
was part
don't
of
do it
your
as
plan.
much, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I do have a question that maybe is a little difficult for this hour, but it is kind of important. So it's about the literature itself.
Yes.
And whether, based on your knowledge of the academic literature, has there been a conclusion about whether one-to-one, that model, as one
I
strand
would say
of
the consensus of one-to-one in and of itself is just, if one-to-one is not paired with some instructional or curriculum initiative, it's not going to make any impact on its own. I've said this to Tara before, and I've said it to many, many times. I almost treat these things as like an amplifier. Like they have the potential to really amplify really good instruction, really good curriculum, but they also have the potential to amplify really poor classroom management, really poor instruction. So one-to-one, going one-to-one in and of itself is not going to make a difference if it's not paired with solid instruction, solid curriculum.
solid instruction, or did you say with paired with sort of a new innovation? In other words, do we have that piece or not?
I can send you some good Jeremy Rochelle.
Not going to answer that question.
Jeremy Rochelle at where he's not at SRI anymore. Now he's at Digital Promise out in California. But he did a really good meta-analysis of some of the literature around technology paired with math instruction that I can share with you. I can't think offhand of what the main findings were, but, and there's other things like that.
I would love to read that, but what I would really love to know is whether we are doing that kind of pairing today in Arlington Public Schools, or whether that's a piece, whether we have the first thing you said.
I would say I'd be very comfortable making that conclusion after phase 2.
That would be great. I very much look forward to.
And that's kind of one of my goals too.
Yeah.
To figure that out.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. And is there a timeline for phase 2?
And we talked about going through fall. The only reason I hesitate, yeah.
So we had talked about this earlier today, and we're thinking late fall of 2019, we'll be able to continue to build off of the work. Like Dr. Kellogg doesn't have to come back to do some of the data analyses and things where we're breaking stuff down by subgroups, breaking it down by schools. He has all of that data. We will have to do some visits back to APS to do more interviews, more surveys. When we did the focus groups, for example, with parents, we did a random sample like we do for program evaluation, and we didn't have a great turnout for that, so we need to revisit and have some more of those interviews. And thinking of timing and some of the other things that are also on the plate of the Friday Institute, we probably have to push some of the interviews and stuff into later in the year. So we're thinking like late fall of 2019, we would have the results of some of this.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, Barbara was talking about rationalizing, whether we can rationalize, well, I guess the one-to-one, meaning our interest and investment and carrying it as part of our program. I'd put it a little bit more bluntly. I'm looking at the cost-benefit analysis, whether what we're spending on it is got any kind of benefit for us in student performance. And there's, as you know, a significant amount of community concern about health effects. And so I'm looking for that information also. And I thought you were going to reference the literature on that in this presentation.
So the lit review that was separate, so there are 4 documents in board docs. There's the summary of this piece of the study. There's the presentation here. There's the more comprehensive presentation that has all the quotes and kind of context. And then there's a separate lit review. Dr. Kellogg did not do that lit review. We actually had another professor doing that work. And so that's why it's not referenced in this presentation, because that wasn't his work. But it is available to be read through as a component.
Right, but I thought you were going to, give us a brief on it,
So, well,
on that that
I wasn't aware
part
of
of the
that
lit review.
expectation. That's why the document is there, but we could provide something later if you wanted a one-pager on the lit review.
Yeah, that'd be
but
good.
that's-
A one-page would be good.
That's fine.
And, yeah, I think that's it for me. I'm also anxious for that work session and be able to dig in more. I have a bunch more questions, but I'm going to save them for the May work session.
Okay. All right.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are at information. No, we're going to leapfrog this. We're at information, and we're going to leapfrog the special ed annual plan and go to the proposed name for Drew Model School first,
Okay.
and then come back to the special ed annual plan.
They're on their way.
Good evening. Good evening. We are here this evening to speak to the board and share feedback regarding our process for the Drew Naming Committee. My name is Kim Graves, and I'm the proud principal of Drew Model, temporarily named Drew Model Elementary School, and I'll have my teammate.
Hi, I'm Jen Dean. I am one of the committee members, and I represented my civic association, and also will have children attending there next year.
Awesome. I also like to take this opportunity to recognize a few members of our committee who are here with us this evening, here to support us, but also to make certain that everyone knows the fierce commitment that we have regarding this wonderful community that we're building together. Mr. Frederick Craddock, who is representative of the Knox Civic Association, and also Mrs. Melissa Hingston, who has tremendous history and presence in this community, but for this particular committee, she was representing Hoffman Boston Elementary School. So we will keep our comments brief so that our transition will not change to good morning for you all. Let's see. All right. Throughout the process, one of the things that we were interested in doing is taking a very unique opportunity to come together as a community to celebrate and highlight the opportunity to begin Drew as a new neighborhood community. There's a tremendous amount of history that we have provided for the board and for the public to review. At the sake of time, we won't go through many of the highlighted points, but we wanted the public and the board to be aware of the history that Dr. Drew and the history of the whole community has meant and what it has represented to the Arlington school community. One of the things I would like to highlight is that when we talk about Drew Model Elementary School, Drew Model has been one of the staples of the community and has transitioned through many ups and downs and has still stood strong in the NOC and also the new neighborhood community that we will be developing. Okay. One of the things that we wanted to highlight was to talk specifically about the significance of Dr. Charles Drew and what he represented to our community and what he means to the Arlington community at large and his contributions to the world at large. He made a tremendous amount of contributions. I apologize. I'm usually sharper on my feet. Okay. Most importantly, his development of blood plasma, leading to the American Red Cross, which was something that we all at some point would not be able to be here if we didn't benefit from his contributions. And also, one of the things that we had an opportunity to review was working directly with members on our committee who knew well his family members and who were part of sharing some of the importance and the significance of Dr. Charles Richard Drew.
So this is just a list of all of the names of the people. You can see that there was a nice representation of the community, both in terms of teachers from the various elementary schools that are being impacted by the boundary changes, as well as the civic associations of those neighborhoods. There was an APS representative, as well as a member at large. And so it was, I think, a very diverse and well-represented group looking at the interest of all the various stakeholders. Here's another picture of us all in the lovely Drew Library. Is this me or is this you?
This is me.
Okay, this is you.
This is me, yes. But you can take over too, right. One of the things that we felt it was important to do as a community when we came together to look at determining what was going to be the name for Drew Model, we wanted to honor the legacy and the tremendous contributions that Dr. Charles Drew has made to the community, while also creating an opportunity to forge forward with designing and developing a new neighborhood community that would be bringing in communities from across Arlington. And so at the beginning of the meeting, one of the things that was discussed and was given very clear directives was to ensure that Dr. Drew remained as a part of the name for the school. It's safe to say that in our initial meeting, there was some drawback from some of our committee members who represented smaller portions of the communities that would be feeding into Drew, that had some concern about not being able to look at other opportunities to look for names for the new school. One of the things that we wanted to make certain that was highlighted is that the factors that lead to what build a new school and what is going to create a neighborhood community, what's going to create this great learning environment and that synergy that makes schools great is not primarily focused on what the name is. It is focused on what we do as a school community to bring us together, to honor that legacy of what this gentleman represented to our community, but more importantly, making certain that we were given a voice to all of these individuals that would now become a part of this new school community. So we did have some discussion about that. We wanted to make certain that that was a factor that was brought to light. It wasn't a point that I felt was a contentious point in our meeting at all. It was just something that we wanted to make sure that everyone's voice was heard, even the minority or the majority representatives of the committee. So one of the things that we did was we spent a lot of time looking at different iterations of Dr. Charles Drew's name, and we worked together as a committee. We had a lot of fun. We were able to shorten some of our meetings because of the fact that we were in significant agreement about what that was going to look like. So here were a few of the options that we sent out to our respective groups to receive survey results from. The first being Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary School, Dr. Charles R. Drew Heritage Elementary School, and Dr. Charles Drew School for Scholars.
So after we sent out the initial survey to the various constituent communities, we found that there was an overwhelming amount of support for the first name. And we've got that data on the next slide, but we got several hundred responses, in addition to the Knox Civic Association giving its unanimous support for the top name. And so you can see that there was a clear winner, which was Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary School, and the other two schools did not get significant amounts of votes. And so when we move forward with the two names that we're suggesting, we stuck with what we had heard from the community.
And what you have listed for you is just another review of the policy, the criteria for what we would want to use to determine what those naming recommendations will be. It's available for the public but for your review, to ensure that you're aware that the committee did utilize this guidelines to determine what our names would be, or what the name would be. We'd like to spend a few minutes of your time to just share with you why the committee recommends the name to be Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary School. The name honors Dr. Charles Drew, who is a notable African-American physician from the school neighborhood. His principal legacy serves as a model for all students, whether they are coming from impoverished neighborhoods or whether they are coming from the top of the echelon community. They all can come together to embody the work that Dr. Drew represented. He was an important Arlington resident, a professional leader in the local, national, international medical communities. And one of the things that we wanted to make certain that was a voice that came out of the committee was the opportunity to really highlight that he was a doctor, and that this is a gentleman that represented a very prestigious career and field, and also had a significant impact on the community. And we would like to continue to carry his name forward to make sure that Charles R. Drew, Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary School will stand as one of the proud tenants of the South Arlington community. So here again, some pictures. We had lots of food, but not a lot of arguing or anything along those lines. It was really a great time for me as the principal to come together with members of our community to talk about this opportunity. It truly was. And for your consideration this evening, our first choice is Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary School, and the alternative choice is Charles Drew Elementary School. One of the things that Mrs. Dean highlighted that we discussed was the results from the survey. Many individuals, of course, significantly selected our first choice, but in their comments was just keep it simple, keep it simple, keep it simple. So we came up with our alternate. We just removed doctor, and we removed his initial. All right, any questions?
Thanks very much for your presentation, all your hard work on the naming committee. Both of you and your committee, please pass on our thanks. Do we have speakers? No speakers, board members? Do you have questions? Monique?
I just wanted to say that this is such an exciting moment for me, having been a parent at Drew for about, 16, 17 years. And I want to thank the community members, the current and the new community members, for coming together with such a good spirit of trying to figure out how to move forward. I think that's so important. While my students attended the Montessori portion of the program, I will forever be a Drew Model School parent, and I, with so much excitement, look forward to the new configuration and the newness of what's going to happen. I also wanted to acknowledge that Kia Haynes is in the room as the president of the Montessori PTA at Drew, because I know that they feel the excitement too for the newness of what's going to happen at Drew. I think you guys have done great work. I think you've done it in a quick fashion. I personally would be happy if we can make it so you don't have to come back, and we can make this official tonight, but I'm not sure if any of my other colleagues would be interested in doing that. Thank you.
Other comments? Oh, okay.
I have a comment. If it is helpful, and it doesn't sound like there was any controversy, or it looks like it was a very united committee and you're very excited, I am happy to take action on this tonight so that you don't have to come back. I know you waited a very long time, and it sounds like you guys had an excellent committee and process, but I'm one board member, so we'll have to leave it on the table.
Well, we would be very excited to be able to move forward with our name so that we can begin the continued planning around celebrating, getting the name out, making sure we have that change out to our community. So absolutely.
We normally have a information and then action separation, and I'd be a little happier doing it that way so that people in the community who have comments can come when we take action, which would be, I believe, at the next meeting, April 11th.
Sure.
Anybody else have questions?
I think we're all still discussing behind your back, so, but while that's happening, I just want to say I love it. It's perfect. I really smiled when I saw it. It's just perfect. Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary. Really love it. I would vote tonight if someone wanted to make a motion.
I would be more than happy to make a motion. I think we have several board members who'd like to make a motion.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Thank you.
But we have 4 board members who'd like to move.
I would like to stick to our practice of info and then action so that the community has an expected opportunity to come and talk to us about the decisions that we're making. Thank you.
Chair Goldstein, with all due respect, I truly appreciate what you're trying to do, but I also am very cognizant of the time it takes for our community members and our principal to come to our meetings that are going to be this long for the rest of the year. And this is something that the community's worked hard on together. And I respectfully disagree with you, and if a board member is willing to make a motion, I'm happy to second it. And I just want to let you know that I think that may happen tonight, but I respect your decision. So.
Thank you. I think we're going to move to
Chair Goldstein?
Monique?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the name of Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary School.
I second that motion.
I'll second the motion. Okay.
Is there discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We're going to move to item number 8, Children's School Services Agreement. Dr. Murphy?
Yes, I apologize. We're going to make just a little transition here. Thank you, Mr. Jamelski, for being patient with us. And we're going to move to the children's school, and I'm going to ask Ms. Leslie Peterson to please come forward with this.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. I'm here tonight to present to you for information the Children's School Services Agreement. As you may know, the Children's School is a private nonprofit cooperative daycare program that was originally founded to provide quality childcare for APS employees, children. We have had a long partnership with TCS and our Integration Station Special Education Preschool Program. They were previously housed at the Reed Building. They are now currently co-located on Fairfax Drive. And we'll be moving out of that location and building a new facility on Lee Highway, and would like to continue to partner with APS at that new facility. And last year in April, the school board signed a letter of intent saying that they would in fact move to that facility with them. So what this is a services agreement that just outlines the services and the way things are going to take place in the new facility. It's been drafted, it has been agreed upon at the staff level, and it says that Integration Station will move with the children's school to the new facility in July of 2021 and remain there for 10 years with the option to renew twice for 5-year periods. APS will pay tuition to TCS as it does now for the Integration Station spaces that it takes up in their classrooms. We will pay 75% of the tuition rate that TCS charges, whatever that might be at that time, and the rate will escalate at the greater of either 3% or the Consumer Price Index. And then that APS and the children's school will work together to design new space, that APS will pay to the children's school no more than $280,000 towards the construction of the building. The reason for that is that the height of the first floor would need to be higher than it would normally need to be in order to accommodate our school buses dropping off our integration station students. If integration station were not with the children's school at that location, then they wouldn't need that extra height. And TCS has agreed to pay half of that cost. So we are not footing the entire bill, they are paying half of that. In addition, as we did at the Fairfax Drive location, we are also paying for the specific fit-out costs for the integration station spaces. They need specific therapy rooms, OT, PT rooms, and other spaces that are unique to IS and wouldn't be needed by TCS. And our recommendation is approval, which you will take action on at your next meeting. I am here for any questions or if there are speakers, I think. Okay.
Thank you. Are there speakers?
Yes, sir. We have 3 speakers on this topic, I believe. First is Jessica Homburg.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to request APS's continued support of the Children's School Integration Station Partnership. As the parents of an IS student, my husband and I have witnessed the amazing benefits of the TCS-IS early intervention experience. Our 3-year-old son, Thomas, has been an IS student since last September. Since being diagnosed with a range of developmental delays at 18 months, we invested in a combination of private therapy and therapy through the Arlington PI program. Last summer, as Thomas was being evaluated for part-time therapy resources through the Arlington Child Find program, we were faced with his potential dismissal from his former care facility due to their lack of resources to address his needs. The Child Find assessors concluded Thomas's needs could not be adequately supported with part-time therapy and recommended we consider enrolling him in an inclusive special ed program. IS was clearly the perfect place for our son, and we're not sure what we would have done without it, as there is no similar program in the area. Thomas started the school year with delayed communication, struggling to follow routines and stay on task, and to interact with peers appropriately. His communication skills have since exploded. He's following routines and instructions and socially thriving with his peers. The exceptional teachers, aides, and therapists, along with peer modeling in the inclusive structure, have been invaluable. When we share Thomas's struggles, others have remarked, "You're in the best place. Arlington County is known for their special ed services." Let's keep Arlington's reputation as a leader in early intervention intact and secure the 25-year TCS-IS partnership with the signing of the services agreement so future families may benefit as we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking with us this evening.
All right, next, we have Erin Robinson.
Good evening. My name is Erin Robinson, and I'm here, like many other families that have spoken at previous meetings, first to thank the APS board and staff for recognizing the importance of early education opportunities for children with special needs, and second, to request that the board continue the partnership between Integration Station and the Children's School that's existed for 25 years. We have 2 amazing boys, Sean and Connor, who both have Down syndrome. We are also a dual military family and moved to Arlington in 2017, not knowing just how lucky at the time we were to have the Children's School and Integration Station right here. Since before the boys were born, we've known that peer modeling, inclusion, integration, and intervention are all vital to their development. And now we've seen firsthand the positive impacts of each of these components at TCS-IS with the exceptional support staff and the developmentally appropriate programming for our children. It's a unique partnership that my husband and I have not seen anywhere else we've lived and feel fortunate to be part of the TCS-IS family. This inclusive program not only benefits our boys and other students with IEPs, but also their neurotypical developing peers by showing them early on that differences should be celebrated and should not define a person. I acknowledge that we're just passing through here, but we feel strong enough about this program to come speak here today to encourage the board to sign the agreement and continue this crucial partnership for our sons, but more importantly, for future families who are just beginning their journey so that they can share in the same successes with their children for many more years to come. Thank you for your continued support for this extraordinary program, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for sharing your comments with us.
Next, we have Kristen Montalbano.
Hello, my name is Krista Montalbano, and I am the parent of a 3-year-old IS student who was recently diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum. Prior to IS, my husband and I struggled to find the support that our son needed. We did regular private therapy sessions, and our son attended a preschool program that unfortunately was unable to meet his needs. So IS has really been a game changer for our family. Cash has had the opportunity to develop the social and communication skills that he has been so deeply struggling with. And better yet, he's in an inclusive setting with other 3-year-olds that he's able to learn from and model his behavior after. At a recent parent-teacher conference, my husband and I were joined not only by his teacher, but also by a speech therapist and an occupational therapist, all of whom know my son's distinct challenges and are working together with him to overcome them, which is incredible. It's really hard for me to put into words what it means to have this level of support, which would not be possible for us to replicate on our own. And it definitely shows. My son has grown in leaps and bounds since September. Early intervention is really crucial, and thanks to IS, I'm confident that he's building the skills he needs to be successful when it comes time for him to enter kindergarten. The program is really changing my son's life. Without it, I believe him and many other children in our community would be at a severe disadvantage. I'm so grateful to live in Arlington, where education is so highly valued, and where programs like this can exist. It's your support that has made this possible, so thank you so much for all you do, and I hope that you'll continue to support the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in this evening.
We do have one more speaker. I miscounted. Felicity Midden.
Sorry, I get emotional whenever I talk about the incredible education my son, who is 2 years old, is getting at Integration Station. We've had our son enrolled in a community daycare center since 3 months after his birth. And last year, when we were going through the IEP program, the idea of taking him out of a peer program was concerning to us. We wanted to make sure that he continued to learn social norms. We were seeing that in that integrated classroom at the daycare that he was starting to try to mimic his peers. But now the combination of the integrated classroom with the therapy support that he's getting, he's just blossoming. He didn't walk until December of this year. Yesterday he was running. He wasn't speaking words in December of this year, and now he has 30 words. So these are things that his peers are helping him learn to do. He clears the table at dinner. These are expectations that we have of our typical children, but it's his peers that are helping him and driving him to participate in these activities, and the teachers around him are giving him the skills in order to accomplish those tasks so he doesn't give up. I thank you for your support for this program, and I'd ask that you continue to support it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in this evening and sharing your comments with us. Excuse me, board members, do you have questions or comments on the presentation?
I just really want to thank Ms. Peterson, and I know there was a team of people that worked on this negotiation, and you did it very quickly, and everybody was earnest, and I know that they actually had an April 1st deadline, end of this month. I know we're a little bit over that, and I just really appreciate that that happened, so I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Comments, questions? No? Okay, thank you very much, and this will come back to us for action at the next meeting, April 11th.
Correct.
Thank you. It's too late to decide. And
I think we'll pick up, Mr. Goldstein, if I could assist here with special education
Plan, yep.
annual plan.
Good, thank you. Thank you for waiting.
All right.
Folks
yes.
just leaving in the back of the room, thank you all for bearing with us this evening and staying so long.
The special education annual plan application is something that we bring forward about this time every year, and this is specific to our VDOE funding. This is the special education grant funds that we receive, and so we're not digging into a lot of other special education components this evening. We are simply looking at the plan. This is similar to what we do for the consolidated application for Titles 1, 2, and 3. This one is, however, specific to special education, and I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Jamelski, who has been waiting very patiently this evening for this piece of the agenda. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Natras. Good evening, board members and Dr. Murphy. The annual special education annual plan is also sometimes referred to as the IDEA grant application, and there are several kind of boilerplate or routine components of the annual plan, including policy that is consistent with federal and state regulations, assurances for implementing the use of the dollars according to the IDEA regulations, description of how the previous annual plan money had been spent, and several other assurances. Special education in Arlington and in every community is an integral part of the entire school system. It cuts across every grade level, every subject area, every school building, and the dollars that come out of the IDEA grant go to support improvement of special education or expansion of services in every grade level, subject area, and across every school building. This money goes to supplement and expand services across the school division that wouldn't be available otherwise. The largest part comes in two parts. One part is called Section 611, which is the largest part, and the vast majority of this goes to support human resources or additional staff members to be able to provide services for students in schools. Some of the different staff members that are involved are various specialists, including behavior or autism specialists, assistive technology specialists, secondary transition, even supporting things or services at integration station, which had just recently been discussed, as well as additional instructional assistants often used to support special needs, particularly at the elementary level, where our younger friends need a lot more support and supervision. The other smaller part of the grant is called 619, and it is tailored specifically for pre-K needs. The largest part of it also goes to human resources. However, there is also professional development and materials expenses with the pre-K 619 grant. There is also a small section that this year will be about $61,500 that is called a proportionate set-aside. So within Arlington, there is a small number of students where families have opted out of the public school system for a variety of reasons and may be having their child in a private school, which could be a religious-based or a non-religious affiliated private school, or homeschooling. Every student who participates with an independent service plan through either homeschooling or a parentally placed private school placement, there is a small amount of the IDEA grant that is set aside to support some service plan services. Some of that is often used for periodic evaluation, psychological evaluation, update of their disability identification. We had several milestones in working on the grant application going back for the past 4 months. This evening we're presenting an information item, coming back next board meeting in April for action, and then the final document is submitted to VDOE in May. And I would ask if there are any questions that I could be able to answer at this time.
Thank you very much. Paul, are there speakers? No speakers? Board members, you have questions, comments? Nancy?
It's normal that this, I believe that this is seen by the Special Advisory Committee in advance of coming to us. Has that happened?
Yes, that, if I can go back to the milestones, sorry if I glossed over that. In February, at the monthly ASAC meeting, Arlington Special Education Advisory Committee, we presented a draft and shared expectations of how the money would be utilized and gathered some feedback. There was not a lot of feedback. Much of the document was very similar to previous years, but so we have already brought it through ASAC.
Okay, so there was no concern that they expressed?
There was no specific concern that we have regular meetings with them. In fact, we have another meeting with ASAC leadership tomorrow, and I can verify with them if there were any concerns, but when we left the presentation, there were no glaring concerns that were available at that time, but we can verify tomorrow.
And the funding has remained relatively flat for a long period of time, has it not?
So it actually, our population of students with disabilities has been increasing consistent with our overall student population increase at approximately 14.5% to 15% of the overall APS population. And the grant dollars have also been increasing.
Okay.
So the anticipated 611 grant is, I believe, a little over $5.1 million for next year, whereas right now I believe we have approximately 4.8 or 4.9 million. And so it has been going incrementally up a couple of $100,000 as we've been increasing the population of students with disabilities.
Thank you.
And I just want to confirm, I think I ask the same question every year. This is our application to get the IDEA funding.
Correct.
Which is most of our federal funding in our budget. Is this the funding that is identified in our current, the budget we're looking at right now, the FY 2020? This matches up, right?
So
It may or may not, just because this is an application for funding for the coming year, and we don't necessarily have that in the budget book. Most of the time with our federal grants, we project at the same level as we currently have until we get the information from the feds saying, yes, this has been approved. And that doesn't usually come until much later in the year, after the fiscal year's already started for us.
It's what he showed? Yeah. And same question then with the positions then. So the funding is going to fund all these positions. These are also are listed in our current budget then, the positions.
So
Yes, the current positions that are funded by the grant are listed in the budget document.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? No, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you. And this is info item, so I guess this will come back to us at
April 11th.
April 11th? Right. Okay, thank you. And moving to info item G3, we're going to do 3 policies in rapid succession.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go, then someone else, then Raj, and then I'll go again.
I mean, no, we're going to do secondary course withdrawal.
Okay.
And
all right,
reporting
defer to you
students
guys.
enrolled in programs, and then addition or deletion of courses.
You just tell me when to be here.
And then after
Okay.
that, Raj, and let me ask first, are there any speakers on any of those 3? So we can just roll right through without having to pause for speakers.
I might suggest, though, Mr. Goldstein, that after each one, Mr. Byrd, this is Mr. Ty Byrd, our Director of Secondary Education, that we just maybe take a stop and see if there are any questions that the board has.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity
morning.
to say good morning to you all. There are eggs and bacon outside? No luck, huh? Well, thanks again for an opportunity to talk about our new policy that we're developing with regard to course withdrawal from a high school credit-bearing course. This is a policy that we felt we needed to provide schools to provide some consistent information regarding the impact of dropping a class in high school, and when you do that and how it impacts your transcript moving forward. It's pretty cut dry. I don't know if there I guess I can open it for questions if you had an opportunity to read it.
That was it. Okay, questions
Yes, I have a question.
on that? You do have a question.
Mr. Board, thank you for the presentation. I had a question in the policy implementation procedure. There's a clause D that says withdrawal from dual enrolled, advanced placement, or international baccalaureate courses. But in the clause, it only addresses dual enrolled. And so just a clarification, the dual enrolled says students enrolled in dual enrollment courses must adhere to withdrawal policy of that institution, but it doesn't say anything about advancement placement or international baccalaureate. So if that is part of our typical withdrawal process, I would just ask that we clarify that.
Sure. That's a great question. Dual enroll requires 2 grade books. So there's a grade book externally and then one internally.
Correct.
AP and IB, it's all internal.
Okay.
So the requirements for dropping or the ramifications of dropping a course for an external entity resides with them.
Okay.
So we had to make that.
Right, so in the title, it actually includes AP and IB, so if we can remove those then, so that there doesn't cause confusion for our parents who aren't as familiar. And that's what I wanted to clarify. I wasn't sure if we needed to, if there was something special. And then the only other question I had is that I noted we do withdrawal pass or withdrawal fail. And in college, you can withdraw up to a certain date and it's just a W. It doesn't say pass or fail. And then after that date, then it's a fail if you haven't withdrawn, if my memory serves me correct. And so I just worry about a student withdrawing, if they're withdrawing because of what a lot of kids in college do is they get to a point and they recognize, I'm not successful in this class, I'm not prepared for this class, I'm going to withdraw and maybe get remedial or try again. And they don't have an effect where it shows pass or fail. So I'm just curious, this would make sense to me if it was like fourth quarter, you're withdrawing, okay, you have to say withdraw, pass, withdraw, fail, that makes sense. But when they're doing it after the first day after second quarter for the, I just wonder, it's for your consideration, this is the PIP, but for students who may have been going through a tragedy or a situation or something that's causing them to maybe eliminate a rigorous course due to some other outside factor, I worry about how the pass-fail is reflective on there. So that's just feedback because it's PIP, it's part of the implementation. So I don't know if we add another date or if we just make it a W and then forth. So that's board members' feedback.
So having it in the PIP gives us an opportunity to appeal if there was an extenuating circumstance that might need the third quarter to be the time. So we can make that.
I just wanted to, and so that's all, but thank you for the policy. I didn't have any concerns with the policy wording.
We had this discussion on our policy committee, and given the fact that we're focusing on the whole child and supporting students, I just don't really understand the rationale for the withdraw pass or withdraw fail. I would, again, it's your PIP, but I don't see the value of it. So maybe you could explain the value of putting that down, or would we do just as well with just withdrawal?
Right. I can walk you a little bit through the process of developing this policy. We reached out to each school and asked them to send 2 representatives to us and to discuss what this policy and the PIP, the accompanying PIP would look like. The members of the counseling departments from across the county thought that it would be a more accurate representation of what occurred in the class to put the withdrawal pass or withdrawal fail on the transcript, as we hope for accuracy and a clear transparency with regard to what courses students were enrolled in and how well they did in those courses as the student matriculates to post-secondary institutions. Also, we wanted to do fair consideration for students who might have been encouraged to take a more rigorous class and may not have chosen to do one on their own, but have chosen to do so because someone encouraged them to do so. Around the second quarter, they've decided that they're not going to stay in that class. We didn't want there to be any negative ramifications on their transcript, so we would expunge it for them. But for students who decided to remain, we thought that if a student was going to stay in the class for 3 quarters, then a college or university should know that the student made the attempt in that course.
Okay, but I'm going to be done, but I don't see the difference between putting a P and an F with it and just doing a withdrawal, but I really.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with this, and I'm not sure I fully followed the rationale that you provided, but, you know, we have said that if there's something in the PIP that doesn't seem to fit what we were thinking, that we need to revise the policy. And this strikes me as, I mean, I think several of us are feeling like if you stretched yourself, you tried something, realize it's not right for you, just like in college, you should be able to withdraw and not have that affect I mean, the W shows that you withdrew from something, but to have the pass-fail. So I wonder if really we should consider a slight rewording of our policy, which would say something about, you know, the opportunity to, the philosophy though is for students to take chances, but not suffer from those chances. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the wording would be, but.
And I think this discussion is amongst board members, Dr. Bird, but I would just reiterate that I agree with that, and I can understand having a qualifier where if you're withdrawing after 3rd quarter, then maybe we consider that fail pass. There is a limit, because there is that penalty in college as well, where after a certain point, you don't get the W, you get the fail. So that's something for us to discuss, but I would consider that as well.
Through Mr. Goldstein, may I comment? I just wanted to make sure it's okay with you. It's not college, it's high school. And they're still young people, and I want kids to take chances and to try. And so I'm still feeling like maybe this is one of those things we need to bring into the policy if our staff needs more direction on it. So maybe we can consider that for when we come back with action.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on to the next policy.
All right, the next one is in relationship to reporting students enrolled in programs. This is specific to our work as we think about our programs and how we define them with the VDOE. And HB Woodlawn is a program, so how do we report out 2 specific components? One is the component of assessment, the other then is our specific enrollment. And there were 2 shifts. This is an existing policy, unlike the other one that Mr. Bird just presented, and these are the 2 revisions. One, removing language specific to individual programs from the policy. We have tried, as we are continuing to revise policies, that when there are specific references to things, whether they be programs or specific courses and other things, as we just did, if you think about the policy where we shifted from world geography to make it say social studies, right? So that if changes are made, we're not having to go back and constantly update the policy. And so that's why the first bullet is there. And then we also sought to clarify the language and the definition. So we pulled the definitions right from the VDOE, we put them into the policy so that people are able to reference terms such as school of residence. What are we talking about when we say school of residence? That's not a common term necessarily in Arlington. We typically say neighborhood schools. However, when we talk programs versus schools, we're using the Virginia definition. So we've added those. You can see responsible school is in there as well, as is serving school. So this one is really to do those 2 pieces. I will take any questions that you might have.
Monique?
Can you tell me what, what are who's covered by this? Which ones now?
Which programs right now? So
What's a program with the school?
HB Woodlawn is
Uh-huh.
an example. Arlington Tech is an example. Anyone else? Well, Montessori will be. That hasn't actually been submitted to VDOE yet. That's why I hadn't said them yet, because we actually have to tell them, right, that it is as we move. So Langston, New Directions, it's 1216. There are.
Okay.
Thank you. No, Arlington Tech, yes. The Career Center programs, it depends on what it is and whether or not students are there full-time. So that's part of what we're trying to define with this and to make those definitions clear.
I knew you took the names out, but I
Correct.
just didn't know how people would know if this.
I mean, the names that were in the policy were HB Woodlawn, the continuation program, which now has a new name, and then that's it. That was all that was in the current policy. So we've pulled those out, and we're just referring to them as programs.
Okay, and will somebody, I just didn't know whether we'd have a list somewhere so people would understand if this relates to their student. That's all.
And I think we could connect it, like on the options and transfer web pages and things, as we continue to define through the IPP process and others, what are our options programs, what are our options schools, and then which one of those fit this programmatic definition. So I think we could capture that in some other ways and communicate it to families that maybe doesn't live in policy. But we could link within the policy to something on the website to capture that.
Okay.
So we could do that to get it.
I'd like to follow up on Ms. O'Grady's comment, Mr. Goldstein.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know, Dr. Nattrass, that the policy subcommittee did review this and that we did recommend that in the PIP, perhaps we could list what is a program versus a school. When we reviewed the policy, for those who are listening, schools are identified by a Virginia Department of Education, actually numerical identifier that allows for reporting. Programs are not, and so they're reported through that. So if they have an identifier, in the policy I thought was really well done. When I read it this go-around, it made a lot of sense, and it covered everything. So as you said, it allows us to not be specific. But I think there's a recommendation to answer Ms. O'Grady's question that in the PIP, when families look, they could see it. So we just wanted to provide you
We
that
don't
feedback.
have a PIP any longer. So through that conversation,
I
we took a lot
see.
of the language out of the PIP and put it into the policy so that the policy was a little more comprehensive.
Okay.
But I'm looking at this, and one of the policies referenced is the options and transfer policy, and there's the PIP with that.
Perfect.
Where we list the programs. So
Okay.
if that's linked, people can go right into that and get the programs there. So, but there is no longer a PIP for this because most of the language that was in the PIP after the conversations with the policy review committee got moved into policy so that it was clearer.
Okay, thank you.
Nancy, go ahead.
Okay, the options and transfer policy, nor the options and transfer PIP lists the programs. We want a place in our policy or in our PIP where we list our programs and our schools.
We'll get that,
So-
we'll get that done.
agree.
Just-
I promise I will take care of that.
Great, because do you remember going back to options and transfers?
I do.
We agreed to take it out,
Right.
but it needs to be somewhere, not
Right.
just listed on a webpage.
In the PIP.
Right.
So
We'll address
will
that.
happen before something comes back, right?
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
I think that was what the feedback was from our subcommittee. Thanks.
I got it.
Do you have a comment?
All right.
Okay, so this is coming back. Do we need to talk about the date this is coming back? Would not necessarily have to come
This
back
should-
on the 11th, right?
No, this should be able to come back on the 11th.
Okay, and with the work that you're going to do on
Yes.
it?
Okay,
Okay.
so that's a separate PIP.
Okay, we'll look for it on the 11th.
All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Byrd for addition and deletion of courses. I think this is a one-word change. One word.
Yeah, we just changed one word, added the word, changed challenge to challenges, and added the word opportunities. And with regard to the PIP, we just cleaned up some language, changed some Department of Instruction to Department of Teaching and Learning, included directors of counseling services in the decision-making process, and also changed the gender of the superintendent. It was always referred to as he, and we just changed it to the superintendent.
Okay.
It was old.
No speakers and board members. Do you have comments? No? Okay. And that's coming back on the 11th, right? Right, okay. And likely with these last three, if we don't have, I guess we will on the last one, we might have to see that on action, but otherwise we might see them on consent.
Correct.
Okay. Two of the last three. On consent. Oh, that's right, that's right. So maybe one of the three. Yes, sir.
Hey, good day. I'm here to present. I didn't know what to say, actually. It was like such a transition.
That was great. That was
Yeah.
great.
I'm here to present information on the acceptable use of technology for staff. That's the policy we're talking about. Just a reminder, some background information. This is based on the acceptable use policy for students. It is exactly the same thing in the lines of the students, and we've created it for staff. The student acceptable use policy went through a very extensive community engagement process. It kind of had a lot of community members' input into it. What we did was to adjust this for the staff, we worked with 3 committees very closely: the Employee Advisory Committee, the Collaborative Professional Strategies team, and the Instructional Technology Coordinators who work with technology support in staff. So I actually, at this point of time, I'd like to thank Ms. Brianna Cobbins, the Director for HR, and Mr. Matt Smith, who actually have been instrumental in working very closely with these staff committees to make sure that the language was appropriate for staff with respect to the changes. Again, as I said, this is a new policy. This is actually based on the acceptable use policy for students. And the basic rationale is that we need to have an acceptable use policy per the Code of Virginia. We needed to actually have that. And actually, what we did to be very clear with respect to how we are actually dealing with it is we took the acceptable use policy and we actually broke that down as 3. We brought forward the internet policy, which was adopted in December. The next one was we did the student acceptable use policy, which we accepted in May, and this is now the staff component of it that we are actually trying to bring forward. These are some of the rationales or the key concepts. These are exactly the same key concepts. We try to be very, we try to match them to everything that we thought was important that we called out in student acceptable use policy, which is actually the rationale for providing the technology. We talked about the requirements of trying to be aligned to the federal, state, local, and the APS policies. Corrective actions against misuse if there was any, and particularly I think I want to highlight the privacy expectations related to kind of saying, you know, what would be captured and what would be not, and things like that. On the board's conversation, I think we went back and we talked about images and how we were actually handling, you know, making sure that we were explicitly clear that, you know, they have to be compliant to the appropriateness of images. We were actually, we added that language from a couple of other policies already in place. And the last one, and a couple of ones, were the care of the devices. We did want to talk about that one, and then the liability part. So this is exactly as lined. That's the policy, that's the information, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Did we have speakers on this one? No. Okay. Comments or questions, board members?
I just have a quick comment. I just want to let you know that I read the policy, and I know this came also through the policy subcommittee, and I thought the language added was great and very clear, and I appreciated the work you guys did on this, so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll be seeing this on April 11th. Did we get all of these? Oh, you're up, right. Number 7, proposed revisions to school board policies. Tanya?
So I'm going to see if the people working in the TV room can be the clickers for me. So I'm going to be introducing the school board policy revisions. We had about 5, oh, thank you, that'll work as well. Let's see if I can make this happen. As the community knows, we have a school board policy subcommittee, and we've been going through the school board policies. It's a section of policies that are really focused on school board governance. So we had a next set of school board policies that came through a subcommittee. We proposed changes to the policies based on aligning the policies with current APS practices, as well as related policies for this set that we're going through now. We incorporated changes based on the VSBA policies, and we ensured that policies were referencing and aligned with the Code of Virginia. The policies that we looked over this go-around were the conflicts of interest, board leadership, which is formerly titled board chair and vice chair. We changed the title because it also addressed duties of the school board clerk. Legislative liaison, formerly titled legislative coordinator. We refer to our legislative school board liaison as liaison, and it also references our staff liaison, so we had the title change reflect actually verbiage that we use today. And then compensation benefits for school board members. The VSBA actually has a policy that addresses compensation for school board, and we did not have any of that in our policy, so we added that to School Board Policy B-8.4, and then School Board Policy G-1.8, financial interests. We made some changes to that, but it was really just to update practices and make sure that we had a current language, and I believe it was the financial interest or benefits for school board members where we actually went to our finance department to make sure that we were using appropriate language to address the needs of those policies. So those are the changes, and we will be taking action on them at our next board meeting. So colleagues, do you have any questions or concerns with the policies presented for information tonight?
Sorry, any comment? There's no speakers? No, any comments or questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much for the work that the policy subcommittee's done on this. And did we finish this?
We have 2 more items.
We were ready to go to action, I believe,
Oh,
for
action.
the
Right, we're done with information.
construction manager at risk method for the Career Center. And I think we're bringing this back because there were a couple questions. Mr. Chadwick, and you just want to update us on how we're addressing those?
I do, yes. There was a question, I believe, last time when I was out of town about whether this applied to both the Arlington Tech projects and to the 800-seat Career Center project, and the answer to that is yes, and it's covered in the last 2 bullet points on this slide. So the CMR scope will include work related to both the Career Center projects included in the FY 2019 to 28 CIP, which is growth of Arlington Tech, and number 2, the 800-seat Career Center expansion project.
Yeah, I thought we had it was a money question. Yeah. Sorry, Nancy, you want to, do you have a comment here? Wasn't the...
I think...
No, wasn't the question, did the 184 million that's in the CIP, what did it apply to? Did it apply to the Arlington Tech seats and
the Career Center seats?
And the Career Center seats. Was that the question? That's my memory.
But it was a specific 2 amounts of money that was incorrectly on the slide. And I'm pulling it up now.
Okay.
It wasn't the change order. You're talking about the CMR.
My recollection, while you guys are searching, my recollection is that in the presentation of the board meeting 2 weeks ago, there was actually on page 2 of the presentation, it said that the CIP included $184.7 million. And I believe we had asked that this include the money that we had in the CIP for the Arlington Tech growth. And the answer was that it did, but that this slide did not reflect that it included Arlington Tech. It only reflected the field and parking garage and the 800-seat addition. So the slide that you're providing us tonight says that we are approving the CMR procurement method for the Career Center and Arlington Tech project, and that the scope will include work related to both the Career Center projects, which is the growth of Arlington Tech, which is the prior CIP money that's specifically for the growth of Arlington Tech, separate from the 800 additional seats. So that's my recollection of our discussion.
Correct, but I also think that that dollar amount needed to be different because of that.
My recollection was that it included, but I don't know. I will.
Okay, this actually matters because we were talking about the amount of money that was set aside for Arlington Tech and making sure that we eventually spend that money, that it not be rolled into the 800 seats. And this rolls the two together. So
This is not a motion about the funding. This is about using the construction manager at risk.
Using the
Whatever that
construction manager at risk for what?
For both projects.
Both projects.
And how much money is each project?
There's remaining just under $15 million, I believe, of the $18.75 million that's been set aside for the Arlington Tech component of the project at the Career Center, and then $184 million or so for the 800-seat addition with the parking garage.
Okay, so we are on record as saying there's $15 million for Arlington Tech and that build-out, and $184.7 million for the Career Center project, which is the 800 seats that are being managed by the construction manager at risk.
Yes.
So as long as we're really clear about that, and we don't find out there's just one pot of money that's somehow morphed together, I'm good with that. But right now, there's going to be no written record of that other than what I just said. Okay, so I'm just making sure that it's really clearly said in this meeting.
This is not to approve the projects, though. This is actually just to say we're approving the use of the construction manager at risk.
And I would prefer to say we are using the construction manager at risk for the $184.7 million Career Center project and the $15 million Arlington Tech project.
I do have a motion, Mr.
Which
Chair,
are
when you'd like.
separate, correct?
No, they're putting them together, which is fine. They're currently separate line items.
They are two
right.
separate pots of money. The 15 is not part of the 184.
That's what I'm trying to
Right.
keep distinct.
To make a
Yeah.
distinction on, yes.
So I've made it. Let's just, we can make sure that the minutes really reflect that. Okay?
Okay,
Wanna hold
so
up the
it
show.
sounds like we're ready for a motion.
I have a motion, Mr. Chair.
Really?
Yes.
Would you like to read it?
I move that the board approve the use of construction management at risk procurement method for the Career Center Arlington Tech project and direct staff to begin the competitive negotiation selection process.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on this before we vote?
I just want to say I have significant reservations about this because I feel like what we're doing is morphing these two projects together, and I'm very concerned about it. And it's 12:35 at night. This isn't what I expected to have come back. I'm very concerned. I don't want to hold up the project, but we keep morphing Arlington Tech into the Career Center project. And I feel like that's what we're doing now. So I'm very concerned about this.
At the last meeting, that was the presentation and recommendation from staff, that we treat those two projects as one and manage them as one.
We
this
discussed
isn't new.
coordinating them, not morphing them into one project.
Could you?
Okay, so here, this is.
By definition,
If I may add a little clarity perhaps to this, and I hope this won't make it more complicated. These projects will be revisited in the next CIP after you as the board have approved the concept design for the Career Center, addition of 800 seats, parking garage, whatever else, plus the remainder of the work for Arlington Tech. Those will be incorporated into the next CIP, and it is likely that there will be a very short phase occurring very shortly after that to complete the work for Arlington Tech, which will happen before we go to the next phase for the 800 seats.
Okay, Mr. Goldstein, here's my concern. We have, unbeknownst to many of us, we delayed doing any of the construction related to Arlington Tech. So we now have students in relocatables because we chose not to do that, unbeknownst to many of these board members. Now we are rolling this into this larger project, and it feels to me like we are not going to do anything related to Arlington Tech until after we've planned the Career Center 800 seats. And then I'm not quite sure when that's going to happen, when the initial plan was for this to have been done each summer, done next summer. So we are allowing, by having this rolled up together under one CMR, I believe what we're going to get back is exactly what Mr. Chadwick just said. We aren't going to do any of this until after the next CIP, which then brings the Arlington Tech renovation project in 2 years later than was what in the last CIP. And that is my concern, that we are basically saying, well, we had to do it this way because we rolled it all into one. So de facto, we're rolling it into one rather than proceeding as we could with Arlington Tech. So that's my concern, and we are yet again putting that piece off until after the 800 seats. And that's my concern, unless what I've just described is wrong. And I don't hear anybody contesting what I said.
Can you comment on that, John?
You are not entirely correct in the way you have portrayed that.
Then please
And what I would like to explain is that it is impossible for us to do major renovations inside that building any more than we've done until we know how we're going to proceed with a very large addition to the building, which will involve demolitions of portion of the building, will involve all sorts of connections between one part of the building and the other. If we proceeded with Arlington Tech now and did major internal renovations without knowing what the overall plan was, I believe we would be using school board money inappropriately, because we might well be doing things that we would want to rip out afterwards because they were not done properly. And even though Arlington Tech is a very important program at the Career Center, if we think of them separately, we cannot make a comprehensive project out of it, and we will plan badly if we conceive of them completely as two separate projects. So what I'm trying to do is to conceive of them as part of an overall whole that will fit into a project, a series of projects at the Career Center, the first phase of which will be the work that we need to do for Arlington Tech, followed by the 800 seats, and followed by other phases that may happen later in the future.
Okay, so Mr. Goldstein, that is exactly what I want to hear. And I'd like it somewhere written, and maybe we can get an update on this. I want to hear that once the plan is in place, which should be done by December, that we will then move on what we need to do with Arlington Tech.
I would like to correct you on the timing. We won't be able to get to the concept design through the community engagement process that we always go through until about February of next year, so that in March, the school board will be able to approve the overall concept design for both pieces, and for that matter, for future phases that we may do in the future.
So then do you foresee that summer being able to do what you need to do for Arlington Tech in preparation for the opening of the September of 2021?
We will be able to do some work. How much work we'll be able to do, I don't know at this point.
My concern is high. I think we've made commitments to families. We're not fulfilling it. We're putting it off. That's my concern. I'm one board member. I'm concerned. So I'm concerned. But that's just going to have to be me.
Okay. Are you finished with your
Yes,
comments?
thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so this again goes back to what I was saying last time about we have asked that site and we have asked staff to host an increasing variety of different things, and managing them all together. We all want them. We all want them to come in successfully. We want them to come in on time, on budget. But the more things we ask that site and staff to host, the more we have to realize that some of those things are going to bump up against some other things in terms of achieving each of them on time and on budget. And I don't love it, but we have asked that there be a lot of things going on that site. One day, we will have a lot of things happening, completed successfully on that site, but getting from here to there is going to require some jockeying.
Mr. Goldstein.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate what you're saying, and I certainly don't want to expend money inefficiently. But we have made commitments to families who are currently there. And I do think that if our board requested that efficiently and effectively we do what we need to do to serve those kids without them becoming an afterthought, I think that that should be something we should consider. We don't have to do it tonight, but I feel like our plans at that center keep changing, and you've just said that they do. Then I think we need now to know what we're saying to families because we've changed. And I don't agree with that change, and I think if we were to say it is a priority for us to support what we've committed to do at Arlington Tech, we could ensure it doesn't get put off further down the road. So I don't need a lecture on how much we've changed there, because we've changed a lot, and I completely agree with you. But I do think we as a board should be making sure that changes don't happen that we're unaware of.
Mr. Goldstein, I'd like to call the question at this point. This is an important discussion. We need to continue talking about the Career Center on a regular basis, but at this point in the evening, I think that we should move on with this vote, which is about approving the construction manager at risk model only.
Okay.
I meant to say I'd like to ask you to call the question.
Then you have to vote on that. Can't we just vote? If you call the question, you have to have a second, and you have to vote on calling the question. So why don't we just vote?
Yes, if we're done with the discussion, I would like to have a vote. I agree that this is an important discussion item. I also don't like having it at 12:45, but
Yeah, it is what it
we've got to figure out a time to have it. I won't go through my arguments again. All right, so we're ready to vote now. You want to read the motion again?
It's about, I move that the board approve the use of construction management at risk procurement method for the Career Center Arlington Tech project and direct staff to begin the competitive negotiation selection process.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. And we are at new business.
Mr. Chair, I have a piece of new business. I would like to make a motion, as I mentioned earlier in the evening, and if I could, I'd like to just set up the reason why I'm making the motion. This is going to be a motion about where we are regarding the budget deliberations currently. From tonight's large attendance, we know that there are a lot of proposed cuts that are causing a lot of great concern in our community. We have received the superintendent's proposed budget about a month ago. We've had 4 work sessions, and we do have more to go. We've had tonight's public meeting with more than 50 speakers. I have been looking quite in depth at the budget, And I think it's important for me to share that I have concerns about some of the proposed cuts. If we have a shortfall and are not able to have more funding for our budget. I'm saying this at this time because next week the county board is going to have 2 hearings on its budget, and whatever it ultimately decides on its budget will have an impact on our budget. And I know the community is quite engaged around some of these proposed cuts. And I just wanted to share where I am currently, so that if people are concerned, they have the opportunity to be able to share with the county board as well that they have some concerns potentially about the funding shortfall, so that the county board will understand if the community is in support of more funding for our schools. So with that, I have this motion. I move that the school board chair convey to the county board chair that in our initial review of the superintendent's budget, there are many possible cuts that go beyond efficiencies and in some cases go against APS's mission, vision, values, and goals as stated in our strategic plan. With that in mind, and because the county board has advertised the possibility of a tax rate increase to address APS's growing needs, we will likely request a dedicated 1 cent increase for schools over the county manager's proposed 1 cent increase for schools. That additional $7.8 million above the manager's proposal still requires APS to make at least $11 million in reductions, including potentially 23 full-time employees, but would keep APS from cutting so deeply that students will be harmed and equity would be compromised.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, board members? No one?
I'll just make a comment. I appreciate Ms. O'Grady bringing this forward. I had an opportunity to attend the CCPTA meeting on Monday night, and this was a discussion topic. I'll just reiterate that I've done, since I moved to Arlington, been a connoisseur of APS's budgets, so I've looked at 15 budgets, and I think this is one of the best that I've seen. I think the superintendent strictly followed the direction that we gave him. He gave us an excellent budget. He came out of the gate acknowledging he was going to have to take cuts, and he did, $10 million worth of cuts with FTEs related to that. We had this extraordinary relationship that our leadership team has cultivated with both the county manager and the county board, in which not only did the county manager put forward a 1 cent increase, but the county board was willing to entertain additional funds. And I think that that just shows that the county recognizes that we are at a significant growth phase and that they hope to be able to help us. So I think giving them an early signal, in my book, I've read this budget. I don't think we can do any cutting, and I think we need to do adding. I think we're going to have to do trade-offs. But I think in the end, this is where we're going to end up, and sending them that signal now that that's likely where we're going to be. It would be great if we can find other savings, but right now, this looks like where we're going to be. I think it's a responsible thing to do, and in the next couple of days, the county board is going to get inundated with requests for funding from other areas in the county, and I think the school's voice needs to be heard at that time. And often schools, community only comes to us and doesn't go to the county board in recent years. So I think this is a really good idea. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I will be supporting Ms. O'Grady's motion. I've been looking at the budget. I have serious concerns about many of the proposed cuts, and I do not believe that I would, as one board member, would be comfortable with making the majority of those cuts. We have already, in the proposed budget, have $10.1 million worth of cuts, which includes a class size increase, which I'm not fond of. And while I think there are some efficiencies, I do not believe that it'll be $9 million worth of efficiencies. So we meet with the board on April 12th after we've approved our proposed budget, the school board's proposed budget, and I'm concerned that at that time they'll be quite a bit along in their deliberations. So I would like them to know that we are looking at our budget and that where we are today preliminarily, it's not looking good. And that I will be asking them very likely, or asking my colleagues to ask them to try to fund that $9 million gap. If we find efficiencies, we may be able to save class size increases, or as Ms. Van Doren said, there's some additions. While I'm not sure if that's the route I want to go, the point is that we're not in a good place. And the one thing that I have not forgotten is we have a projected budget deficit next year. And so I don't know what our county as a whole can tolerate in the work that the county board has to do in tax increases and how we need to make these funds meet. It appears that in maybe 2 years from now, we'll be in a much better place, but we're not going to be there next year. And so I have those concerns. So this is why I'm going to be supporting Ms. O'Grady's motion this evening, because I want to make sure that our county board knows that it is not looking great and that we may be asking them to help us close this gap versus trying to find $9 million in cuts that are really, really going to hurt the quality of our instruction and the significant work we are doing to move along equity. So thank you for the time to let me speak.
Sure. I have a few questions that I want to confirm. I'm hearing a lot of words, if, preliminary, so let me just confirm some. Dr. Murphy, the county board has their tax hearing next week. When do they actually vote on their tax rate?
I believe it's when they adopt their budget. April 23rd, I believe.
So it's about 3 weeks away, 3 or 4 weeks away? 4 weeks?
Approximately, yeah.
We are adopting our budget, our proposed budget, on April 11th, which is 2 weeks away, and we have a joint work session with the county board. Mr. Chair, could I ask just a yes or no? Are you in favor of this approach?
I am not.
So, and you have been, as I think our leadership team has been in touch with the county board chair, the county manager. Are they aware of the budget deficit that we have been carrying, and the fact that we are likely to ask for more than what the county manager has proposed?
They're certainly aware of our budget deficit because we delivered copies of our budget to them as soon as, it was printed.
So I want to confirm the language of this motion, because I find it a little bit odd. We certainly do motions where we direct the superintendent to do things. In this case, Ms. O'Grady, are we directing our chair? What's your proposal?
The chair, the proposal asks the chair to relay the concern of the board that we are concerned about the gap that we currently hold. And as we're looking at the budget, as we're looking at our budget, if we're not able to lessen that gap, we're concerned that some of our core mission, vision, values, and strategic plan goals may be impacted if we have to go further and deeper into cuts. And it's just to give them understanding that that is a concern. And also, actually, by doing this, letting the community know that they're, in my opinion, I understand some of the concerns that have been shared, and I would like to potentially see, if possible, them weigh in with the county as well as to whether or not they're interested in perhaps bearing a potential burden of helping to fill that gap. And I would say that if they are if they're concerned and they feel like they want to help fill the gap, they should share that concern with the county board. If they're not, they should share that as well. So I think it serves two purposes.
My question had to do with the fact whether this motion, in those who support this motion, are directing our school board chair to take an act. That's my question. Are we directing Those who support the motion are directing our school board chair to do something that, in fact, he just said he wasn't in favor of.
So I think the answer to that is yes, and the reason that I would support the motion as written is because the county board is the one making the decision on the tax rate. They're the ones making the decision on the budget, and they're the ones making the decision on how much additional funds we will be receiving. They'll be voting on whether the proposed 1 cent tax increase dedicated to schools that the county manager has put forth will be accepted, and if they will be adding anything to that. So it's not as something that I can direct the superintendent to do. The majority of the board at this time supports where this motion is sending us. And so I don't know what else to do but to ask our chair, as a representative of our board, to convey that to the chair of the county manager so that when they are having their discussions, they are aware that there is an official awareness and ask that we may be coming to them with a request for additional funds as to where we are viewing our budget now. I don't believe that anyone on this board is not looking for efficiencies. I don't believe that anyone on this board is not looking to make cuts, but I have studied all 3 tiers. I am not finding a lot that I believe will not have a direct impact on instruction, on equity, and will affect the value and the missions of APS, in addition to the experiences that we pride ourselves that our students are having. They're directly impacting our students in the ability for our central office to manage the work that we're pushing forward, and we are growing. And so, yes, this does direct the chair to convey that to the county board chair. And while I very respectfully understand Mr. Goldstein, our chair's position, and he does not agree with this, I don't know what else to do when the majority of the board is in agreement to relay this message, and that is not moving forward. So,
well, I may, or, I agree with a great deal of what you said. We certainly, our goal is, our mission, vision, core values, all of those things. I am very concerned about taking this approach, which you all have used the words preliminary, and that we still have 2 full weeks of our own deliberations. I think the chair has done an excellent job of setting up, and our staff, Ms. Peterson and Dr. Murphy, we've had some extraordinary work sessions where we've really dug into the learned about our departments, and we've been really working hard, but we're not done. We're hearing from our advisory chairs next Tuesday. Is that budget session 4 or 5? Budget work session. 5. That's 5 out of 7. So we still have work to do. I'm very worried about sending a message to the county board when we haven't completed our homework. I recognize what you all are saying about how you believe this is where we are and you want to get that message to them. I think that our chair and others are fully capable of sharing that message anytime, but I find it disrespectful to direct our chair to follow, to define a process for him when it is his job to be conveying this information to the county board. So I'm concerned about the fact that we are sending a preliminary message without completing our own homework. I'm concerned about how this is going to appear from their perspective. I think they've made very clear to us they want to see where we are. They're very interested in our budget, and I think they're very interested in supporting us. But without the actual information, without our actual budget, we don't have anything to say to them yet. So I simply find it's too early. It's just basically out of our own protocol for how we work with the county board. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Okay, I won't be supporting the motion either, although I hear a lot of good things and a lot of things that I could agree with, but it is not the right time to do that at this point, and that is because we have a process, we have a budget process that thank you, is the chair's job to establish and implement. And our budget process consists of 6 or 7 work sessions and opportunities for us to listen to the community, which I said before, we do in a variety of different ways, and then for us as a board to discuss what we've heard and what we believe to be our priorities and how they're implemented through cuts or through adds, and then figure out the trade-offs, knowing what bottom line we need to get to, and then make decisions, and then formulate how we're going to do it, and then advocate for it. And we are only at the listening stage. And so I don't have something yet that I could say, this represents our best thinking on our mission and vision and values, and we are incapable of taking further cuts, or we need a certain more amount of money. It is premature to say that today. We're not done with this process. I can't stand up and say, I can support asking for more money. At this stage, we are saying, this motion is saying, give me everything you got, and I'll figure out what I'm going to do with it later. And I can't do that. We have not yet heard from our advisory committees, another part of our process. I'm against short-circuiting our process to do this. In 2 weeks, when we have completed our process and we are on the cusp of a proposed budget, then I may well be in this position. And I'm certainly not ruling it out. Also, I want to point out that the tiers, Tier 2 and Tier 3, are not the only places that we can look for cuts or for efficiencies, because we're certainly thinking about different adds that do not now exist in the budget, but that we want to incorporate to achieve the mission and the vision and the values that we have. So, without further elaborating, I will not be supporting this. Any more comment?
Thank you to both Chair Goldstein and Dr. Cannon, and I appreciate your comments. And I just want to say that this is absolutely not being done to be disrespectful to anyone, not here in the room or to anyone who may disagree or to anybody on any boards. This is really, this just actually honestly comes from my heart and just where I feel that for me, I personally have concerns, and I want to be able to express them to my colleagues, to the community, and give them the opportunity to understand some of the things that are here in this motion. So that is why I'm bringing the motion, and I look forward to continuing to working with everyone here to continue to look for places that we can cut, because regardless of what happens, we're going to have lots and lots of cuts. And so I understand that we're not done with our work, and this is not to indicate that I feel that I'm done. This is to indicate where I am at this moment. It's a point in time. And I'm reporting out where I am on my homework at this point in time. I look forward to hearing from everyone in the community as we continue to go through this deliberation process. This is meant not to say that this is the end. This is just where I am at this moment. Looking forward to continuing to hear from people, and I will be looking for cuts. I am, but the additional cuts, I think, are very disconcerting. And so as a community, if we can think about that as we continue through the next 2 weeks or so of this process, I would appreciate it. So I appreciate the comments from everyone. Thank you.
Nancy, do you have more? Microphone's on. Okay. All right, it's time to vote. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion passes 3-2. Thank you. Any other new business? Hearing none, we're adjourned.